Today's matchup. Samsung. ESC Ever. Jin Green Wings. CJ ENTUS. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer. I'm Doe, that is Papa Smithy. Today, another 2 great best of 3s here in Seoul, South Korea. Korean League of Legends doesn't get much better.
Exactly, and it's so unpredictable, Doe. That's been the story of summer. Is we had a very predictable spring. Rocks Tigers slammed the regular season. SKT did their thing in the playoffs, but this season, every top team, I mean, even working out who the top teams are, you have an idea, right? Rocks Tigers, KT, SKT right up the top still, but on the day, picking a winner is a tough thing to do.
It is, and I mean, that extends to today's matches as well. Samsung versus Ever. I mean, just a couple weeks ago, these teams played each other, and it went 2-1, and it wasn't really exactly one-sided either. So, yes, Ever has a good chance of winning today, especially with how Samsung's performed lately. Then in our second match, it's going to be CJ versus Jin, and with how Jin's kind of been slumping a little bit, I guess you could say. I mean, CJ, while I don't want to predict them as the probable winner, they got a chance.
I mean, that's the weird thing. The stat that I pulled was in their last 3 series, CJ's actually won more games than Jin, which is crazy given that it's 5th versus 10th on the ladder. So CJ had been struggling. Jin very recently struggling to a higher degree than we've seen in a long time. But the first series will be an interesting one. As you said, these 2 teams, the last series Samsung played in the first round robin was against Ever. They came out 2-1 winners. Last series Ever played, of course, was against SK Telecom, the last series of that split, which they won. And let's see if that propels their season, because they're 3-6, 1 series win over SKT, and looking to ride some momentum from there into an improved second round performance, just like Afrika Freaks did last season.
You know, anything's possible. I will say out of our 2 new teams in the league, MVP is looking a little bit better, but Ever certainly showing some life here in the early days of the second round or the late days of the first round, whatever you want to call it. But that win over SK Telecom, it was a convincing 2-1 win. And Samsung, you know, having some issues in the top lane with Kuve, having trouble playing those carry top laners, they're going to have to step up if they want to beat Ever, which is weird to say, but it's true.
I just love second round robins. We have a previous series to draw on. The patches changed in the last couple of weeks, and we're moving closer and closer to the business end of the season. We've had the Shucks, we've had Afrika pull off a big series, and we'll see how both these teams can do, because they've both got a lot to work on.
Yeah, well, there is Samsung, and they are putting Wraith in today in the support position. Bring him in over Core JJ, and I think we can all agree that that's probably for the best.
And it's a significant change. We were surprised with the last few series. They've been running Core JJ in the first game, and no coincidence they've been losing those games. Core JJ, 3 competitive matches, 3 defeats, and Wraith has been by far the more impressive performer, so good to see them finally solidify that roster, at least for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting experiment, but now we're into the second round robin. Now the games start to get really serious. The impact starts to be really severe, and you got to take a team, even a team like ESC Ever, seriously if you want to make a playoff run. So good to see Wraith back in there.
They haven't played in a while. You know, that ESC Ever series was a while ago. Let's see how their champion pools have changed, because that is a long break, so some time to get into solo queue, or dynamic queue, I guess, and buff up those champion pools. Kuve in particular, you noted, needs to show something, but ESC Ever riding the high of beating SK Telecom T1.
Yeah, and this team has been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, Tempt has been such a great mid laner. His Vladimir is terrifying, but Bless is really kind of the standout guy on this team for me.
I mean, both these promoted teams, Beyond from MVP, Bless from Ever, they've been leading from the jungle. But just like Samsung, they have some pretty narrow, effective champion pools. So I want to see if some of these players have kind of brought in some new champions over the break, because I think with the meta solidifying, with a top lane focus, and jungles need to snowball that lane, jungle and top lane seem to be right now by far the most important performers in the league.
You know, it seems that way, and I agree with you, but at the same time, you know, we saw what happened when SK Telecom let Temp play Varus, too, so there's certainly concerns in the mid lane, too, that Samsung kind of needs to be aware of in picks and bans.
I mean, even if you've just been tangentially following ever since they exploded on the scene winning the Kesper Cup, they've always played Varus, and it is by far their best pick. They're 5-1 on the season, teleport Varus. Looking over the series, we remember Samsung's strong start to the season, but it feels like a while ago, because after that 8-game winning streak, they've honestly been struggling. They've lost more games than they've won in the preceding 5 series.
Yeah, that's right. So a really hot start to the season for Samsung, but it's kind of gone downhill from there. Ever, talk about a hot start, getting the 2 over CJ in their very first match, then kind of a dry spell until 4 weeks ago, or 4 matches ago, I should say. And suddenly things looking a little bit better. You know, this team, while I'm not going to call them a playoff team right now, I think it's way too early to say that, they have a chance to at least improve enough to be in the running.
And honestly, after that win against CJ, they looked kind of lost. Their strategy was all over the place. Their early game, which has always been one of their weakest points, was exacerbated. They weren't yanking for lanes. In general, they played kind of passive, and the game was over before their trademark late game fighting or late game shot calling could become relevant. So they've had a lot to work on. Wraith versus Key, you know, even with Wraith being out of the side, these have been 2 impressive performers. Everyone knows about Key's Bard, but it was actually the Alistair and some of those other picks that he's been leading on with the Bard either banned away or just not fitting the comps that Ever has been running.
Yeah, and I mean, things like Nami really kind of coming up big in the meta, too. I mean, it gives you that disengage, it gives you that pick potential with the Aqua Prison. Both of these guys pretty strong on those champions, so it is going to be a good support duel. Doa likes the support duels, Papa Smithy.
Supportal combat will definitely be coming out, Doa, and the picks and bans to me is going to be super interesting because, as I mentioned before, there's champions that are synonymous with these teams winning, but there's only a couple, so which ones will be banned? Where will the picks go? Varus is a champion that's very likely to either hit the ban list or be first picked by either team, because Crown, of course, also a famous Varus player. So we'll see how those individual champion pools shape this series. I think it's going to be very much ESC Ever versus Samsung rather than patch 612 meta champions going in the first round.
Yep. So it's time to get to picks and bans. I want to get in there, man. I want to get these matches started, and I think we're going to. Oh yes, it is time. Picks and bans game number 1 between Samsung and ESC Ever. The Nidalee first banned hit the board.
Bless's strongest champion from the jungle. A lot of junglers, of course, favoring that Nidalee, but it's champions like Ashe that I think might shape this draft. Varus we spoke about, but Ashe is a pick that's been banned 6 games in a row against Samsung. You might think, why? Of course, Ruler, new to the AD carry role at the highest competitive level. Ashe and Ezreal have been his most effective champions, but if you just look at this team, the only even pseudo-initiation champions Samsung runs are Ashe and previously Maokai. Maokai out of the meta. Ashe and Ruler shouldering so much of that initiation. I think it's a strong ban against them, and obviously ESC Ever agree. 7 games in a row that Ashe has been banned against Samsung.
Well, Ashe has been such a big pick in general lately. I mean, the teams have gotten really good at using that long range, hard engage, and so I think we're going to see a lot of Ashe bans season-wide now. Vlad banned against Tempt, probably a good idea considering how good he's been on that champion lately. So
look
Gragas
at this.
The last ban.
So Gragas, only 2 games from Ambition this season, was 2 victories against Samsung. So against ESC Ever, sorry. So clearly Ever remembers and have decided to ban away that Gragas. Sivir has risen this week. This is the 2nd series we've seen her as a first pick, even though Karma is available. So teams at least shying away from the first pick Karma, but still the movement speed been highly prioritized. But that leads up 2 of the most powerful meta picks for a couple of weeks now. The Shen is a given, but Ryze, especially with Vladimir banned, is taken over forever, and that's the solo lanes locked up in the first 2 picks.
You'd really think, too, that with Temp being as good as he is on Vlad, you know he's good on Ryze as well. We've seen that. And so, kind of a risky thing, but when you've got to ban out all this other stuff, champions like Ryze do start to slip through.
Now, my question is, where will Crown go dealing with this Ryze? Because if you think about his champion pool, a champion like Cassiopeia is something he plays very well and can do very well in lane.
True.
Malzahar is a pick, which we saw in the top lane from Trace. That was interesting to see against the Shen. There's always an off chance that Q will be running in here. There's also a chance we'll see it in the mid lane. Fly has always had that Rise counter pick in the Malzahar, and Faker has been spamming in solo queue. And whenever Faker is spamming a champion, every other mid laner in the world takes notice.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. So it's going to be Rek'Sai and Alistar locked in, so some good engage on the Samsung side in the form of Battle Cattle.
What will this mean for Bless's jungle pick? Nidalee and Graves gone, Rek'Sai now taken away, so that's pretty much been the top 3 meta junglers. Maybe a jungle like Graves, but that's not been a favorite of Bless. He prefers to be more impactful with his choices.
Saving that till last, you gotta wonder. I mean, Kindred is still available, I guess. Graves, like you mentioned, is an option too.
But if you're going to save it to last, if it's MVP, then you're expecting the Amumu, right? But when it's ESC ever, it could be something a bit different. So I'm excited to see where they go with the jungle pool. It's always been about the peel supports for both these supports. Alistar does have an element of peel. They're going to go with the Braum, which has been another favorite of both Key and Wraith. For solo laners, we saw yesterday, of course, Gangplank top against Shen has been played around the scenes. Shen doesn't apply a lot of lane pressure, so you get away with more risky picks like the Gangplank, but there's still risk to it, like we mentioned. It's still going to be very much a gankable lane in the top lane, so what sort of pressure can ESC find from the jungle?
So Kube with his first Gangplank of the season, and Crown with his most played champion this season in the Victor. And the final pick over to ESC, I mean, you could go with the Elise, I guess. One of the nice things about Bless is that he does have a pretty big champion pool. He's played 7 different champions this season already. So kind of take your pick,
Well, Elise has been his most played, but certainly not his most impressive. I haven't found a lot of wins with Elise. It's been Gragas and Nidalee, which, of course, one band away by them, one band away by the enemy team. So we'll be forced to go somewhere else. We've seen some Kindred, but it hasn't necessarily been the most convincing. I really don't like it against the Vladimir pick like we saw yesterday, but Vladimir's not on the board this time. Still, when you're in a team fight against the Sivir Ricochet, against the Gangplank barrels, and just the AoE from Victor, it's so hard to position as Kindred because you want to walk up and do damage, but then you're going to be squishy and you could be exploded. So it's quite risky to go for the Kindred here, but Bless is kind of forced into it with so much attention to the jungle pool gone.
I think so too, and I mean, if you look at another option like Graves, I mean, who's Graves really going to blow up in this particular case? It's going to be so hard to get onto the Victor, onto the Sivir, so yeah, Kindred, like you said, probably something that he just feels forced onto.
If we get to the late game, both Ryze and Shen will bring up the tankiness that obviously Kindred won't be providing from the jungle. Braum as well will do a job. Really interesting draft from both sides, but the question is Cuvée. He ran this top lane Gangplank in the past. It's been decent, sometimes he's looked good, sometimes he struggled. Kind of been the story of Cuvé's career. He needed to find some carry top laners on 6-12, just like a lot of other top laners. These tank role players need to find their carry pants, and how the Gangplank performs will obviously dictate to a large degree how this game develops.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other nice thing with Gangplank into Shen too is that even though Gangplank can't follow as easily, his ultimate can at least. So it's a way for you to be there, kind of have quote-unquote double TP presence, even though you really don't have the same, stand united that Shen does. I like it.
A lot of late game investments. Gangplank, expensive build from the top lane. Ryze, expensive build from the jungle. As has been the case recently, the early game will dictate it, I think. If they can get Cuvée ahead, Crazy might find it hard to lane against the Shen, and team fights, Shen's always been a team fight specialist.
Yep, we'll find out. Game number 1, Samsung versus ESC Ever. Let's see who jumps out to that early lead. Well, Papa Smithy, guess what?
What?
We have a pause.
So we jumped into a pause, sadly. Not into a game, but...
Oh, but we might already be back in the game. Never mind. Just a momentary break. There we go. Okay, so ESC Ever versus Samsung. Game number 1 here in our first best of 3 of the day. Samsung looking to kind of climb back into things. I mean, it's been rough recently. And they're going up against an ESC team that kind of gave them a run for their money just a couple weeks ago, and it's looked a bit stronger since then. Well, maybe a lot stronger, I guess, after beating SK Telecom.
Some interesting commonalities and differences that the statistics bear out between these two teams. The Dragon is an interesting one. Samsung's actually #2 for picking up first Dragon, so clearly in the league, of course. So clearly a big priority for Samsung to pick up those Dragons. If you get enough of them, can really help out the late game team fighting phase that Samsung has always been focusing on, especially this season in those first 5 series.
Sure.
However, they're #9 in first turret, so that lets you know how their early game is. Ever, on the other hand, is basically the opposite. You know, they're right up there in terms of first turret, but not been prioritizing the Dragon at all. So they've got very different contrasting styles in that. The only commonality between the team is Baron control. These teams are #9 and #10 in the league for Barons, which Ever's been struggling, so if you're losing, you're probably not going to get many Barons. But Samsung as a team that went 8-0 with the first 8 in the first 4 series, it is surprising to see them #10 in the league for Baron.
Yeah. Well, somebody's going to have to try to get a Baron this series. So somebody's stat is going to improve. Maybe.
Ever actually goes for the double wall hop here, looking for a contest on the Grump. They're not spotted at all.
Yeah, Wraith and Ruler might be in a bit of trouble here. Here comes Key, Loken, threatening anyway. So they do force the Samsung duo off of the Grump, but no Braum passives or anything like that. So just kind of trying to keep things even going into lane, and they will do that.
Usually you lose a lot if you're forced to skill the E first as the Lucian, the Relentless Pursuit, but if you're with Braum, of course, you can still get those passive bolts for the stun, so you still have offensive options if you're skilling what is usually an escape.
Yeah, I mean, the double tap is really what makes this, you know, lane effective at the super early levels, I suppose, and they've still got that.
Cuvée actually running 15 armor pens, so going to go for heavy armor penetration in this build. So the standard build for Gangplank's changed a lot. No more crit planks, sadly. That's gone out the way, so probably not even going to be an Infinity Edge picked up.
What's Monty going to play then?
That's true.
That's all he played.
It is all he played. That's why he was happy to see an Impact pentakill on the Gangplank, but was so sad that it was the tank plank in that famous All-Stars game.
That's true. Yeah, well, early gank on the Tempt, a flash on Burrow, forcing the flash from Tempt as well. Rune Prison in the turret will get that first blood for Tempt. Wow, I mean, it seemed like they were really reaching for that gank to begin with, and then getting caught under turret, that is not a good start for Ambition.
So the first instinct from Tempt was to back away, so he was already closer to the turret, and even though it was level 3 on the rise, went for a very optimistic flash. Crown was not on the same wavelength, hadn't ghosted, which is usually the sign that he wants to actually engage, and then the second turret shot guarantees the kill for ESC Ever. Welcome to the second round robin, Ambition, and now could potentially have his blue stolen away as well.
Talk about falling into old trends. Ambition was known far and wide for giving up first blood in its games, mostly during his time as mid laner, but the past returns, I guess, in this one.
His jungle past, of course, is dying in the enemy jungle. This is just a hybrid of the two.
That's his jungle present, too, you realize. That doesn't change. He still, I guarantee you, Ambition will die in the enemy jungle at least once or twice.
The way I like to think of this is that Crown was feeling super confident, and Ambition wants him to play hard mode. He's like, I'm going to give the enemy mid laner red, and you can deal with that.
I see.
So the confidence factor is going to, we'll see how Crown can do. Crown's still #1 at DPM, or damage per minute, in the league, so his carry pants cannot be doubted. He's had an excellent season so far.
It's true, man.
But Bless is going to be really on the road to level 6. 3 buffs. Kindred always rips through the jungle. Ambition going to very much be on the back foot.
So you're saying Ambition is kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? When he's training Luke Skywalker on the Millennium Falcon and early in A New Hope, and he's like, now try it with the blast visor down. Luke's like, but then he did it. He used the Force and he deflected those the bolts. Maybe Crown can handle it.
I agree with the start of your metaphor, but that would make Crown Luke Skywalker, which to me, but if you think about it, you look at the guy, he's got the earrings, so he's more of a puckish rogue to me. He's more of a Han Solo type.
I don't think Han Solo had any earrings.
He didn't, but it's still the flair that you would expect more of a Han Solo than necessarily a Luke Skywalker.
Sure. Kind of his earring is sort of Han Solo's snazzy vest.
Yes, exactly.
All right,
that's what I'm going for.
It's a reach, but I'll give you that one. Let's see. A little bit behind Tempt and CS right now, but overall things could be worse. Not much worse, of course, with Tempt getting first blood, but they could be worse.
Well, any champion that has an expensive build path, like the Gangplank and Rise in this game, accelerating them, honestly, just brings those break-even times earlier and earlier. The Rod of Ages, the Seraph's Embrace will both be completed early because the Ryze was able to comfortably pick up that first buy. He actually went for a Doran's Ring just for a bit more insurance in lane, both mana regen and health, to get through any turret dives.
You got that tier so fast that you might as well, you know. Here comes Bless. Gonna put some pressure on your Ambition here as he runs away. And that Braum passive starts to be a little bit of a concern. The exhaust goes down. Looks like they can't follow up onto that. So Summoner really used for not a whole lot. Meanwhile, Temp taking some damage in the mid lane.
I hit level 6 from the extra experience that donated over by Ambition. So just went for an early salvo.
Why not? And crazy on this Shen has been forced back a bit, of course, by the Gangplank. You'd expect that.
I mean, Shen exploded as a pick. We saw people trying out the Shen in earlier patches, and it just wasn't working. Then finally we saw the big wins with Shen, so everyone kind of goes back and they're like, wait, what can you run against Shen? And Trace had an answer. It was the Malzahar and Perma pushing in the Shen. That worked to a great degree.
Sure.
Carries are also possible, so we may even see the return of top lane Kassadin at some point against the Shen. We're seeing the Gangplank this game. You know what I'm waiting for, Doa?
What?
I'm waiting for the Singed. The Singed was always the famous lane counter picking. We're probably not going to see it. So susceptible to being lane swapped on, but Singed was my favorite Shen counter pick. And I just want to see that mad chemical man back.
It's been a long time since we've seen Singe, but it sounded like you had quite the chemical romance going on there. Is it your chemical romance, you'd say?
You nailed that one, Doa.
Well, how would you describe that chemical romance?
It'd be my chemical romance.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, thank you.
See, I didn't think we needed to spell that out, but
I thought,
we'll
you know, why
spoon-feed
stop
that
there,
one.
man? We'll just keep going. Made it happen.
Well, Shy will be playing in our second round robin. There is a man
that's true.
who is known for his Singed.
It's true.
And Flame's back, so Singed play outside Chan.
Is Flame really back, though?
I mean, he's on the squad.
But is he really back, though?
I mean, 2014 onwards, Flame is still around.
He's on a team, yes.
He's not the same carry force, no.
Whoa. Cull those minions. Yeah. Show them who's boss.
Riot has some really great names for ults. The culling, I think, is great because saying that Lucian culled someone is an awesome saying. Slicing Maelstrom is one of my favorites, very descriptive name. And then there's Rat-a-tat-tat.
That's pretty, yeah.
I mean, they had Spray and Pray,
Not
but
good.
they were like, no, Rat-a-tat-tat.
They're like, see, because he's a rat.
Oh.
Get it?
I get it now, though. You've explained it adequately.
Never would have gotten that otherwise.
But yeah, just one thing just to finish off on is the Gangplank build. It used to be Trinity Force, IE, and Essence Reaver, so 40% CDR, critical strike. Now it's Trinity Force still, but with the 20% CDR, you don't go for Essence Reaver, so it ends up being Yomu's Ghostblade, maybe a more Malmortius, CDR boots, and that Trinity Force. So you're not going to be getting the big crit queues, but it does open up your build path, and it's a little bit cheaper. And a cheaper build path for a carry is relevant, as, speaking of relevant, ESC going for a very aggressive campaign.
Yep, they'll grab the blue buff, give that one over to Bless, it looks like. Had to smite it away in the end. But any sort of stealing does certainly help. I mean, that Victor without the blue buff has certainly hurt a bit.
Still will be able to wave clear aplenty, so not a big cost. But if it just means that Ryze feels less pressure, there's less auto attacks on Ryze's turrets just because the death ray is up less, so he's pushed into his turret less. All those little advantages can really help the picture for a carry mid laner like Ryze.
Sure. Very true. Well, Ambition is in the enemy jungle right now, so maybe it's time to die?
Seems like Bless has been playing around the top side of the jungle, and obviously Gangplank has had pressure on Shen, who pre-Sunfire can't hope to push in, so for now it's not been punished.
Yeah, I don't think they know he's there. Back down again. We neglected to mention it is a Mountain Drake for the first Drake of the game.
Well, given the stats, Samsung's interested in the Drake, and ESC Ever is definitely not. So ESCF has had the pressure advantage until Rek'Sai had flashback up. Obviously, she wasn't going to be poking around the dragon, so
sure.
ESC don't take Drakes, and Samsung have been losing, so the result, the Drake lives.
Wow. Life and times of Mountain Drake. It's pretty pretty boring out, man. Just kind of sitting in the pit.
Do you think the different Drakes socialize with each other?
Probably not.
I like to think that Ocean, Mountain, and Infernal are good friends, and no one talks to Cloud Drake.
Yeah, maybe.
Left in a corner.
The unwanted Drake.
Yeah.
It's like, if only I was buffed. Too bad, Cloud Drake. Apparently people think you're good.
Cloud Drake had a theme song. It'd be Loser by Beck.
It's true. Well, no, because it's I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? But nobody wants to kill him. So I don't know if that applies, actually.
That's fair, that's fair. You thought that through, Doa. Thwarted again. Can you think of another theme song for Cloud Drake?
I don't know, man.
Everyone needs a WWE entrance theme, so what's Cloud Drake's, you know?
Whatever that song was at the end of Breakfast Club. Don't you forget about me. That's more like Cloud Drake's theme, you know? See Cloud Drake walking away from the rift, like pumping one of his scaly fists in the air. Because he's the only one that lived. Nobody, well, I mean, that's not how Breakfast Club is. Like, they all live. Nobody dies in Breakfast Club.
Spoilers!
I don't know.
I haven't caught that new movie yet, Doa.
Have you?
No.
The new hot movie, Breakfast Club. Well, yes, he's going to grab this Mountain Drake away from Samsung here. And like you mentioned, that's not too great. Well, maybe Ambition can steal it. No, what am I getting? Smite. Prevent that one. Bless going in onto Ambition, who will go ahead and tunnel away.
We will keep Mountain Drake as the second Drake as well. So.
Guess so.
In terms of relevance to the comps, neither team is really centered around Mountain Drake. I would say that Gangplank has a pressure advantage in terms of swift push, so might be slightly higher priority on Samsung. Rise will also get pushed in, so those auto attacks from Victor might be relevant as Ambition goes for his alpha move.
All right, well, I mean, would have been more impressive to take the Dragon that way, but hey, you got the Grump. Something.
Little victories.
Yeah. You know, the glass is half Grump.
I don't know if I want half a glass of Grump or a full glass of Grump.
I don't think I'd want to drink Grump at all. Oh. Temp takes a lot of damage. Cast Arc drop. That's going to pop the Stand United. Temp's going to flash in there. Flash from Crown as he tries to escape onto the wrong side of the map. And that's going to be another kill for Temp. Both kills in the game so far. Going over to that Rise, and that is not a safe thing for Samsung.
Really nice timing on the roam from Key. He had the boots and mobility. His first big purchase and was necessary because the flash away from Crown, even though it was towards the enemy turret, was well timed. It looked like he had an outside chance of getting away, but Key has been really on form since he was solidified in the lineup. They were messing around with Totoro for a few series, but just like Samsung, they settled on Key.
Well, Ambition, it might be your time. Trying to escape to the Tri-Brush now. Cuvée tangling with Crazy as Crazy gets a taunt down. Crazy trying to get away though. There's a flash from Cuvée. And it looks like both of the Samsung players will escape for the moment, but they will have to recall. And it just seems like as the game goes on, even though the gold lead doesn't necessarily show it right now, the advantages for Ever are starting to grow bit by bit.
In the off-season, Ever added an extra top laner, so I thought the competition for Crazy would be on. He actually pulled off a really nice mechanic there that isn't commented a lot on these Shen lanes. He actually pulled the sword through the enemy, getting the bonus damage on the trades, and was actually with kill pressure on the Gangplank who had to flash away.
Yeah.
Small mechanic, but an important one, and Crazy pulling off the Gangplank, so the Shen in an even more impressive fashion than I could have anticipated.
You gotta get that Blunty synergy, man. That's what we named Shen's sword.
Blunty?
Blunty, yep, because it always points down, never really appears to cut anything. So, Shen and Blunty.
I mean, Shen's been doing a lot of winning, so it cuts through the hearts of the enemy team, I guess.
Sort of.
I mean, I defer to you. You and Monte Cristo are the resident experts on Shen.
We are.
At OGN.
We've experienced Shen in every way you possibly can.
You've ascended to a level of Shen that not many people can.
We have.
Hope to get to.
We've become Shen.
It's true.
Uh-oh, Cuvé's about to become more of a ghost, possibly. Tempt, just zoning him out on the side as Crazy hacks away with Blunty. There's an ult dropped by Gangplank, and he's going to chill out. Gives Ambition time to come in. Tempt going to turn right onto that Rek'Sai, though. And then ult his way out of there. So they do manage to save Cuvée, I guess.
I mean, Cuvée is a god. Did you see his dance moves back and forth? Tempt had no idea how to come around because the moment you choose to come either through the enemy turret or cutting through, the juke could come through from Gangplank. So really nice from Cuvée, who's done this before. I've seen him walk away from viewers on low health. Cuvée might have to commit here. Teleport coming in as well.
Yeah, that's right. Crazy, very low right off the bat. Cuvée, though, stays alive, manages to heal himself. Meanwhile, Kindred popping the ult. Doesn't save her from ground, but they do trade 1-for-1. Key picking up a bloodthirsty support kill there. It's going to be the first kill for Samsung this game. Going over to the mid laner, but Crown has died twice, so it's Victor a bit behind. Loken trying to defend his top turret.
He's 1v2, but Shen ultimate.
Yeah, that's right. Crazy coming in off of that Stand United. Wraith, though, dodging the taunt. And ESC going to be happy with just pushing Samsung out of lane for now.
We won't get a replay, but that was actually impressive from Wraith. What he did was that he canceled the taunt with the Pulverize and stopped a taunt flash coming through from Crazy. Crazy had flash available, but was stuck mid-animation, couldn't flash. That was really nice from Wraith, who once again looks impressive in the support role for Samsung.
Yeah. He's been looking good. I mean, it was puzzling to see them try out Core JJ. I mean, yeah, the first round is generally a time when a lot of teams will experiment with their roster, but I mean, Wraith is just so clearly better than Core JJ. I'd be very surprised if they swapped out at all for the rest of the season.
And that's the thing, if I had to compare the Wraith for Core JJ roster swap, the only one that comes to mind is Easy Hoon for Faker, which tells you how much I rate Wraith, because Wraith, honestly, has been, next to Crown, the most impressive performer on Samsung, so it just seems unnecessary to swap out someone with such potential. Of course, then I'm calling Core JJ Easy Hoon.
I was going to say,
that part of the analogy maybe we can just step away from.
I know Easy Hoon went to China and all, but we don't need to be that mean to him.
Core JJ went to NA. He's back now.
That's true.
He did the counter rotation.
But I'm saying, like, are we upset with Easy Hoon for going to China? That's why we're comparing him to Core JJ now?
No,
Does he deserve that? I don't think so.
I was just focusing on Wraith being the Faker of support, which also is a bit of hyperbole, but he's been playing very, very well this season.
We all know I'm actually the Faker of support, so we gotta figure that one out.
But see, the world hasn't found a way to lock down Faker's talents, but they managed to get you in the caster booth, so
yeah, that
at least gives other people a chance.
I took it in a different direction.
I could go with the Faker of casting. I could see it.
Well, I wouldn't have planned that.
Now you're Minnesotan. You're Minnesotan. What's the word?
Humility?
Humility comes through.
I am extremely humble.
You're okay being the Faker of support, but not the Faker of casting. That's an interesting dichotomy there.
That's about right.
This game has been largely uneventful.
Yeah, it has, but get ready, man. CJ versus Jin Air is coming.
I wasn't going to make that joke. I thought of it, and then I was like, no.
I thought of it, and I was like, yes. All right, Mountain Drake number 2. Maybe time to be picked up by ESC Ever. Would certainly be nice. I mean, no turrets have fallen yet this game, but if 2 Mountain Drakes can be taken by Ever, that means that when they do get time with the objectives, they're going to knock them down pretty quickly.
Will Crazy actually invest in a damage item? The only damage items we've seen from Shen are 1 Trinity Force, and also last series, I believe, just before the end of the round robin, we saw Someday with the Titanic Hydra on Shen. So any sort of damage would be amplifying that Mountain Drake. It would help his split pushing, but needs to feel tanky enough usually before he's willing to invest in damage items with Shen.
I suppose, but I mean, he does have Sunfire Cape, and that damages everything around you.
But you don't burn the turret, Noah.
I guess. Not yet.
Future patch.
Spoiler. Whoa, okay. Loken just decides to kill Ruler. That happened. Hopefully we get a replay of that. I've got a feeling Ruler probably just stuck around a little bit too long up in that top lane after getting poked.
Well, something we haven't mentioned is that Key has been roaming. We've noted the roams, but Loken has been in lane 1v2 for the majority. This time Alistair steps away and he just solo kills the enemy AD carry.
Yeah.
Loken had one of those reputations. In Challenger, on the international scene, this guy has been a super carry for ESC Ever, and we're going to finally see a full replay. He just culls Ruler to death.
Okay. All right, well, he just pressed R.
Well, he had the Youmuu's Ghostblade, popped it, only had a phage at the time, and just killed Ruler. This guy has had a decent season, but his potential, his ceiling is among the top in Korea when it comes to the AD carry role. He is an excellent AD carry. He hasn't been performing, but looked good against SKT, and culling Ruler is pretty impressive as well.
He does seem pretty good. And he also gets the turret, too, so that's going to be the first turret of the game. It does go over to ESC Ever, and now they're going to jump out to a little bit of a gold lead. Only about 1,000, but the momentum is really on Ever's side right now. Man, if they can get the second Mountain Drake, that is huge.
ESC Ever's never been known for a strong early game, but they forced the 2v2 in this game, and Lucian in a 1v2, because again, Key was roaming, is ahead in CS, now has a solo kill, so they straight up crushed the 2v2 to the extent that Key could roam. And now they pick up a Drake. In every way, ESC Ever has really been dominating this early game.
Yep, true enough. Crazy, though, having a little bit of trouble defending this top lane turret. It will go down.
It's still Shen, so pushing him in is a very viable strategy.
True.
Looks like a trade of objectives, but they keep pushing on the Shen. No one is giving any help. Ryze hasn't rotated top, so they're going to look for a second turret, Samsung.
Gotta get something. Be 3v1. Meanwhile, Loken just poking away, takes that bottom lane down very quickly. I mean, you gotta, again, consider that there's 2 Mountain Drakes on the side of ESC Ever, so they can send just Loken into that lane, and he can knock down turrets very quickly.
Cuvée has been free farming on the gangplank, which is the big winning point for Samsung. Trinity Force completed, soon to be the Youmuu's Ghostblade that I was discussing. So Lucian, despite being 2 items, will still... There's no guarantee he'll win trades against Gangplank, so he has to exit lane. They need to... It seems like Samsung, honestly, they'll keep up their trend of really bunkering in. They actually have a longer average game time than Jin Air Green Wings, if you believe that, Doa. So they've been very much looking for the late game as well.
That is very surprising to hear.
But with Gangplank, Victor Sivir, their late game damage is just out of this world strong. So Ever needs to keep pushing the turrets, taking the objectives, stacking up Drakes. Because if this game goes even, just with the champions selected, Samsung will crush late game.
Well, I mean, they've been able to keep the gold pretty close, too. About 1,000 down, even at 20 minutes, even being down 1 to 4 in kills.
And the builds from ESC Ever will fall off to some degree as well, despite the fact that right now, Youmuu's Black Cleaver will, as you can see, explode people.
No kidding.
At 6 items, this build will certainly lose potency, so... Need to take advantage of those early timers, ESC Ever, otherwise the danger of being outscaled.
All right, well, Temp coming in with the Shen on top. Cuvée in big trouble, flashes out of the taunt, doesn't help though. Gonna get taken out anyway.
He draws 1 flash, Shen didn't have to flash there, so flash for flash and they get the kill. They'll keep pushing him bot, even though he's an AP champion, good AP stack and double Mountain Drake means that Tempt will be able to have a pretty respectable split push.
Also means they can do Baron pretty quick.
I mean, Kindred always been a Baron specialist. The moment they see multiple members here, they may try that Baron ESC Ever.
Maybe. I mean, Tempt is down there along with Crazy, so it'd be tougher, but they both have the teleport.
Ambition also has the ability to global to top side as well, so it is risky to start the Baron. So for now, it's just a ward-clearing war for ESC Ever. While Gangplank might have free farm, the worry is that Ryze is 11 CS up and with 3 kills. So while Ryze may innately struggle in the team fights, if you compare, say, Ryze and Gangplank, the big relevant factor is that Gangplank's barrels can really punish Ryze when he starts to get aggressive.
Sure.
Void Staff's going to be the next item. When Guardian Angel is completed, that's when Ryze can really fly off the chain compared to the Gangplank. So there are items that Ryze can pick up to answer Gangplank's natural teamfight advantage over Ryze.
All right, here comes the teleport. They're going to bring in Tempt. Brown running away already. Yep, using that ghost, so Summoner for Summoner. And Ever just trying to be bullies on the map. Get some turrets down in the enemy jungle. Get set up for that Baron potentially. Meanwhile, Crazy TPing down to bot lane to try to stop the split push coming in from Cuvée. Can always stand united up to the top if he needs to.
Able to invest that second global in mid lane.
Calling again, Loken forcing Ruler out of there. Ruler, man, he immediately popped that Summoner heal, popped his Sivir ultimate. He knew he needed to get out. Remembered what happened up in top lane. Can't blame him.
Well, it's another utility AD carry. Remember, Ruler has played almost exclusively Ashe and Ezreal, so Sivir is a digression for him, and it's just not quite the same level of performance that we became, honestly, surprisingly used to in his debut, because Ruler was the outstanding rookie in the first 4 weeks of the season.
Yep.
Has struggled a bit since then. It's notable that SK Telecom really exposed the fact that he got a bit greedy for CS and was gankable during lane swaps, and then his extended champion build just hasn't been on the same level as that Ashe and Ezreal.
True. So ESC Ever, 1 minute until the next dragon comes up. I didn't quite catch which one that's going to be, but let's see if it's something important.
See, the way you do it, though, is when you don't catch it, you assume it's Cloud Dragon. If it's not, you can be excited.
Yeah. Ooh. ESC going for a bit of a sneaky Baron here, coming over the back of the pit.
So
and
far
they can
have
do that
no idea.
so fast. I mean, look at that. Just Kindred and Lucian, and they are wrecking this Baron. Other members join now, and that's going to be just an easy Baron pickup for ESC Ever.
Super sneaky Baron. We mentioned the Kesper Cup before. This was the duo, honestly, there. It was the top laners with the ability to jump walls and Kindred who could duo Baron. Such was the power level of Kindred then. Lucian, Grom, Kindred, and Shen can all jump walls.
Yep.
Very nicely done. They had exclusive vision in the area. Now the split push, double Mountain Drake and Baron buff. Shen is going to be very potent in that split push, and ESC Ever, they needed to keep the foot on the accelerator, and credit to them. They definitely have here in this game.
Cloud Drake, hey, you were right. What do you know? I guess you should just assume Cloud Drake, huh?
It's the glass half cloud.
Right. I'd rather have half Gromp. Temp spotted by a ward there. And ESC Ever, I mean, you don't really need this Drake.
I mean, you got Baron buff. The enemy team's not going to contest it, so you might as well take it.
I guess. Might as well.
It is also Kindred who explodes objectives like that.
And it's, oh, we didn't get to see what the next one is. Oh well, we'll assume it's Cloud Drake. I learned my lesson. And Ever just slowly grinding down Samsung. But do you think maybe it's a bit too slow? Are you worried at all about this late game?
See, if they hadn't made the Baron move, absolutely. If at this point they had no Baron, they hadn't grown their lead, you would say so. But they've done exactly what they needed to. They needed to take the Baron when they did. They got the Drake as well. As long as they can push some turrets, will they be able to break an inhibitor against the strong wave clear? Remember, still, Victor, Sivir, even Gangplank's pretty good with the wave clear. Maybe not, but take all the easy objectives. Ensure that there's no wards for Samsung because they can't push out. Take the next Baron, and that's probably where you can close the game.
Sure. I mean, overall, ESC Ever has looked, in my opinion, really clean this game.
This is the ESC Ever we saw against CJ ENTUS, and that's why at the time I was like, top 3 in Korea is possible for ESC Ever. They struggled since then. They looked to really not have a grasp of the meta as it stood, but the SKT series and now this series, they're finally once again showing the innovative moves they did previously.
2 Mountain Drakes and Baron means turrets are going to fall very quickly.
323 CS in 28 minutes and a kill will do that too.
That's pretty good, yeah. All right, mid lane tier 2 in trouble as well. Samsung trying to figure out if there's a way for them to fight this, but they're not finding it at the moment.
There's just so few things or few bits of experience that Samsung get access to. It's very much the scraps, whereas ESC Ever have almost complete control of every jungle camp and also the minion waves. Keep pushing, keep trying to take these objectives.
Crazy, got that Gromp. I saw the gold. The Gromp gold was gotten.
Get into the Gromp.
Whoa, Temp just dropped the base or something, man. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
And wow, I thought Void Staff was indicated by the blasting one. Nope, Tempt has gone for a death cap, so very expensive damage build.
Wow, and it's so huge how Loken can just make Ruler use the Sivir ultimate just by popping and calling and going towards him.
Loken is
scary.
An unbelievable AD carry. It hasn't showed this season. I think some of the champions in the meta haven't favored him. The Ashes and Jins of the world without an escape doesn't allow him to show his teamfight mechanics, because when he plays Sivir, it doesn't have an escape but has, you know, the spell shield that you can be really on point on. When he plays Lucian, he's so smooth in teamfights. He's so good with his teamfight positioning, and he's not as much of a utility AD carry outside of that Sivir that most other AD carries in Korea are.
It's interesting comparing the AD carries on ESC Ever and on MVP, because they couldn't be more different. You know, Maha is basically terrible close range. But put him on the Ashe, put him on the Jhin, and he's been looking pretty good lately.
His Sivir is also decent, but again, more about the utility for his team.
I think the farther Maha stays away from the opponents, I think the more the better MVP does, you know?
But you just think about Korean AD carries. Obviously, a lot of good ones went to China, as we're seeing another salvo from Loken. But the best mechanics last year were OQ, and OQ, of course, is gone now. I think Loken is probably the most impressive mechanical player. Those Bang and Pray definitely have their moments. They still recently have gravitated away from some of those risky AD carry picks.
Well, attempt to get spotted by Crown in the bush there. Meanwhile, Key gets picked. Sand United coming in. Braum ultimate onto Ambition. Loken right there with that Lucian exhaust onto that Rek'Sai as well. Bless coming in now with a lot of bouncing damage from that Rise. Meanwhile, Crown actually manages to win the duel with Tempt. That happened. And Loken on the run. Samsung may have found their moment. And look at this, starting to turn things around. Bless gets caught. That's a double kill for Kube now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
But this is the issue, though, is that if you walk into Cannon Barrage, if you walk into the linked barrels, and clearly if Tempt face checks this Victor, the damage on the side of Samsung can't be denied. ESC were playing so well around being forced to 5v5 team fight, but they got a bit too cute. They thought they were far ahead enough to fight these fights, and if they were 10,000 gold ahead, absolutely their items would carry it through it. We noted a couple of times, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold was the lead for ESC, but never a blowout, and the gold just gets closer after a couple of extra objectives. In fact, a lot of extra objectives go over to Samsung.
Yeah, well, let's watch that fight again. Now, we know Tempt got spotted by Crown.
Yeah, we saw that first trade, and then we didn't think much of it, but look at that damage from Crown. The ult and E almost instant kill him, and when you have Ghost Flash compared to just one Escape Summoner, well, goodbye. 4 spells enough to take down the Rise, as this is after ESC is already super overextended. If you watch, the combo fails, but the barrels don't. 771 damage, and this is where specifically the Kindred is going to have to be so careful. The reason why I don't like Kindred against Vlad, and in this game against the likes of Victor, Sivir, and the Gangplank, is that with the builds as they are now, you build almost no defensive stats as Kindred. Gone are the days of Sterix Gauge, gone are the days of any sort of tankiness, so you walk up, and when you're in the middle of a fight trying to poke for damage at 500, 550 range, a Chainlink Barrel comes before you can Twitch ult and you're dead. So positioning, especially now that you can only self-ult with the Kindred, when you're against a lot of AoE damage, you almost have to preemptively ult because you can't Twitch 1,000 damage when you have 1,500 health.
Seems that way. Samsung kind of clawing their way back into this game. Next Drake is a Cloud Drake.
See if Ever can really think their way through, because they played so smartly before that last play, and they certainly haven't fallen behind in any grave terms. In fact, gold is even at 33 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the strength of Samsung's late game, that is kind of essentially Ever falling behind, isn't it?
True. They were well ahead, and they have certainly lost out in the gold in the past 5 minutes. Both Drake and Baron spawn at the same time. A lot of globals in this game, so certainly one team could try to solo one down while maintaining vision control.
Meanwhile, Loken, Stand United, has to be used to keep that AD carry alive. Kube drops the Gangplank ultimate, but Loken still gets away.
You saw he actually cheated forwards because he didn't want to walk through the Gangplank ult damage, and he had the Shen next to him to relieve any pressure, so that was smart.
Yep.
Let's see how these 1v1 trades go on the side lane, because this is getting close to the time where Cuvée should really be able to do some work against the Shen. Has the last Whisper item in the Mortal Reminder, so this is the newer build path from the Gangplank. From here, it's pretty situational. It's probably going to be the Maw of Malmortius, and then maybe Guardian Angel is the final item for Gangplank.
Makes sense.
While this Gangplank build definitely hits the power faster, Trinity Force, cheaper item, Yoma's Ghostblade, much cheaper than Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge, it's not 6-item Gangplank of yore. You don't have the crits to really explode people, so worth noting that you don't hit the same crescendo in the late game that you used to, but you're online earlier, so theoretically, you don't have to AFK farm for 30 minutes of the game.
True. Well, Baron's back up again, has been for a little while. Samsung's going to go for it. Ever not really in position to contest this right now.
They're taking the Drake, or at least they started it. Now they are aware of the fact that it's going down, but they have no way to know how fast. Samsung do pull away, though.
Yeah, playing it extra careful, so Bless going to turn right back onto the Cloud Drake for now. Kuve is there.
They have a ward on it.
Whoa, big engage from Wraith. Gonna try to knock Loken back, can't quite do it though. Loken still gets low anyway. Manages to pick up the kill. AD carries our trade it, but a double kill comes in for Crown. Bless drops at Lamb's Respite, keeps himself alive for just a little while. Samsung though coming out ahead in a big way in that fight, 1 for 3. They're gonna get the Drake, and they could theoretically go for the Baron. Yeah, I think that's a better plan. They're gonna turn around away from the Cloud Drake. I don't think anyone wants to take a Cloud Drake over a Baron here.
The ESC's decision making is so stubborn. They must have had an inkling there was a ward around that Drake. They didn't invest a pink. We're seeing an emergency ultimate here on the Shen. They're going to try and contest this Baron.
Yeah, crazy. Wow, he manages to get the taunt on the ground despite the flash. Tempt gets blown up immediately, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop this Baron. I mean, it is, they are fairly low health, but all right, they let it go. Crazy had the GA, but he didn't want to use that to try to stop this Baron. I felt like maybe he could have gotten a kill.
There's no damage though, that's the problem, is that it's not going to be damaged. This is really nice from Wraith. Yeah. Siverol into buffering the headbutt on a minion, then flash pulverizing, punishes Loken. He gets a 1-for-1, which is more than he should have, so he at least took down Sivir. From there, Bless is late. It all comes back to the previous move, though. They were so stubborn at soloing down this dragon, even though the first time Samsung started Baron, and of course that could be that there was no vision there, but the moment you see Cube put down a barrel, it's saying, yes, there is certainly vision here, and Samsung thought out the situation in a more intelligent manner than ESC, who were all at sea. They didn't have vision, they weren't grouped, and they were heavily punished. And we're in that late game point, though, and this is where Samsung, more often than not, take down their games.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's got to be frustrating forever, too, to come, so close to closing this game out, and now the momentum shifted in a big way. It's tough.
Forcing things down.
Yeah, no defense for that tier 2 turret. Kube taking a ton of damage, though. Manchester United, there's a flash! Oh, he gets him! In the end, meanwhile, the engage comes in on ESC Ever. Lamb's Respite right away. Keeps 3 members alive. Braum ultimate may wrap up Ambition up, but no, there's a big double kill for Crown immediately as that Kindred ultimate runs out. And that's another big team fight win for Samsung. A triple kill for this Victor. And this may be about it for game number 1.
Crown did unbelievable damage in that AoE. When we see the replay, you will see it, but his DPM #1 in the league. Some people just make this Victor eke out that much more damage. We say it with Someday about Maokai. I think we have to start saying it with Crown about this Victor. Apologies to Fly, he does a pretty good job as well, but even though they got the pick on their gangplank, it meant nothing with the AoE damage on the other 3. And it's going to be game 1, like you said, going to Samsung.
Yeah, they have to defend against Loken, who does represent a good amount of damage, but they can zone him well enough that Nexus is vulnerable. So how about that, man? I mean, 3 dragons going over to ESC Ever, but in the end, Samsung hold on and take the game at the very end. GG.
ESC Ever may have leveled up their early game, but they make a critical mistake, which opens up a window to a late game that honestly it didn't look like Samsung would ever get access to.
I mean, look at the players. They know they kind of got away with one there. I mean, that's the kind of smile that's like, well, we probably weren't going to win that one.
They're relieved, honestly, and they should be. At ESC Ever, Longzhu were the team that gave ESC Ever basically drafted late game, drafted risky comps, thinking that ESC couldn't punish them. And ESC's gotten better since then. They punished Samsung in the early game in general, but then they made their mistake. And Samsung are the kings of late game. It's pretty much the only place they fight confidently. The longest average game time in the league, 38 minutes, actually much lower than that average game time. But when they got that little chance, they took it with 2 hands, and now they find themselves 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah. And it's a heartbreaker for ESC Ever because they were so close.
Victor does 8,000 more damage than anyone else.
It's a lot of damage
in this game, and Lucian was doing a lot of damage, if you remember, so that gives you context for how much damage Victor did.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anything, I think this means we're in for a good series. It was a close game. Samsung played to their comp strengths and were able to come out with a win, and no doubt frustration on the side of ESC Ever, but it's a best of 3. You've got a chance to come back. It was small things that meant the difference between victory and defeat, and we could see a close series.
Bless 0-4-2, probably been their most impressive performer. I wasn't convinced with the Kindred, certainly not convinced after the game is as well. So maybe a slight tweak in picks and bans, but Ever had a good early game. They have a good foundation. They just need to capitalize on it better than they managed to in game 1.
Yep, so when we come back, game number 2 between Samsung and ESC Ever. chance for Samsung to get a much-needed 2-0, and a big chance for Ever as well to tie up the series, move it to Game 3, give themselves a chance to set up what could end up being some sort of a playoff run here in the second round of LCK Summer. We'll be back after just a few guys. Don't go anywhere.
I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover and move on. You watch me bleeding till I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth drawn to a flame.
are back on LCK Summer. Crown gets the MVP for his Game 1 win over ESC Ever, and when it came down to it, Papa Smithy, Crown did the damage.
And not even Ambition enacting League of Legends hard mode was enough to stop Crown
That's true.
from pumping out the DPM and carrying the game. And this has so often been the story of this team this season. One thing that we didn't catch on the screen the first time was this duel between Crown and Tempt, who got that first blood, who had red buff at level 3 after that Ambition donation. But Crown, he won that particular duel, and then the last team fight when we see it, this was Wraith pulling off a really nice buffered headbutt into Flash Pulverize to force a fight. And it was ESC Ever being too quick to opt into fights, even though they were ahead. They just weren't as ahead as they thought they were.
Yeah.
And then 3 team fights in a row. The first was when they overextended and got picked. Second you saw, and then watch the damage on these 3 from that Chaos Storm. Okay, they might have the Lamb's Respite, but they just die to the final tick after the Lamb's Respite healing comes through. A third member falls down, and so do the hopes of ESC Ever, who did so many things right, but when it came to the crucial point, wavered a little bit, got punished.
Yeah, it was a close game. I mean, it really could have gone either way, but in the end, Samsung just able to capitalize on that one mistake and chain that into a Game 1 win. But we'll see. You know, I feel like this one could still go 3 games pretty easily.
Maybe some adjustments in the draft. The Kindred, I think, you have to say that the pinching of the jungle pool seemed to hurt ESC Ever that much more when the Rek'Sai was taken away, the most reliable of the junglers. Could have been Graves, could have been Kindred, end result was struggle street for Blessed. 0-4-2, been their star performer this season, will need to level up if ESC Ever are to win Game 2.
That's right, so here we go, picks and bans for game number 2. ESC Ever trying to tie things up with Samsung. You know, interesting note about that last game is that was only Loken's second game on Lucian. And he played it really well, too.
It's surprising, was definitely a pick for him in previous seasons, but I guess he's been focusing more on the Sivir and the Ashe. The Sivir in particular, that was the champion he hard carried in the promotion match. That is, I think, one of the key champions for ESC Ever to win a series. And speaking of key champions for ESC Ever, Nidalee for Bless, Varus for Tempt, both of them banned away with the first 2 bans for Samsung. Predictable, but effective.
The Shen ban coming in is the 3rd one for ESC Ever this time around. They're going to leave the Gragas open. Vlad ban, so they're going to grab the Rise once again.
I haven't been convinced with Rise recently, and the last nerf didn't look massive, and he still has his games, but Sivir to me was the first pick for Samsung in Game 1. I think is the key pick for ESC Ever in a lot of situations as well, and it's at a heavy cost. They once again invest in a Rise who was killed in the 1v1 sideline matchup against Victor, who notably is banned by ESC Ever this game. But the cost of going for this Rise pick is that Sivir and the Gragas, you know, both of these big champions for both teams, will be taken away by Samsung.
I mean, allowing them to get Sivir and potentially this Gragas for Ambition does seem pretty risky, doesn't it?
Weren't able to ban the Ashe this game, so notable that they will be going for the Sivir over the Ashe, but it worked very well in Game 1, and it's a very important takeaway from Loken. Now, Bless has access to Rek'Sai this game if he wants it.
Yeah.
Won't quite be the Gragas that has been one of his best and most impressive performers. He's 3-1, 35 KDA on Gragas. Had a big season on that Gragas, but Ambition, again, 2 wins against ESC Ever. The exact opposition of today was on that Gragas.
I was just about to say, yeah, their last match against Ever, the 2 wins that Samsung got were with Ambition playing that Gragas.
Now it's on Bless, who they seem to be wanting taking a jungle pick in this round of the draft. I think you go for the Rek'Sai. Don't feel great about taking it, but given the options, I don't think the Kindred helped. In fact, it hindered ESC Ever in Game 1. Now, of course, the comps could go very differently and maybe won't be punished like champions like Gangplank can do so, but
I like the Rek'Sai, especially paired with the Ashe. I think you go for it. Ashe is Loken's 2nd most played champion this season. They will grab the Alistar, which is more hard engaged.
Well, if it wasn't Crown getting the MVP last game, it probably would have been Wraith for his really nice play on the Alistar. So the Alistar is a takeaway pick. Key has looked very impressive on it. Again, another game where Bard isn't banned, another game where Key will not be playing that Bard. He'll go for the Alistar, which he's looked impressive on. Without selecting a top laner, they will blind pick Gnar on the side of Samsung, which is very interesting given that we've seen Gnar's struggle, honestly, largely in this slate. There's been certainly some carry performances. Duke had a massive game on Gnar a couple of weeks ago, but Gnars have certainly struggled to have any sort of consistency in the top lane.
A little bit surprised to see the Gnar come in.
So Key flashes the Yasuo, which of course was the famous lane counter pick to Gnar in the top lane. I don't think we'll see it, but someday eventually we'll pull that one out, that's for sure.
Yep. Maybe just see Aurelia here. Crazy could pick that one up.
It's another good laning matchup against the Gnar. It was, of course, the one that famously Smeb tried to run in the Champions Spring Final last year, but couldn't make work. But it is a good matchup for the Aurelia. For now, though, they're dissenting. They're flashing a few options. Trundle would be a bit of a self-counter pick, so that would be surprise, but it is a manageable lane regardless.
I mean, it is the most played champion this season for Crazy. He's played it 5 times. This will be number 6.
Sure, but Gnar is picked into Trundle to counter him. You can go Black Cleaver, you can go Frozen Mallet. It's a ranged matchup where you can really harass. So self-counter pick, but they decide to pick the Gnar for comp rather than necessarily for lane. And then you kind of worry because you recap what ESC ever put together, and they have Ryze, who's probably going to be in a punishing lane. We're going to find out which one it is. It could certainly be the Cassiopeia that they're flashing right now. That's going to be difficult. He's going to need help there. Trundle's going to need help against the Gnar. Ashe is not known for a 2v2 either, so if you start stacking on the losing lanes, you can't really be surprised if you fall heavily behind in the early game for ESC ever.
I mean, the thing is with this Trundle pick, yeah, it's his most played champion too, but he's 1-4 with it on the season. So he's played a lot, but he hasn't gotten good results. And like you mentioned, picking it into the Gnar might not exactly help that.
It's one of those games where, you know, if you're an analyst, you come in for the VOD review and you're like, so you counterpicked yourself with your 1-4 champion.
Yeah.
And look, it's a manageable lane if you get a lot of snowball. So if Kindred spends all her time in the top lane, you can definitely run away with the lane. And Gnar behind doesn't do very much. But then you have to remember, Ryze is going to need help. That's always, especially against Cassiopeia, a kill lane for the Cassio. Ashe and Alistar certainly no guarantee in the Sivir Braum matchup either. So a lane swap start, I think, is essential for ESC ever to dodge the 1v1 matchup between Trundle and Gnar for as long as possible. And then it's going to be on Bless to level up his performance. Struggled 0-4-2 on this same Kindred pick in game 1. He's going to need to adapt. He's going to need to improve, because otherwise I worry that ESC ever could be steamrolled by Samsung. And Samsung aren't even a team known to steamroll their opposition.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for ESC ever going into game number 2 here. And you got to wonder too, you know, where's their mentality at after that first game, you know, came so close. That's definitely a bit of a tough pill to swallow if you're ESC ever. And now picking themselves into some tough matchups. I don't know, it's gonna be interesting.
No guarantee of struggle street. Again, a successful lane swap into some snowball from Bless and things can go differently. Bless has been a very consistent performer in a season where everyone on the side of ESC ever has wavered in their level of performance. So it's got to be that jungle. It's got to be a big impact on the Kindred to justify both the pick and the draft from ESC ever.
True enough. Well, we will see if Ever can put together a Game 2 win and tie things up against Samsung, 4-set Game 3, or if Samsung will get that much-desired 2-0 to kind of kick off their round 2 in a good way. Could go either way. Looking pretty good for Samsung. Let's see if they can close it out. Time to get into Game 2. And, oh, it's a Cloud Drake. Oh, hooray. ESC Ever versus Samsung game number 2 as we move into Summoner's Rift. And we'll see if Ever can tie things up.
The moment I talk about the importance of a lane swap, it's no coincidence that Samsung very aggressively invading. I saw on my monitor, worst scene, Bless was just holding around his blue side, and Samsung 4-man invaded for vision. So deep wards for both teams. Really imperative for ESC Ever that they find this lane swap to dodge out what will be a very painful early laning phase.
We'll see if they're able to do that. Loken and Key on the enemy side going for maybe the Gromp, maybe a little bit of cheese. We'll see. Crown, meanwhile, in the mid lane against Temp. This is actually going to be the first Cassiopeia game for Crown this season.
Everyone's in the bottom lane. Look at this. ESC Ever's doing something different. They're proxying and they're having crazy jungle follow. So this is a big difference from what Samsung will definitely be surprised with what they're seeing. So they're taking a camp, getting some experience onto Crazy. Let's see what Crazy wants to do now. In fact, will they just continue proxying? They're just going to follow in the minion wave. And this will actually lead to a reverse push, so they're investing pretty heavily here into setting up Crazy, just not in a manner that we've seen previously in Champions this season.
Well, I mean, we talked about it. This is a rough lane for Trundle if they put him in the 1v1, so just doing everything they can to help his pick get off to a good start.
So that, of course, this will hinder in some ways. All three of them getting experience together means that it's shared among three, so they're going to be much slower in experience. But what happens with the early lanes is when you get those deep invades, you only have guaranteed vision over half the map. You have no information about the other half. So getting a lane swap is actually very risky because if you make a mistake, you're going to be out of vision, so you can't really start a camp because you're not sure where the enemy vision is or where the enemy are.
Yeah.
So you just have to go for guarantees. The only guarantee they had was that there will be no dissension around this side of the map, and that's why they invest all three just to ensure that they don't get standard lanes, but they do get something out of the early game at the cost of specifically experience and in general, a lot of minions dying for free because they just have access to less lanes than Samsung did.
Sure. That first lane will go down in favor of ESC Ever. First turret anyway, rather. And do you think they can get back in time to save the top lane, Tier 1?
I mean, the issue there is that you get back with less experience and gold on your 2v2. So the 2v2 have taken a big hit to give Crazy some semblance of an early game. So at least they understand the scenario they put themselves in, but all of this is necessitated by taking that Trundle when Nara had already been selected on the side of Samsung.
Yeah. Recall coming in from Wraith. Ambition still there. Looks like that turret will just barely go down before ESC Ever can get back to it.
Level 2 on Loken, level 3 on Ruler. So significant experience advantage for Samsung. Will we see standard lane? So we're going to see Samsung enact that lane swap, and okay, ESC will continue the lane swap. They'll leave Trundle in bot. So the reason why Trundle's the big winner here is that although he's sharing experience 3 ways for those first couple of minion waves, with the changes in jungle experience, you don't get a lot of experience when you continue a jungle follow. Yeah. So it's probably a bit more experience, honestly, just sapping experience with the 3. And then because they were proxying waves, they guaranteed a reverse freeze. So Trundle, when they left the lane, was always going to pick up more minions than the Gnar. 9 minions to 2. More experience. Crazy's the big winner, but it's still, it was a pretty big risk to pull it off, but actually it's nice to see some innovation in the lane swap, given that they needed to avoid the 1v1.
Seems like it worked. Ambition, meanwhile, just kind of farming in his own jungle. Loken starting to work on the Tier 1 up in top lane. Looks like they'll just continue with the lane swap. Oh, goody.
It's been an interesting one, though. I give it credit where credit's due. It's not been just the mirror swaps, which is good to see. And honestly, surprisingly, we haven't seen mirror swaps much. If I think about the last few series I've cast, it's been turrets going down the first turret and then people looking for the 2v2. For example, Ezreal's happy to go tier against Cull in the 2v2, which is interesting adaptation. We haven't seen just outer turrets going down, the EU lane swap that, of course, has been coined and famous for a long time. It's been subtle differences, which at least you can think and try and reason out who is the winner. For example, in this game, Loken and Key the losers, Crazy the big winner, given how the early lane swap has gone.
Yeah. So they will trade turrets again. No big emphasis on the Drake yet from either side, since it is that Cloud Drake.
Oh, Cloud Drake. How sad. How the weak have fallen, I guess. They were never mighty.
How the weak have stayed weak.
The other cost of a lane swap is that Tempt was going to be in an isolated mid lane matchup against the Cassiopeia, which is a counter lane, so there is always the chance that when you guarantee that it's honestly fairly 1v1, because of course junglers need to path around the map to help with the lane swap, that Cassiopeia will just harass down and zone this Rise. Well, that hasn't been the case so far.
No, Tempt has been staying close in CS, dead even with this Cassiopeia. So all in all, pretty good start for the Rise.
I like the Rise build path will help him in dealing with Cassio, though. Both of them start with tier, but from there, Cassio will build combat stats, and the Rod of Ages, of course, delayed power. The base values are always going to be higher on those Cassiopeia single damage trades, so going to be pretty happy as Cuvée hops away from the Alistar.
Alright, well, Ever does claim the Rift Coward. Cowardly crab thing.
It's a fun world, that's the official title for the Rift Herald.
It's true. Rift Herald will go chill out with Cloud Drake. You know, we're hard on Shen, but we're much harder on the minions, or the jungle monsters, rather.
It's true.
Shen probably deserves it more, though.
Well, Shen is loud and proud, but he's a ninja, so that's the opposite of what he should be.
That's true.
It's really quite strange, actually.
You want to be, you can still be proud of your ninja, but you want to be quiet about it.
Sure.
Silently proud.
Shen the librarian.
It's true. Proud librarian.
Wow, we're seeing Loken actually. Because he's pushed in the minion wave and has no vision, his only vision is around the enemy blue, so why not claim it for himself?
I guess so.
Not going to be a massive amount of experience, but Essence Reaver, it's a lot of extra mana regen to potentially push waves.
Taking that away from Cassiopeia, too, is really nice. And if you've got a chance, yeah, why not go for it?
Yeah, completely unbeknownst to Samsung, there's no vision yet. It's been established, so they would just assume that Ashe is coming top.
Oh, flash body slam. There's the explosive cast onto Bless, too. Bless going for the run, trying to get away. That Braum passive not close to being popped yet. Doesn't matter. They get the kill anyway. Crown picks that one up. And Samsung really responding well there.
And that was an interesting thing that ESC had to be more defensive as well. They're going to go offensive.
And knock up onto Ambition. Wraith and Ambition just going to dash away. They're going to be fine, though.
But you just have to think of the incomplete information, Doa, because they didn't know where Ashe was, but of course, the conventional wisdom was that Ashe was swapping back to bottom lane and would have been involved in the fight around this blue buff, but instead Ashe is walking down the minion wave, so they're going to be outnumbered for sure. So what could have just been a trade of blue buffs is ESC trying to get both without enough resources. Samsung, credit to them, being aggressive, good pathing from Ambition to contest. They played around their strong side and Prophet with an extra kill, just first blood onto the Cassiopeia.
That's big for Crown to be able to get that. And also got the blue buff too, which we mentioned is pretty nice to have if you're Cassiopeia. You do end up losing, or using rather, a lot of mana very quickly early on.
Even though Tempt wasn't forced to use a summoner, you can see that its build path has already been impacted. Ryze wants to get Rod of Ages as fast as possible, but when you're investing a considerable amount of gold in Merc Treads as the first completed item, lets you know that this Ryze stacking is being delayed, and that's because he's against the Cassiopeia and needs to show respect for a tricky lane matchup.
And it's surprising that Ryze even needs to buy boots, because if you look at his model, clearly he's already wearing.
Cassiopeia notably doesn't need to buy boots.
No. Doesn't even have feet.
Finally, Riot make a law-appropriate change.
There you go. Maybe she can buy like one sock or something. It's tier 2 taking a lot of damage, but Samsung unable to close it out.
Crazy is still the big winner. You can see him on your screen now, considerably doubling the CS of Gnar. Everything about the early game from ESC was about helping out the Trundle, so we'll soon see as the game develops whether that was a sound investment, because it could have just been avoided. They could have just not opted into this matchup, but they really wanted Trundle in this comp. We'll wait and see whether it was worth a very interesting early game lane swap to guarantee a relevant Trundle.
I mean, he's doubling the CS of Cube right now, so I mean, they really have this Trundle doing about as well as I suppose you could hope the Trundle can do.
And
but
you
yeah,
look
it's
at
all
the
about
comp,
that late.
you look at the comp, and it's like the Trundle will obviously be strong in these fights. The ability to use the pillar around a Cassiopeia to stop her, getting the consistent single target damage is relevant. You see her trying the dragon. They walk over a pink ward, so they are in vision, but it's just Cloud, so at the end of the day, Samsung don't need to invest everything in it. The one small point I want to mention is that you don't necessarily have to frame this around making the Trundle work. It's also holding back a Gnar, because we've seen if Gnar has to go for one of these offensive build paths, but is just behind, you know, is only an ult bot, then dies in the middle of fights. Gnar being held back is probably even more important than Trundle being far ahead.
That's a good point. Very true. Crown's starting to pull ahead a bit in this mid lane. CS-wise, although at the AD carry spot, Logan's still looking good over Ruler.
And Tempt is further behind than it even shows, because you have to again remember that the gold that he did find was not invested the way he wanted it to. You want to invest as quickly as possible in the Catalyst and thus the Rod of Ages. And the Merc Treads is significant to the point where if he hadn't have bought that, he'd be close to the Rod of Ages, but he didn't feel safe enough to actually rush it down. So the fact that he's behind 30 CS or so and also building suboptimally for Ryze's build path is a big concern for ESC ever.
Yeah. All right, maybe some action down the bot lane here with these pink wards.
Core coverage is really good from Ever. They have 2 around the mid lane, so giving as much insurance to Tempt as possible.
Yep.
Also one very aggressive that spotted out that previous blue buff spawn and actually has stuck there ever since. You know we're, of course, soon coming on to patch 6.13 and the swag wards, Doa, where the longer a ward sticks around, the more swaggy they look, I believe Riot actually said. So that would be an exalted ward over there by the blue buff.
Isn't that nice? It's all about those wards.
Yep. I mean, isn't that honestly the history of League of Legends Season 3 onwards? It's all about those wards.
I suppose it's true.
You probably think it's a game of killing champions, but no, it's a game of wards.
Well, I always said the wards are the most important items in the game for the reason that they let you kill more champions.
But see, the wards are still the operative in that. Extra benefit is the killing of champions.
Are the tool. They're the enabler, you know? I'm the one getting the kills.
I like to think that if you kill people, you can put down more aggressive wards.
You can do both.
And doesn't the game just end with the killing of a Nexus anyway?
Yeah, from what I've heard. Yep.
We'll remind you of that story in the next series.
I've observed this.
Someone needs to tell CJ and Jin about that.
I don't think they know.
Crazy once again finds himself a big minion wave. Now it's Samsung trying to make the fast moves. They're trying to punish the fact that ESC continue to play around this Trundle, just grouping with Gnar, ranged auto attacker, so very safe at helping to push down these turrets, but obviously getting about 20% turret on an inner turret, 20% damage on an inner turret's not the most relevant for ESC to worry about.
But if you do that 5 times, you get to knock the turret down.
And you see, if you could just walk between the two and just randomly auto them, that'd be great. But
sure.
There is risk and minion waves to consider. So at this point in the game, you see a winning, at least at setting up the crazy. Setting up the crazy does sound like a weird.
Setting up the crazy.
Yeah.
Setting up the crazy.
Yep. That was actually the original title for One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest, but
setting up the crazy.
Yeah.
That was the name of my early 90s alternative band, too. Setting up the crazy.
Was Crazy the hit single from the first album?
No.
I thought I'd seen it.
It was called Setting Up the.
Oh.
That was it.
You were really counterculture back then, weren't you?
We so counterculture.
Well, everyone's pushing in minion waves till it's too risky, and then the other team is getting that minion wave and killing it.
That's true. Super exciting.
Sometimes the game speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So I watch Euronews a lot, and on Euronews they have presented without comments part of the news, where it's like some atrocities happening or something terrible or something great, and they don't have anybody speaking over it. I feel like this part of the laning phase is that.
Wow, an atrocity? Yeah, I'd agree.
I was going to go for no comment necessary, but...
Oh, okay. I misread what you were trying to say. My bad.
You're probably not alone in thinking like that.
1 minute till the next Drake.
Is it another Cloud?
Maybe. We can assume as such.
We should assume as such. It's the safest thing to do.
You know, you're right. Whoa, flash engage onto Bless and Key from the Samsung side of things, but doesn't look like they can really pick up any kills off of this. They may be able to turn it into a dragon, maybe some damage on the mid lane turret.
There's a lot of maybes, but the guarantee is that Bless needs to recall and needs time to sustain through, so they should at least have pressure around mid and potentially pressure around wards.
Yeah.
That's an Ash Arrow.
That's a big engage from Key. He's going to have to flash away from it, though. Exhaust comes down on attempt, and you know, they thought maybe they caught Samsung a little bit too close to the turret, but already we're seeing ESC having a bit of trouble.
Loken opened with an Ash Arrow onto Gragas, then there was a combo that was flashed away from Key, so clearly not the full heart into making that particular engage. Already you can tell communication between these members not at a premium.
Wraith trying to block as much damage from that Rise as possible, and Tempt actually taking a lot in return.
And Bless, Tempt, and Loken walking up with those health bars. Basically says Samsung free Drake. There's no way for those 3 health bars to contest the start of this Drake. Once again, we still don't know which type of Drake it is. Oh, it's an Ocean Drake.
Ocean Drake, all right. Well, that's something anyway.
Didn't mention it during the draft, but just like Azir, Cassiopeia uniquely strong at taking down Barons and the Dragons with her single target damage. So
very true.
At the moment we take over 20 minutes, you do worry about potentially Ambition and Crown being able to solo out a Baron.
Yeah, it is a risk you definitely need to think about.
Let's see, being smart, they know the Drake's been started, so they're just playing around the top side of the map. They've already taken the red buff. Les hasn't walked over any wards, but will not stick around to potentially get a catch onto Ruler. This is the one part of the game where Ruler first fell flat. He had that excellent first 8 games, then he was caught out multiple times against SK Telecom, taking minion waves, just trying to clear them too aggressively, but you could see he was just waiting around his inner turret, so he's really tightened up his play a little bit in that regard. Die minions.
Wow, jeez. Die, die, die.
I mean, they explode into piles of gold, so
that is
pinatas
true.
Effectively.
It is a lot of incentive to kill those minions.
This game would be much more humane if they were just pinatas running at each other.
We're kind of hopping stiffly.
Yeah.
So pinatas don't really...
Well, we're on Summoner's Rift, so I guess they could be some pinata hybrid.
Magic pinata?
Yeah, magic pinata, sure. Shen's got a magic sword. Magic's all over them.
What if he was just followed around by a pinata? That'd be cool, I guess.
Surprise party, Shen. I've got a skin idea right there.
I think we are long overdue for a surprise party, Shen. I think you're absolutely right, man.
What does he shout when he taunts people?
I don't know.
Surprise!
Surprise!
Would you cosplay as Surprise Party Shen if Ryan made the skin?
Absolutely. Of course. I mean, because it's sort of like one of those surprises that you know it's coming, because you can see him coming in with the Sand United, you know, but it's a surprise when he activates it, I guess, sometimes.
But Riot's been trivializing Shens. They've already stopped there being 2-on-1 broadcasts, so it's only singular Shen now.
R.I.P. and Peace Blank. He with the double pulverize into the Ash Arrow, but where's the follow-up from ESC ever? There we go. Bless and Temp coming in from the bottom, but it's just a bit disjointed, and Samsung kind of casually walks away. No summoners even needing to be used.
It's just such a low percentage play unless Key is right in position for the sort of headbutt pulverize that Wraith pulled off in game 1. No Trundle to block off the escape with a pillar, so they get nothing from, again, the investment of the Ash Arrow.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, Bless comes in, tries to steal that red buff away, but it will go to Ambition anyway.
Level advantage over Bless, so in a good spot to pick up that particular buff. Frozen Mallet was the first item completed by Cuvée, so despite his struggles, he's in a decent point CS-wise and will be able to harass down the Trundle.
Kind of seems like Samsung can take their time, though, in this game. Baron up now. A little bit early for that, I suppose, but we've been moving at such a relaxed pace. I feel like anyone could just go grab Baron at a time.
Well, the glacial pace of the game definitely suits Samsung. This is how they play their games. For some reason, Rise teleports. Kind of has to hang back anyway. Thought it was too risky to teleport here. Here comes Gragas.
Oh, big engage. Whoa, Loken getting blown up. Nearly goes down right off the bat here. Teleport coming in for Samsung as well. Getting onto Bless at Lamb's Respite, almost done. There's a kill for Bless. Before it ends, though, Samsung has to back away, so they tried to engage, and in the end, ESC Ever coming out with the kill.
It's a single kill. Do they have the health bars on their carries to actually push an objective? Remember, Tempt invested his teleport early, then Crazy teleports as well, so a lot of globals used to make that kill happen. They need more than just a single kill, and the wave clear on Samsung's side is very strong.
I mean, we did see Logan nearly die immediately at the beginning of that fight. They're going to lock down Ambition for a moment, but he's going to counter-engage. Ash Arrow used on the Cuvée, but Wraith right there to block a lot of that damage coming in. And I think you're absolutely right, Papa Smithy. I mean, Ever got that kill, but you know, can they really push it any farther without Samsung making mistakes first. Let's watch that engage again.
So Ambition tried the engage. He thought he was in the position to really make them pay, but no kills were confirmed. It was a really nice ultimate from Bless, and then Key punts in the Cassiopeia. They get the single kill, but after double teleport, using a lot of their flashes, you're still trying to push in a grouped mid lane situation against Gragas, Sivir, strong wave clear on the side of Samsung, so they don't get anything more. And ESC ever have to play around the fact that their ability to siege, despite having 3 ranged auto attackers, isn't great, and if Sivir lives especially, they hold very little hope of actually taking down objectives unless they play the map better, which is what double teleport should allow them to do.
True. Logan just pushing in that bot lane for the moment anyway.
It's been the new build for a lot of AD carries actually, with the Infinity Edge slight buff, 5 extra AD. People are experimenting with Infinity Edge first. Before those buffs, Infinity Edge was considered a bit like a death cap for ADs, in that you needed all the other stats to actually get the benefit out of the extra critical strike that the Infinity Edge passive provides. But
see that
champions like Ashe and Jhin do have innate synergy with critical strike, and also, you know, you get lucky, you get your RNG crit, you do have a lot of burst, and burst can be very relevant in those early trades before any armor is completed.
Looks like it'll be a Mountain Drake next. Going to be contested as it comes up right now. Crazy, a bit bigger on CS in this Gnar, and it looks like for now he can win these trades, but ooh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think long term it's going to be tough. Ambition caught though, gets knocked up. Ashero comes in, great chaining of the CC, and that's a really good pick for Samsung. They want this Mountain Drake. Meanwhile, Crazy still going after Kuve, forcing the flash out of that Gnar. Far enough ahead that it's working out, and getting that Mountain Drake, getting that kill, that's a big moment for ESC ever.
I mean, the combo was really nice, but I think the biggest story is told in the top lane. It didn't look like much. Nobody died in the trade, but you have to take the simple fact that because you're 20 CS up of a Gnar, which shouldn't happen, in the laning matchup, you take a lot of harass, you have to hang back, you pick up the scraps of a minion wave that Gnar allows you access to, normally when he's in the melee form because he can't harass you as much, that you should be an item behind and you should be heavily losing those trades. But even though Kuve has built for lane, he's going Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet. Now he's going Frozen Mallet first for a bit of investment, but it is going to be the Black Cleaver second. Building for lane, he lost a trade to Crazy to the extent that he had to flash. Crazy entered that fight with no flash of his own. That's a really big win, and that, I guess, vindicates 24 minutes of setting up this Trundle to be relevant this game.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. They made it work. Use that lane swap to their advantage. Now, can they close it out? That's the question. Can they force that game 3? They are even up in gold right now, but that Mountain Drake's certainly going to help quite a bit when it comes to knocking down those objectives.
And we were optimistic at this point in game 1, we have to remember, because Ever had a really good early game in game 1 until the point where they bit off more than they could chew, gave over some kills, and Samsung seized the game around 30 minutes. So. Sure. 25 minutes, couple of Drakes to their name. Certainly nothing guaranteed from the side of ESC ever.
Yeah. I mean, it did look like it was going well last game until a crucial mistake kind of turned things around.
And those mistakes can certainly may not happen this game, but also the options for Samsung are very high. Gragas against Ashe, for example. If Ashe's flash is down, you get bounced into a team fight, you're dead instantly to the single target damage of a Cassiopeia. Ryze also will get tanky, but we saw some pretty greedy builds in game 1 from Temp, so you bounce him in, off chance you can explode one person. That's what Cassiopeia does. It's why team fights are difficult for her, is that her damage is almost entirely single target focused. You take down either Ryze or Ashe, and this comp from ESC falls apart. So there is still definitely tools available to Samsung to exploit their win conditions in fights.
Yeah. Tempt kind of quietly getting stronger on that Ryze too. Something to think about.
Not Magic Mantle means maybe this time we won't see something like a Death Cap third item, which was his choice in game 1. I think Guardian Angel, and being another frontliner, given that he's got the squishier Kindred and Ashe, is probably a smart idea from Tempt.
Maybe. Time to dance around this Baron.
They've managed to not necessarily get a pink ward on the Baron, but both the teleport users were pushing up, so trying to force things around the map. Rise goes back. Blasting one means it's not going to be Guardian Angel just now for attempt, but lanes reset. ESC not pushing aggressive enough to actually take a Baron, which, given that their Baron damage, maybe they don't have a Cassiopeia, it's still very high. So assertive moves around Baron is what ESC pulled off in Game 1, and I'd like to see it again in Game 2.
Very true.
So they varied the lane assignment a little bit. You're seeing that Rise was actually entering lane against the Gnar, mainly because double laning items means it's pretty damn hard for Trundle to actually win this lane unless he gets significant armor items. So smarter just to put Rise in the matchup and have some kill pressure against the very low magic resist on Cuvée.
Yep, Crazy's starting to walk up. Sees that Samsung might be motioning towards this Baron. Just getting some vision down, though.
They're just trading farm, which, again, came back to haunt ESC ever in Game 1 as Samsung. And their trademark smart decisions in the late game carried them through.
They trademarked that.
They did.
That's
They got it early, so before the trademark
say,
court really understood that it was an important trademark for League of Legends purposes.
They got the trademark on late game decisions. Wow.
Somehow CLGEU just never filed back in the day, so their loss, I guess.
Yep. Snooze, you lose.
Sounds like a promotion Jin Air should run.
You snooze, you lose.
A slow late game team.
Oh, that's true. I thought it was going to tie in with airplanes somehow. I mean, you shouldn't sleep while flying an airplane, that's for sure.
We shouldn't sleep on the great deals we've got for going overseas, Doa.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say.
Jin Air spokesman.
Would you really want to be that?
For business inquiries, send your emails to.
Get your sad plane JPG plushie right here.
What would a sad plane JPG plushie be like?
Probably like the JPG picture, only 3-dimensional.
Would it lose something in a third dimension though? It's so perfect in 2.
I think it translates pretty well to stuffed animal form. Or stuffed plane, I guess.
Just go to Korean Air and just explain the situation to them. They'll produce them. Don't worry about it.
Like, well, your team loses a lot, and when they do, we post this hilarious picture of a sad airplane.
Do you pitch glad plane or sad plane though?
Probably want to start with glad. Flash drop ultimate. Raid doesn't hit anyone with it though. Key getting aggressive with that Alistar, not finding really the engage that they want to though. Teleport used though. For both Crazy and Tempt.
But that's so disciplined from Samsung. The moment they see a single teleport come through, they realize it could be 2. They back away, and they still have their teleporters.
Whoa, Ash Arrow misses, though, from Loken. Flash onto, whoa, nice ult from Crown, turning it right around, gets 1 kill right off the bat. Lamb's Respite, keeping Crown alive for the moment anyway. Not too long, though, as Tempt manages to pick up the kill on the Rise. I thought that was going to go much better for Samsung than it did, but they were able to trade 1 for 1.
Still, they were disciplined around the teleports, and then the team fight, ESC did the opposite. You have to say, going for a flash engage when that Ash Arrow goes wide is a risky play, and it ends up being punished. It does end up with Crown trading for Logan, so it is a 1 for 1, but should have been cleaner from ESC ever, who now have to deal with this Gnar with teleport. They want to draw him down, so I guess starting the Drake is probably the smartest way they have to force the teleport.
Oh, Key caught out though.
No
this
ultimate.
Could be bad, yeah. No ultimate. Meanwhile, the Drake does get taken by ESC ever. They gave him their support to do it. Wraith gets blown up though in the ensuing fight. Bless flashing ahead, trying to get the kill on the Ruler. He can't do it. Instead, Ruler picks up the double on that Sivir. Now the 3v2. Tempt the only one left though for ESC ever. He's going to get destroyed from the teleport. Cuvée joining the fight there, and only Crazy making it out of that one.
Crazy needs to be frontline. That's the sort of pain that Samsung can put forward. It was a good move by them to punish a lack of teleport, and wow, they're going to actually try for the Baron as well. Cassiopeia's not there yet, but the moment she shows up, the Baron damage is real.
Yeah, and that moment is right now. Crown, immediately made a beeline, or maybe a snake line in this case, to the Baron pit, and that's going to mean a very fast Baron for Samsung.
No way for Crazy to contest, and in Crazy's positioning was towards the back of the fight rather than necessarily peeling for carries, but honestly difficult to do when one of your carries is already dead before the fight started. It's good target selection from Samsung. They couldn't actually commit to the Drake fight with Crown dead, but they take away Alistar with no ult. They're fighting here. You see Ruler in the backline. While he's zerged down, it's at a pretty big cost. It means that Bless was completely out of position. Sorry, Bless was out of position, looking for that fight. Didn't actually die. Nice Gnar ultimate onto just the ridge there. Confirms the kill on the next member as well. And I think we've once again reached that point where Samsung looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, ESC Ever certainly put up a fight, and they did a good job of getting that Trundle ahead in the early game. When it comes down to it, Samsung just looks like the stronger team late game.
ESC seemed to understand what they need to do. They had a really nice lane swap in level 1. They set that all up. It's almost like they've read the first 3 pages of the manual, but stopped at page 4 where they really explain how to actually win the game from the smart things they've set up in the early game, and that's coming to the cost of them against the team that only seems to read the 4th page and kind of makes it up in the early game.
They just like to read the end. Might be the end soon for ESC Ever. Samsung pushes down this mid lane with the Baron buff. Crown able to zone with that Cassiopeia. Meanwhile, Kuve just takes the bottom lane tier 2. That's 2 turrets instantly gone. And Samsung continuing to push, 6,000 gold lead, and they are looking pretty good.
We're going to get some damage in here. Sivir pops the ult.
Yep, that's right. Deciding to go into the last fight. Key knocked back into the team, decides to counter engage onto Crown, but no follow-up from ESC Ever. This is going to be all Samsung as the kills start to roll in, and this could be the end of the game. Yep. Stopped by Gnar, stopped by Crown, gets the double kill on that Cassiopeia, and that is going to be it. So Samsung looking a bit shaky in game number 1. Able to pull it out at the last moment, but game number 2 looking much better, I would say. And it's going to be a 2-0 that this team needed very badly. Hot start to round number 1. Fell off a lot, but it looks like round number 2 going well so far. GG.
It was just really disciplined stuff, though. Samsung knew what they needed to do. They were surprised by the level 1, as we all were, but they thought it out from there. Even with the Gnar behind, they played around it. Their team fights were spectacular. Good shot calling in terms of choosing their targets as well. I love the fact that they realized, okay, Drake's being started. We could call for a teleport, but this Alistar has no ult, has half health. Let's take him down before the fight starts. From there, Samsung, they thought their way through, and this is what this team is known for. They think their way through because they're not the strongest in the early game, but they're very good at assessing, this is where we're powerful, this is where we're weak. Let's use our power to win the game, and ESC Ever, unfortunately, they got themselves into powerful positions, but the finishing the game part, that's the part they don't have down pat just yet.
You know, the thing is with ESC Ever is that as far as a new team in the league coming in, they're looking pretty good. For one of the teams where this is, you know, quote-unquote their rookie season in LCK, it's a good start.
Isn't it fun that we live in a world where both promoted teams are actually at a chance of winning series? We don't have a Kongdu Monster this season. We don't have a Speno this season. It's CJ and Longzhu, ironically, that are really occupying those bottom spots. So it's weird how the season has developed.
It is a bit strange. Pretty good damage results across the board for Samsung in that second game. Of course, Crown doing a lot of work on that Cassiopeia. And it is a hot evening in Seoul, South Korea.
Samsung beat Ever, then Ever beat SKT, and now Samsung, much easier than the last series, dispatched with Ever. So working out where Ever fall on the power rankings is going to be a really tricky one, but
yeah, I would say so. I mean, Samsung, though, with this big win, I mean, it is a big win because this moves them up to 7-3. They're still behind in game score due to that rough, few weeks in round 1, but they've positioned themselves to, maybe even make a run at one of those top 2 spots if things go well.
And when you think about it, 7-3 is actually better than it feels like Samsung's at, because all their wins were at the start of the season when they were really dominated. Then they had that struggle streak, but they're back to winning ways. It's going to be Rule Up picking up the MVP, 100% kill participation, so that's pretty nice.
When you don't really, try to kill anybody until the late game, I suppose it's easier to get that.
Well, you don't kill anyone.
It is what it is.
Then Sivir gets ult assists, and also Ricochet hits the whole team fight. So
that's true too.
She's pretty much the Janna of AD carry when it comes to getting assists for everything.
That's a good point.
That was a nice barrel from Ambition. This is when ESC Ever were a bit too cute. They had just taken away the enemy blue buff. We'll take ours as well. And Samsung were like, wait, we've got 4 or 5 people over here. We're just going to bulldoze you down. This was probably the most critical part of the match. It was after a 1-for-1 had happened. Samsung was smart, killed the Alistar. From there, Team fought well. Ruler, so slippery at the end of this fight, lives on just a single auto attack's worth of health, and actually manages to re-engage when Kuve gets the nice Gnar ultimate against the wall. But ESC Ever definitely played well in patches with Samsung. Their late game class, there's probably no other way to put it, but this is a classy late game team. And when they got to that late game, honestly, in the game 1 was a bit of an ESC Ever donation. Game 2, they did it pretty much on their own regards. They looked pretty comfortable in their victory.
I would say so. So Ruler gets the MVP alongside of Crown for game number 1, and that means it's time for a bit of a post-match interview, and Kevin will be doing some translating for us. Steve.
Thank you very much. So I'm Papa and I'm Steven. For a great cast for today's match, both of you guys. And now we're moving into interview booth with winner of today's match, Samsung. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Crown and Ruler. So congratulations for both of you. So Crown said after first round, it has been very long time since we came into Sangam Stadium. We were kind of worried, and we also had a lot of practice after first round. But today, as a first match in second round, it was pretty good for us. It was a good winning. It's a great start for a second round, I guess. Ruler saying that Ruler said I had a vacation, but I'm still a student in the high school, so I took a test, I took an exam, and he said I was very sleepy during the exam, so I take a nap. So they're making some jokes, and Dongjun's back to the game interview. And now Dongjun asked to the Crown about that you have mentioned that you're gonna take a lot of win throughout the whole season, but it wasn't that great in the first round, in the end of the first round. So what do you think about that? And then now Crown mentioning as like a first round, like we're doing great in the beginning of each round, but we don't know when we fall back or trip it down. But we tried our best to continue our condition like today's match. So I hope my fans keep cheering for us. So Cloud Temper asking about the pick of Seaver for the second round, like a after new patch. What do you think about that? And Ruler say he thinks that Seaver is pretty much good at clearing the line and also very strong in the end of the game. Like a second half, the Seaver is pretty great in dealing, so that's why we keep picking Seaver for during the game. So this kind of skill that really great pick these days when we compare to other AD carry champions like Lucian or other champions, is compare those champions. Seaver is pretty great pick. That's why our teams try to keep using it unless they get banned. So now Dongjun asked about the first game of today's match, and Crown said we had a lot of nervous because it's start of our new second round. But it was pretty tough in the first game, but I think we solved it out very well. We were very patient and wait until they had making a mistake, and they did. And now let's look at the highlight of getting a solo kill from Victor, getting a rise. So Crown was like, oh, and then suddenly the Rise had a mistake during the choosing a direction, going left or right. So that's why I used ultimate to get him. So Crown doesn't know is it mistake or what he did was a mistake or not. But I think I took a great opportunity to get him in that fight in my solo kill. So. So at that lane we were both keep farming with the Cribs, but he tried to make a decision to get back to his teammate, but he didn't make a great choice. That's why I had a chance to get a solo kill. So Cloud Temper asking about the first round match. And then Ruler say race and ambition made a call about be patient and keep waiting until they make a mistake, and I think they did. So I think in that part we did a great job during the team fight. So Dongjun's talking about new meta, about like kind of top lane and what kind of like a new change happened like every game you guys have practice or scrim? What kind of meta has been came? And Crown said there's a pick that keep used by like a lot of players. Those kind of picks are meant to be like not randomly picked. It's a pick that when you play against other team, if you keep playing without making any mistake, will definitely win during the game. That's why it's a pick that has been like chosen, like for example like Victor or Silver. So those kind of picks that we use every game, we when we don't make any mistake or use a lot of great combination like Shen, those kind of picks kind of helpful to win the game. I think that's those kind of new meta change is based on those picks. So now like Cloud Templar saying that to Ruler, where's your old passionate going away? Because and then like Ruler's kind of shy and Cloud Templar tried to cheer him up. Don't forget about the gum situation because he had a chewing gum in the first interview. So Cloud Templar told him to get away with that. And he's kind of nervous. And then Cloud Templar talk about his solo kill by Locken for today's match. So he's asking that part. And then Ruler said, "Oh, I made a mistake," and he said that in that part, "Oh, I would definitely die." He just said that. And then Dongjin said, "Is it really matter or it didn't matter?" And then Ruler said that that solo kill, that part, that highlight was pretty bad for me, but overall combination was very good for us in the after second half. So that's why it really didn't that hugely matter, but I will try to lessen my mistake. And now they move on to the next video highlight in the second game. So Dongjun asked about what kind of call we're going. And then Ambition made a call that Alistar don't have flash. So we should get Alistar first and we should be patient after that. And then we had a good call that we had a good teleport from QV came to us and it was great. It's a pretty great team fight. So it was easy for us to win against ESC Ever in the second match. Now Dongjun said, "What's the reason of winning today's match?" And Crown said, "Right here, I'm here. I'm the one who got this game today." And now the Cloud Templar questioning about those Ambitions play. And then the Crown said, "I was quite weird that he was just level 3 and I don't know why he came in, but it was pretty tough during the lane fight because he died, he gave a kill to other team. But overall, except that, I think we did pretty good." So again, now they're also making fun of Ambition again while they're having an interview, and Crown keeps saying that because of that, I had a very hard time during the mid lane fight. But overall, it was pretty good. So now Cloud Templar asking to Ruler about his making a call. And now he's saying that even though you make a lot of mistakes today, your teammate did a great job, and what do you think about that? And then Ruler have mentioned it back that I picked Seaver for helping a teammate, and there was some team fight were going on after all. Our teammate were so good. That's it. We won the game, and that's what he said. And then Dongjun also asked about what about the lane fight, and then and then Ruler said that's the reason I picked Seaver because he's really good in the lane fight. And now they're saying that why you're laughing, Crown. And Crown says this interview right now is really fun for us, exciting. And now Cloud Templar asking about QV. And now Crown say, QV is pretty fine. He did pretty good job on the top lane. So Dongjun say you guys have won today's game and it's the starting of second round. So Crown, please tell us to your fan or other fans about how's the second overall, how it's gonna be. And then Crown said, as first round we did a great start, but you know that the first round we had a very bad memory in the end of the first round, but second round we were gonna keep winning again, and we will be back to the world champions. And that's overall interview, and thank you very much, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks for translating, Steven. You see, there's so many of these translators. They go by so quickly, you know?
Kevin's been lost to us, unfortunately, Noah.
That's true, long gone. Samsung versus ESC Ever. They get the 2-0, and it didn't always look like the cleanest affair. Game number 1 was a bit rough early on, but again, you know, a 2-0 for Samsung is big, like we mentioned earlier. Pushes them up to 7-3, 1 game behind KT Rolster, 1 game behind Rocks Tigers, although Rocks Tigers is 7-2, so doing a little bit better there. Either way, good start to the second round for Samsung.
And it's an important one, because remember, they started the season 4-0, and then they were suddenly 6-3 before their series, so they had lost more than they'd won. Bit of a steadying series, important to take that win over ESC, but that means they're third. This is definitely a team that's going to probably play, at least spoil in terms of playoffs, but we've got another set for you in about another hour. Jin versus CJ, which could definitely be a long one, unless the story's changed a bit for these two teams.
We'll see. Exactly 1 hour from now, so you've got a little bit of time. Jin Green Wings versus CJ. ENTUS should be pretty long and maybe good, probably. we'll see.
Maybe we'll get more Malzahar top. That's fun.
Maybe we will. Maybe we will. We know Trace has been really practicing some of those more carry-oriented top laners. He wants to come in with something a little bit stronger in the second round, looking a little bit weak in the first round too. We'll talk a lot about it then. But yeah, that's going to be our next one. So make sure you stick around on twitch.tv/LCK1. I don't even need to tell you. You're already on it. You're already on the site. Just stay here.
Don't need to advertise.
Yeah.
We're already here. And guess what, guys? Shy will be playing again from the start of the series this time. So maybe he's got something fun to show us. We're still waiting for our first Elawi in the LCK, and maybe this is the game for it.
Maybe. You know, I mean, Shy looked pretty good, honestly, on that Trundle. I don't think he was the reason why CJ lost that last game. But it's interesting to see them stick with him, you know, because we didn't think that he was really going to be playing much at all, if ever, again.
225 days off, but he's back to play again.
That's right. So 1 hour from now, guys, come back for the second match of the day here on LCK Summer. Thanks for watching the first one. We'll see you then in just a bit.
It's just a little bit.
A little bit. Like, oh, time for a break, maybe, right? How about now?
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just want to hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby. Yes, no, maybe. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Hey, Dad, will we blow the wall? Pick up the pieces, good, ain't that good? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down and over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff and pick up. Putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except no, decline.
Coming up next, Jin Green Wings, CJ ENTUS, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
대낮부터 이게 뭐 하는 짓인지. 빨리 찍고 오세요, 저거. 뭐 찍으세요? 꽤 먼, 이거 꽤 기네요. 못 뛰어. 왜 뛰어? 저긴가? 저기가 상암 인스타디움 아니에요, 저기? 택시 타세요, 택시. 뭐 걷는 것도 걷는데 불가능하진 않아요. 오늘 또 이 상암 OGN 스타디움 탐방기의 이제 시작을 이곳 디지털 미디어 시티에서 과연 OGN 스타디움까지 얼마나 걸리는지 제가 한번 직접 체험해보는 그런 시간을 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 기나긴 여정이 될 것 같아요. 직진하시면 돼요, 계속 직진. 걸을만 해요, 여러분들. 큰 길 나올 때까지 계속 직진하시면 돼요. 자, 여기 큰 길이 나왔죠? 보시면 여기 보세요. 이제 YTN 건물도 보이고 여기 보입니다. 여기가 큰 길인데 저기 S플래스 센터 표지판이 보여요. 삼거리, 상암 삼거리 오시면. 여러분들이 함정카드가 저렇게 표지판 돼 있으면 되게 금방 나올 것 같잖아요. 근데 사실 저렇게 표지판 돼 있으면 한참 아직도 남았다는 거예요. 파란불. 파란불 때는 항상 좌우를 살피셔서 차가 신호위반 하지 않는지 확인하시고 가셔야 됩니다. 건너서 바로 좌회전에 쭉 가면 됩니다. 쭉 가시면 이제 돼요. 별거 없죠? 그냥 딱딱 가면 돼요. 복잡하지 않습니다. 길 자체는 복잡하지 않아요. 더럽게 덥네. 진짜 덥다 오늘. 여긴 뭐야? 여기 무슨 건물이에요? 나빴어요. 보행자 우선 아닙니까? 왜 자기가 빵빵대지? 거의 다 왔어요. 진짜 다 왔어. 여기 서울 상암초등학교가 보이네. 여기서 좀만 더 가면 돼요. 이제 끝. 거의 다 진짜 다 왔어요. 다 왔어요, 진짜로. 이제 진짜 다 왔어요. 멀다, 근데. 생각보다 가깝다고 했는데 힘드네요. 걷지 마세요, 여러분들. 운동 삼아 걸으실 분들이나 걷고 택시 타세요, 택시. 여기죠? 다 왔습니다, 이제. 진짜 다 왔습니다. 이거 얼마나 걸렸어요? 얼마나 걸린지 시간 안 쟀네? 20분? 15분? 걸을만 하네. 그러니까 이게 막 절대 안 돼, 절대 뭐 이런 수준은 아니에요. 걸을 수는 있어요. 조금 힘들어요. 이번에는 수색역에서 어떻게 OGN 스타디움으로 갈 수 있는지 제가 또 길을 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 일단 수색역에 도착을 하면 1번 출구로 나오셔야 돼요. 1번 출구에 나오면 이런 풍경이 펼쳐지게 됩니다. 보시면은 저 MBC가 보여요, 왼쪽에. 뭐 공명강 나오죠. 저쪽 쪽으로 가야 돼요. 건너야 된다는 거죠. 많은 분들이 어떻게 건너지 하면서 막 당황하실 수가 있습니다. 하지만 당황하지 마세요. 제가 알려드리겠습니다. 보면 저기 큰 길가가 나오죠? 전당포 있네, 전당포. 원빈님 계신 거 아니야? 그럼 바로 파출소 지나서 이쪽! 여기입니다, 바로. 이쪽으로 가시면 돼요. 이 길입니다. 잘 기억하세요. 바로 파출소 옆에 있는 길. 내려가시죠. 여러분들 여기가 작년 스프링 때 페이커 선수의 티저를 찍었던 곳이라고 합니다. 근데 여기는 지하라 그런지 좀 시원하네. 이게 뭐네? 이거 꽤 기네요. 꽤 기네. 불다리가 이제 거의 다 끝났습니다. 뭐요? 이제 여기로 올라오시면 됩니다. 바로 앞에 보여요. 여기가 성암 삼거리. 아까는 저기서 이렇게 온 건데 이제 여기서 이렇게 온 거죠. 그래서 이쪽으로 쭉 올라가시면 아까 그 왔던 길인 거예요. 물론 제가 쭉 올라가서 보여드릴 수도 있어요. 하지만 똑같은 걸 또 반복하는 것이 얼마나 우매한 짓인가를 여러분들도 알고 있고 저희도 알고 있기 때문에 이 이후의 영상은 아까 그 영상으로 대체하겠습니다. 컨트롤 C, 컨트롤 V, 편집 다 하면은 뭐 기가 막힌 거죠. 더럽게 덥네. 거의 다 왔어요. 진짜 다 왔어. 거의 다 진짜 다 왔어요. 이제 진짜 다 왔어요. 걷지 마세요, 여러분. 운동 삼아 걸으실 분들이나 걷고 택시 타세요, 택시.
그래서 인터뷰에 대해서 안타까움을 표시하셨었는데 어떻게 좀 만족스러우신가요?
좀 칙칙한 것 같아요.
내가 왜 여기서 이러고 있는지
아니, 프레이 선수의 잘생긴 얼굴을 보고 있노라니 잠깐 제가 넋이 나가서. 짜최 몇이냐?
3개 정도. 이 롤은 2년 전에 질렸고요.
김동준 해설이 등장했거든요. 실물로 보시니까 혹시 어떤가요?
잘생기고 몸이 좋으시기 때문에 많이 닮으신 것 같아요.
정말 잘생긴 두 분이랑 이렇게 인터뷰하게 돼서 기분이 너무 좋습니다.
아니, 프레이 선수가 LOL 판에서 사실 3대 미남 정도 들어가잖아요. 네. 아 진짜 영광입니다.
감독님이 진짜 명장 감독님이 진짜 명장 발동하셔가지고 진짜 영병술 완벽하게 하신 것 같습니다.
프레이 형이랑 이제 2년 정도 됐거든요. 근데 아직까지는 잘 모르겠고요.
똑똑한 사람 알아본다고?
예.
못 알아보네요.
원딜을 바꾸고 싶다.
상현이 형이 연습 좀 더 해야겠어요. 한번 나왔다고 좀 이게 올라왔던 것 같은데 항상 개 못하는 것 같아요. 저희랑 렉사이가 탱커인데 갑자기 보셨어요?
그래서
앞에 두 명 피하는 거 보셨어요? 제가 볼 때는 세 명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요. 유지가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저런 킬은 아예 의미가 없습니다. 죽어도 상관이 없어요. 좀 이상한 말을 해서 이득은 아닌데 이득은 아닌데 최선이었어요.
뭐 싸우시는 거예요?
제가 많이 부진한 모습 많이 보여드려서 실망 많이 하셨을 텐데 이제는
당연히 이기겠지만 이길 생각으로 해야겠지만 뭔 소리죠? 저희랑 아프리카예요?
아니요. 지금 다음 경기가 예정되어 있어서
아프리카 TV요?
아예 제가
아프리카요?
지금 말을 잘 못해서 죄송합니다.
네.
정확히 오더를 내린 선수는 없었던 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니요. 기억이 안 나서
혼나는 경우가 있나요?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
분위기가 살짝 시무룩한 것
그렇죠.
같아요. 엠비선 선수는 여기 못 왔어요 지금.
숙소에는 있으니까.
정신을 좀 헤매는 사람들이 있으면 좀 정신 차리자.
저희 좀 달라졌죠 요즘?
네, 완전하시는 것 같아요.
감사합니다. 예.
Today's matchup. Jinair Green Wings. CJ ENTUS. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, it's LCK Summer time. Time for Piggyback Broadcast. Jinair versus CJ in our second best of 3 of the day. How about that?
Should be a riveting match, though. I was so excited that I changed my clothes. That's how excited I was.
Me too. I was just sweating so much with anticipation. I had to change into a different shirt. And a vest.
Yes.
Yep, of course.
Piggyback vest.
As you do.
It's going to be an interesting one. You might not think that. I mean, it's 5th versus 10th. These are teams that play out very long games. But my excitement is around the fact that Shy's back. That's still exciting.
Well, that is true. I mean, and he played a good game on Trundle in the one game we saw him play so far this season.
What now, though? Does he have these special champions? Because when Shy, of course, started his career, played a lot of Singed, played a lot of the meta picks back then, but he innovated too. That's the thing that people might forget. The top lane rise that became very standard for a long time. Other picks that he was known for. His Shen last season even. Last year, I guess you should say. The last time he was playing was very impressive. Not necessarily innovative, but he has definitely had his moments, and at one point could realistically have been the best top laner in the world. So he's had a lot of time away. He's back in, and we're not really sure what prompted that. I haven't read an interview about what's prompted his return, because, again, we thought that he was basically there for moral support or to be one of the elder statesmen of a struggling lineup. But he's getting in there. He's going to get dirty, and I'm excited to see, does he have something special to show us?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, too, CJ also playing Sky again today. So, I mean, it's kind of more questions. What happened to BDD? Why is this guy who everybody thought was going to be one of the big stars of CJ, kind of one of the players of their future, suddenly benched?
You have to wonder. Sky obviously hasn't had a lot of professional games himself. I think he's actually played less games than BDD because, of course, he only played before BDD was eligible to play. But BDD's still very young, still 17, and now, 3-4 months. So maybe it's just a mentality thing. The team has been losing. It's been at the bottom of the table for almost the whole season. So maybe he just needs some time to recoup. Personally, we're surprised to see it. BDD's ceiling is certainly very high, definitely higher than Sky, who we'll see today. But Sky played pretty well, you'd have to say, in his last series. They lost that series 2-1, but Sky played fine. His Cassiopeia in Game 2 that they won was actually pretty impressive. But 5th versus 10th is the result today. Crazy stat, though. I mentioned it in Series 1. Jin Air has won 1 game in their last 3 series, and ironically, CJ ENTUS has won 2.
Well, so they're coming into it with a bit of an edge, I suppose, in that regard.
Yeah.
But still, looking at the score, CJ -12 on the standings, looking pretty rough. So you'd have to guess that Jin Air will probably take this match, but how hard are they going to take it? How much of a fight is CJ going to put up? And the good thing for Jin Air is this match can kind of be sort of a testing ground for them. Trace obviously needs to step it up a bit in the top lane, and this is a chance to try out some of those picks that he might have been practicing.
And that's the thing, is that it's no coincidence that now is when Jin Air started to struggle. Before the 6-11 changes came in, the Triforce changes, the top lane meta going more carry-focused, I predicted, I don't know about Cuvée, I don't know about Trace, these players that aren't someday Smeb and Duke, these guys who already had been in the carry meta and have a carry mindset. And Trace especially has struggled. I mean, the Malzahar top was the one he brought out last series against Shen. I like the AFK pushing, very reminiscent of his Graves and the AFK pushing he did when he was looking great at the start of the spring season.
Sure.
The Malz had the same flavor. It worked 1 out of 2 times, and there's more for Trace. He has a big bag of tricks. But the Aurelia, interestingly, he played his first professional game of Aurelia after the 6-11 changes. Now 0-2 on the champion, but having a look at his solo queue, he has 7 wins in the last 3 days. He's been spamming Aurelia. So if we do see Aurelia from Trace, hopefully we'll see an increased level of performance, because he was found wanting in his 2 professional games so far.
Well, that's the idea. And you can see the roster right there. Trace, Winged, Blanc in the mid lane today. In for Kuzan, Pilot, and Shay, of course, the bot lane that we know so well. But yeah, we haven't even mentioned Blanc yet. How do you think he's going to do today?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, he started the season because of his solo queue ranking. Then Kuzan looked like $1 million when Jin Air were losing. Now Jin Air when Jin Air were winning, now that they've started losing, they're going to give Blanc another chance. Again, the run of form I talked about, 1 win in 3 series. So they're wanting to change things up. And again, giving time to Blanc, a very new player. It was his first competitive game during the course of this season. Makes sense. I think Kuzan is far from the problem. I think when they've won, he's been their most impressive and integral player. But against CJ ENTUS, this is the time to blood new talent, show new picks, try new things, because Jin Air come in heavy favorites.
I agree. And I mean, I think like I mentioned earlier, this match I'm sure they're seeing as kind of a testing ground, right? Give Trace something new to play, or at least, give him a little bit more in-booth practice on something like the Aurelia, like
absolutely.
you mentioned. Blanc obviously in too, so giving him a little bit more experience. And like we mentioned, Jin Air only winning 1 game in their last 3 matches, so they really kind of need this from a morale sort of perspective too. They need to sort of pick up the spirits of the team. See if they can do that.
And you always worry about looking past your opposition. So, putting in Blanc instead of Kuzan, your MVP of the season, that is a bit looking past a game. They're trying new things. I heavily expect Aurelia to be picked for Jin Air, because if you're taking all the time to actually spam it in solo queue, you probably want to be able to play it in competitive. So they're going to try these things that are a bit more risky. And that means that this is a series that CJ will have to look at and think they have a realistic shot of coming away with something.
The interesting thing about Aurelia is that we saw her fall through picks and bans all 2 games of our first match of the day.
It's interesting to think. I mean,
all 2 games.
Cuvées played it, but not necessarily super convincingly. Yeah. So they just went a different direction, I guess, in the first series. But
sure,
a lot of unknowns about Jin Air, because Jin Air is a team that, to conceptualize as an analyst, speaking as an analyst, is very difficult. Who's their best player? How good a team they were? Whenever they're doing well, you're kind of wondering, why are they doing well? When they're doing poorly, but they were doing well before. What's changed? And it's very hard to find those variables. The only clear variable for Jin Air was, again, the 6-11 variable of the top lane emphasizing carries. It's been a long time since full AD top lane trace was a thing. Nowadays, has more played those tank picks, and they've struggled without the tank meta in the top lane. Until now, the Malzahar looked interesting. It was the start of something. It was the start. You looked at that and you're like, this is a really trace pick. Yeah. And let's hope he's got more of those, but can fall back on a pick like Aurelia. You need one of those picks that you can play at the top level. And if it's to be the Aurelia, he'll have to show it at the professional level today.
Yep. We'll see. See if they can. Looks like we're okay. All the players are in the lobby, so that's good.
Yeah.
So we should be able to start the game pretty soon. Should be able to go into picks and bans, I hope.
The shoulds of the piggyback broadcast.
That's right. We will see. But, yeah, Jin Air. I mean, the thing I want to see from them more than anything is that, they can win games. They have the power to draw things out, win by kind of like death by 1,000 cuts, right? But if they ever want to actually make a serious run at winning a season, at making it to Worlds, at making it to the playoffs even, or doing well in the playoffs, I should say, they really need to, I think, be a bit more decisive in the late game. These long game wins kind of work, but it's not a good long-term plan for a team, is it?
I mean, Jin Air has just always been the almost team. They almost make it. They actually had a really big renaissance, if you remember, when GBM was playing Gangplank. Almost qualified for Worlds last year at the last minute after having not the best summer season. And it looks like it's going to be pretty much the same story this season. Probably going to get into the Worlds Gauntlet, but you never really fancied Jin Air to win the big one. And
no.
The almost team kind of has to go one way or the other. They kind of have to start to find new members and try new things, or they have to achieve with the lineup they have. So let's see if they can take the next step, because Jin Air have been on the precipice of greatness many times in their organization's history.
And as you can see, we have shrunk down to the bottom of the screen. And that means we're into picks and bans.
Yay!
Game number 1 between Jin Air and CJ. Cassiopeia Shen, the first 2 bans coming out for Jin Air, and GP Vlad taken away by CJ. Interesting.
The Vladimir ban coming against Blanc, so he's been playing that in solo queue, so makes some 7 cents. Definitely a respect ban there. Ash banned away from Kramer. Again, Kramer, we've told the story before, he still has the highest percentage of gold after 15 minutes. In fact, Pilot's #1 and Kramer's #2, and neither of them have had a fantastic season. Even when Jin Air was flying, people had their questions about Pilot. When they're not focusing on giving Kramer all the gold on a champion like Twitch, he's been playing that utility Ash, so it makes sense to have that banned away from him. And now they picked the other utility carry in the meta in Sivir, following in the footsteps of Samsung that first picked the Sivir in Series 1.
Yep, and another champion that you can certainly take to the late game, so there you go. First 2 picks over to CJ now. We'll see what they can go with. The Graves, I suppose, is an option for Haru.
The jungle pool, only the Nidalee is banned away, so pretty wide open. The Hecarim is a big pick here that isn't banned away. CJ got a game off the Rocks Tigers with a very impressive jungle Hecarim game. Top lane Hecarim has also been a big pick in the Aurelia matchup. Not necessarily the best in the laning phase, but can get through it and then have some pretty explosive mid-game Trinity Force power spike.
I'm really curious to see, too, what Shy is going to bring out in this game, because this is a guy that's kind of been in, like, a time capsule for the last, almost year, or 2/3 of a year anywhere, until his recent game. So it'll be really interesting to see what he decides to play.
But Shy was never the guy that you kept last pick on Red Side, or maybe right at the start of his career when he was at the height of his carry powers, but when we last saw him in summer last year, it was Shen. It was these staple tanks. Trundle, of course, right in the wheelhouse. Shouldn't have been surprised that his performance was good in that last series, but Where will they go with him? What are his new picks? Because I tried to look over his match history, and he seems to be hiding a lot of information. There wasn't any on his legacy account, so he very much has been training in secret.
True. I mean, a lot of people would like to bring up his Jax, and you know, it's not the greatest pick right now, but it really is a champion that he kind of made a name for himself on.
If Expression doesn't get to play Jax, I really can't see Shy playing Jax, although it would be exciting, like you say.
All right, the Nami wouldn't be a big surprise to grab that for Che.
Haru didn't start the last series. They gave a chance for Bubbling, but Bubbling unfortunately had one of his trademark poor games from the jungle. It's not the greatest trademark to have, but just going to see the Graves reach is interesting. That's a very high priority on Graves. It does give them some wave clear from the jungle, so maybe they can go for some riskier picks. Speaking of wave clear and strong jungle picks, the Gragas picked up, and Che has been defaulting to Nami like a lot of supports. So for now, a very balanced draft for Jin Air in the first round.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love the Gragas-Nami combo, too. I mean, it's, again, you know, more disengage if you want it, more pick potential if you want it. Just a good versatile duo. Sky could pick up that Azir. He's been able to play that a few times this season already. Or actually, no, my bad. This would be his first game on Azir this season.
I only played those handful of games. Yeah. Twisted Fate is his only non-utility carrier. You think of him as a Lulu player. Karma, I guess, would also fall in the same scenario. Karma, speaking of falling, another champion that we're a bit surprised to see not contested in Rise. He seems to have fallen off a cliff recently, despite no bigger changes than the last round. We've seen series where he's fallen through picks and bans, and he's at risk of doing that again here.
True. So that'll be Callista locked in for Kramer, and Trundle once again for Shy. Presumably it could go to support.
They've got a Braum.
So. Oh, you're right. They've got the Braum. Never mind.
The Braum top is probably not going to happen, so...
Probably not.
This does leave open Trace to pull out a carry. It is just going to be Trundle, you know, a champion that is susceptible, especially with Snowball. Fiora, for example, could be considered.
Yeah.
Trace has never been the world's best Rumble player, but he could play Rumble. It's another matchup that Rumble has pressure on the Trundle early.
The Gnar seems to be much more of a Trace kind of champion, though. I mean, even though we know where Gnar is at right now in the meta, it seems I would not be surprised at all if they lock this in.
I actually oppose that logic. Gnar's in a good place in the meta. It's just that the Gnar performance in this league has been horribly poor. Wow, look at this. Lock in on our first Talia.
Whoa, all right. Awesome. Talia for the first time here in LCK, and Sky's going to be playing it. So talk about a hidden pick.
Wow, that's really interesting. So we see our first Talia hasn't been picked at all in this league. Rookie played it in the LPL, but it's a smattering of people around the world. It's due to see pretty big changes in future patches.
Sure.
We are going to see it here. That ult utility has so much potential. Is CJ the team to unlock that potential? I remain to be convinced, but this is really exciting. First game of Talia in LCK.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what Sky can do with this, because it seems like it's a champion that requires a lot of good team coordination as well. So you think that might make it a bit difficult for CJ that has kind of struggled with that this season. So we'll see.
Team fight coordination, you know, any champion that has an ultimate that doesn't involve direct combat, you know, it's only about creating that permanent terrain, requires coordination, and we've been certainly unconvinced by CJ. They are bottom of the ladder, but they're doing something different, which already is exciting, and maybe this vindicates keeping Sky around, because his pocket Talia, you're going to see it for the first time.
Maybe. Should be crazy. Jin Air versus CJ, game number 1, and I can be pretty confident in saying that Jin Air was not imagining they would face a Talia here.
No, again,
I wasn't thinking we would.
It's one of those picks that comes out of nowhere, but has so much potential. The potential of Talia can never be denied. It's just on CJ to unlock that potential, because it can really warp team fights.
Yep, that's right. So it is time. Jin Air versus CJ, game number 1. Let's do it. And Infernal Drake, the first Drake in our first game between Jin Air and CJ.
They're doing their best to warp our expectations, Doa. We thought, okay, this could be a long one. Probably not much to see here. Already the first Talia of the season, and now Infernal Drake, so setting up for at least an intriguing early game. It's going to be the Thunderlords from Talia for a bit more laning oomph. It's sometimes hard to win those trades just with the nature of the threaded volley, the Q, where if you get on the worked ground, you get far less value, but if you're able to vary your placement in the lane, you can certainly do a lot of damage.
You have Trundle and Talia putting down their large beneficial areas, I guess you could say. Frozen worked ground.
I mean, Trundle Pillar plus one of the Unraveled Earth ultimates, that semi-permanent terrain, could actually cordon off a whole lane, such as the power there.
It's true, that does make a big difference. Just got to pair Nivea with this somehow, you know.
Korea win rate, so Shy and CJ were always one of those teams towards the top, so probably not a surprise, but 9-4 Korea between these two players that have been playing for a long time. Trace since 2013 and Shy even longer than that.
Yep. Very true. So, here we go. Talia versus Azir. What do you think about this matchup, man? I know it's not one we've seen before, but...
I mean, at the end of the day, especially early in the lane, Talia will actually have a pushing advantage. Not many people will do that, but before the work ground is all over, the lane has a big shoving advantage. After that, becomes more difficult. Face check coming through.
Yeah, that's right. And Shay's going to take a big amount of damage, forced to flash away, actually.
It is a Nami. Had to tank up the Krugs, so it's penalized in that way.
Yep.
This is probably going to be a manageable lane for Talia. I don't think it's going to be an outstanding one. I think the one-item power spike will probably still be there for Blanc, which is expected to be something like Nashor's Tooth, or maybe the Berserker Greaves into the Merlinomicon. But also touching on the Nara, that I kind of had to change my train of thought after the first Talia lock-in. Nara wins this matchup. He wins it hard. But playing around Nara, again, the matchups are now so well known. Nara will win without jungler impact, but now that we have standard lanes, look for the junglers to impact that lane. Nara just gets to build his items. He will bully the Trundle.
Yep, wow.
Nice trade on Blanc.
Taking a lot of damage already, and that Q coming in forces a heal. Already a good start for Sky.
And you know what that means, Doa? It's probably that Blanc has very little experience laning against Italia.
That would not be too surprising. Mad Life and Haru thinking about coming down to the spot lane.
Just don't see a lot of Talia.
Not a whole lot, no.
In any rank.
Yeah. Huh.
There will be a big interaction change in how W&E works, but speaking of interactions...
Well, Shay with no flash is going to be a big problem for him as he gets locked down by the exhaust. Oh, manages to nearly get out, but in the end, the Ren does it. Kramer picks up first blood. Now Sky has to flash to get away from Winged. So they do get the flash at least.
One of the powers, whenever Gragas has his flash up, the moment he body slams in, you need to respect flash to preeminate. So that's why if you can blow his flash, if you invade the Gragas, it's a heavy penalty because then he can't make the same mind games.
Definitely.
But the mind games were real there for Sky, who was forced to flash. Yep. Build path is certainly not guaranteed from the Talia. I expect it to be just a Merlinomicon, go for that CDR build, but... Again, this is our first time seeing it at LCK, and very sparingly so far in competitive. I believe, from what I know, CBLOL was the first, so in Brazil there was the first Talia pick about a month ago now, but Rookie was the big person playing it in the LPL.
Well, you wonder when CJ is going to start to try to move on to this Drake, because it's an Infernal Drake. Everybody wants it. And they've got, it seems like, so much zone control,
Well, if you look at how the game is going right now, in the bot lane, Kalista and Braum have the control of the lane. They don't know where Braum is, you cannot face check him, and Sivir has already, basically, Jinna have blown all 4 summoners, so CJ are able to hold the lane. Kalista having both summoners up is a massive advantage there, so they've got lane control, and they're choosing to freeze.
Right.
In the mid lane, Sky was winning the early trades, though had to flash, so at least in terms of the bot lane, CJ do have the current run of the map. So they could go for Drake, but for now, they're looking for more kills.
Are in Mad Life lurking, and the thing is they did get both summoners out of Pilot too when they moved in for the kill on Shay. So Pilot does have to respect that fact that he's pretty vulnerable right now.
Shy in the top lane has done just fine. He's actually winning CS against Nara, which is no mean feat.
Yeah, here comes Winged coming in, and all right, so no big gank or anything like that. Haru just goes back. Get the Grump.
Is it wrong that I'm more excited for a future game when we see Talia and Nara on the same team? You create a wall to be Nara ulted into?
Well, I mean, I feel like we've seen that with Anivia in the past, so...
That's a cool interaction to look forward to. We got the Anivia in recent times being in the meta has led to that as well. is going to be the Q max. It was initially Unraveled Earth, the E max, and then it always felt like Q was the intended max. And when they decreased the cooldown on worked ground, that started to make Q more viable. And again, when you can get away from that worked ground, you are doing really big trade damage, as Blanc found out.
True. So all quiet for the moment anyway. But that will not last long. I think if anything, this will be one of our more action-packed early games.
Negatron Cloak first, so maybe going to be Abyssal Scepter as the first item. Still some element of cooldown reduction in that item after the latest mage item rework.
Yep. Doing a bit of rock surfing.
Yeah.
Way back to lane.
Talia is a really cool champion.
Avatar was a really cool cartoon.
We're both stating facts over here, apparently.
That's true. Sky is blue. Well, not lately in Korea.
No, it's true.
It's pretty gray.
Although today's was a bit nicer than recent times.
Not bad.
But despite the excitement of the pick ban, we still do have to resign the fact that this is still CJ versus Jin Green Wings, and it's standard lanes, so with turrets to retreat to, probably not going to be too much action. I mean, when the junglers are, specifically the Graves pick, is there mostly to relieve pressure from lanes and farm. And for now, Winged hasn't visited a lane. He only just got his ultimate, so maybe things will get more exciting now that the explosive cask is available, but otherwise, just going to be farming phase. And if Trace can continue not to pressure Shy, then that's pretty happy times for CJ.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Trundles do a little bit better in this lane than I think we remember.
There was a lot invested into that in the previous game to make it happen. In standard laning, it should actually be pretty tough, but it's going to be the trademark defensive itemization from Trace. This has always been his way. He's never been one to rush a Black Cleaver, even in a matchup like Nara versus Trundle. He's going to go for the Ninja Tabi, so he's going to have the combat stat effectiveness on those Boots 2 purchases.
True.
A really nice first shot for Shy. Both the Swiftness Boots and the Tiamat on the first back.
Yeah, he'll be a scary Trundle. I mean, again, you know, we've said this before, but the other game we saw him play that Trundle in this season, his only other game of the season, he did look really good. He was a force to be reckoned with in the late game, and even though they lost that game, you're kind of like, all right, Shy he's still got it, you know?
His 2v2 skirmishing left a bit to be desired. He overstayed in a couple and got killed. But as you said, the moment the team fight phase hit, he was actually back to trademark Shy. He was always a wonderful team fighter.
Yeah. Whoa, Che flashing anyway, but they're going to go in on this. A little bit of trouble. Here comes Sky with that ultimate. Helps Haru pick up the kill. Sky got there really quick with that Weaver's Wall.
That was awesome to see. Honestly, Sky, known as a Twisted Fate player, has the mind to roam first.
Yeah, very true.
Came over on the Weaver's Wall. Not on work ground anymore, so those trades with the Q are strong. And okay, CJ has certainly been scrimming this Talia, because even that first invade showed a level of commitment and also a level of communication that's been absent for the majority of the season.
Right, and I mean, that's exactly what we said going into this game, is that by picking up that Talia, now they do need to be a little bit more coordinated. This Dragon a little bit risky here, but it looks like they will be able to finish it off. Haru goes in, gets the smite. TP coming in from Jin Air, though. Oh, canceled. Yeah, they might be able to catch Haru. Yep, Emperor's Divide helps Wing to pick one up.
Well, Trace completed the teleport for some reason. It was super late. It was in the back of the pit. They already had two members converging who definitely was going to pick up Haru, so Trace only really succeeds in losing a wave of minions to his turret. Communication was definitely something we're looking for from CJ. Looks like Jin Air need to brush up on a bit of that communication themselves.
Yeah. You know, the more I think about it, I suppose you can kind of approach Talia kind of like a TF, right? You can kind of get there.
I mean, the range of the ultimate, the Weaver's Wall is just massive. Like it's so long. I think it's 6,000 range at highest level.
Yeah.
At level 1, it's 3,000, which is about 2/3 of the way there to Twisted Fate's ult range, I believe. So it is really long, and especially if you're looking to take fights around the enemy red buff, mid lane to enemy red buff is about 2,000 units, and we saw really nice reaction there.
Yep.
And if you're able to shove in, which is what QMax does, if you're not standing on the worked ground, then that was just been really good. See, his block might die.
Yeah, he had to flash away from that. He was about to maybe get killed off by the Unraveled Earth.
That's the second time an Azir has had to defensively flash and use their other combat summoner, and Sky has not had to use either. In fact, he has teleport. If he had Ignite, we would have seen multiple kills in mid lane already.
I mean, I think you said it before when you said Blanc probably just doesn't have a lot of practice in the 1v1 against this Talia, and it's certainly looking like that.
And now you suddenly really need to quickly get that practice scrim whenever you face against CJ, and the champion is, at least right now, stated to change quite significantly in future patches. They're coming in for another gank, though.
That's right, coming down. There's the wall trying to block off Chase. Going to hop off early, though. Che trapped. Easy kill. Mad Life picking that one up. But man, the burst from this Talia is already getting pretty scary.
But that was just another really good use of the ultimate. Caught off Che. They'd already blown in the flash for the second time on that squishy Nami. Pilot has to flash away, and it's little plays like that that make me excited for the future games when we continue to see a meta that Talia's in, because you blow the flashes and then you rock up behind. 4 people, 5 people trapped. It's like everyone's trapped in the Jarvan ultimate, and man, it's really surprising to see CJ so well trained on this new champion.
We've talked about this before, you know, outside of the cast, and I'm sure a lot of other people have too, but you know, once people really get the coordination down on this Talia pick, it is going to be pretty massive, I think.
And it's going to warp champion pools because, I mean, look, more realistically, it's going to force bans, but at least initially, if you don't have an escape and you're forced to flash, Talia has so many options to really punish you in a way that Jarvan is so much more focused on a single target.
Yeah, very true.
Not many champions in the game get terrain, a lot of legacy champions like a Nivea, for example. But incorporating it in such a strong way in that ultimate that also gives her that massive mobility just makes her the sort of champion that is a really interesting one that could shape competitive play for patches to come.
The poke that Sky's able to do on this is already really scary.
That's why you have to be so defensive, or at least you really have to take a lot of data before you buff things like worked ground, because when the worked ground is there, then okay, it's just a single projectile, but whenever you can navigate away from that, the damage you do, and early trades especially, is insane. You can just shove really effectively as well.
Sure. And you still do have to sustain even when you're on worked ground from that mana refund.
Feels good either way, Doa.
You know what else is really good, Papa Smith?
What else is really good?
The fact that all this insanity in the mid lane has kept the pressure off of Shy. Shy's been able to just sit in top lane, have the 1v1, farm in a kind of a relaxed way under his turret, and he likely will be very relevant in the late game.
We just haven't seen games like this where mid lane has pressure, bot lane has pressure, and Shy's just doing his thing, so the top lane's not feeling the brunt of other losing lanes.
This is exactly what they wanted.
A lot to like about CJ ENTUS in the first 15 minutes or so.
Grace forced pop. This guy just picking up that blue buff.
Look at how far CJ can push up. When you have a champion like Talia, soon to be level 11, the wall is going to start to get closer and closer to being able to extend from mid to bot lane. You're happy that you can react fast. Mad Life face checks Gragas though.
Yeah, has to be a little bit careful. Kramer there to save him, so no engage as they can just pull him out with the Fate's Call. Yeah, 4,500 range now is the length that Sky's Weaver's Wall can muster.
That's what CJ is able to do though. When you have these 2 winning lanes, Gragas basically has to spend all his time sitting around bot lane, looking for a counter gank, not being able to pick up camps. CJ playing around their 2 winning lanes. They've already pocketed an Infernal Drake from it as well.
Yeah.
Even strategically, CJ playing very smartly around their winning lanes. And these are all things that in isolation, CJ's been able to do one of those things in the game, but putting things together is the next step towards finally developing from what has been a basement-dwelling team so far this season.
Yeah, the big question is now is that if CJ can win this game, and then Talia is presumably just banned in game 2, you know, what does CJ have then?
Well, I guess they should hope for the Hecarim again.
Could, yeah, they could.
They didn't risk the Hecarim jungle this time. They wanted the Graves just for something a bit more reliable that needs a little bit less scaling. Second Infernal Drake.
That's big. That's really big for CJ especially.
They have a Graves from the jungle as well. Then more damage scaling for that Graves.
All right, Infernal Drake is up. CJ already starting it. Trace is going back to top lane. He's got his TP if he wants to come in.
If he wants to come in, he needs to come in early. Remember, he has no rage bar. There's nothing to auto-attack on the way.
That's the big problem, is that Gnar bar is still way too low for him to make a big difference here. There goes the Drake, goes to CJ. Yet again, Wing comes in. That may be a bit of a mistake. Tidal Wave goes through from Chang. CJ looking for a kill. They've already got the Infernal Drake. Weaver's Wall comes in, doesn't manage to catch anybody though.
Did force a flash out of Winged, and everyone else moved defensively, although re-engage.
Yeah, super aggro. Trace trying to find a chance. He's got that full rage bar, but he's too low health to really go in. So CJ is going to get away with one there.
It's another defensive teleport, a little bit later than honestly needed to be. You need to teleport in early and start poking as the Gnar. So all in all, CJ do pick up the second Infernal Drake, so they get the big objective. Shy had to invest his teleport, but nothing really else to speak about, so you'll take that as CJ. No bonus kills, but 2 Infernal Drakes already pocketed. Bodes very nicely for the late game.
Yeah, and there's a Mountain Drake coming next too, so that's going to be something that is really good as well.
I have to take back my words. Although the first purchase was defensive, has gone for Black Cleaver, so no one's visited top. Trace now has gone for the damage item, so should be able to run the lane. I'll have to watch if the priorities change from CJ, because this is the time when you need to start investing these 2 members you see on your screen, Mad Life and Haru, to finding ways to help Trundle get through this itemization and this power spike for the Gnar.
You know, I don't think that Kramer has enough daggers this game. He'll have to think about that. As we see the gank coming in onto Trace. Trace just ults CJ away. Mad Life, ooh, tries to hit him with the Q. Misses. And Trace will get away without having to use that flash.
The moment they see the Black Cleaver, CJ send reinforcements to help Shy get some pressure in the lane. If they had blown the flash from Gnar, that would have been massive, because then flash Gnar ult isn't a possibility. So they don't get anything out of it, but it's the right mindset. It's the right lane assignment. CJ, that's the Sivir ult.
Yeah, that's right. Use try to catch Shy. Here's going to drop the pillar. Going under turret. He's in big trouble either way. Oh, but the Aqua Prison doesn't connect. Now the counter teleport. Sky coming in, immediately blowing up Trace, nearly taking him out just like that. Mega Gnar, not too much of that left.
Mad Life has to be careful.
Yeah, Wing comes in, Blanc there as well. Mad Life takes a lot of damage, but the threat from this Talia just seems a little bit too high for Janair to want to commit to any engages.
Jay was smart, instantly exhausted the Talia. Would have been Trace dying for first blood if not for that.
Yep.
They'll back away though, so crisis averted on both sides. No more kills though, so the snowball doesn't extend. They've looked good, but just like ESC ever in Game 1, the gold lead doesn't exist yet, and Infernal Drake only really comes into effect when those items start to build up. So will still be time before they get the full value out of the bonus 16% AD and AP.
CJ pushing into this top lane now.
I mean, they're running the 2v2. We saw them controlling the lane. Shay has had his flash down basically this entire game. And now they move to top lane with the turret already taken down. So they're just trying to pile up the early gold with their lane advantage. The chain vest now completed. Shy won't have a great time in lane, but be able to do at least a little bit of farming towards his turret against the Gnar.
CJ going a bit deep. Wing trying to punish them. A little bit of damage to Mad Life.
Haven't got to see any more trades between Azir and Talia. One item, and now the Merlinomicon will be the second purchase, so very soon going to be 40% CDR, just with blue buff or 10% from the Masteries. Will be 40% Talia.
Yep.
Shy softening the blue buff, but certainly going to go over to Talia.
Oh yeah. Sky just grabbing that one real quick. Sky and Shy. Oh boy.
Why aren't they playing KT?
Yeah.
And then Fly also.
Fly, Sky, Shy.
Say that 3 times fast.
Why?
You're right. I'm now thinking about daggers. I believe that's 2, 4, I think 6 minimum has been purchased so far by Kramer.
He's opening up his own dagger store after this game.
I mean, they're so cheap nowadays at 300 gold.
Why not? Just load up on daggers.
Well, Kallista's the champion, right? With the Ren stacks that has that really strong synergy with attack speed. Will probably be, almost certainly be the Hurricane coming in as well.
Yep. Man, Unraveled Earth just makes Ziggs cry, I think, you know? He's like, my ESA doesn't seem very good anymore.
Stated to be some pretty significant changes to the interaction between W and E that will actually give more burst to Talia, which is a scary thought. Boy. Change the way she plays, but games like this where we see her play, at least so far, effectively at the professional level, can always shape future changes. We're seeing some turrets taken. CJ had that double Infernal Drake, plenty of attack speed on Kramer. Graves going to walk up as well. Jinette's going to go for a Baron though, but it is in vision.
Yeah, they know it's happening. The ward is spotted. Talia ultimate comes through, just cuts off a few members of Jin Air, but CJ not there to really capitalize on that. Still a bit awkward.
Whoa.
Holy cow, Sky just evaporates Blanc. He was just insta-gived.
That's going to zone them away. That's definitely a Sivero in fear. That's the scream of fear. Ah!
Run away! We've never seen this champion before. What does she do?
She wins games, apparently.
Yes. Fights his ear and doesn't afraid of anything.
CJ just ripping through these turrets. They still have the minion wave prepped in bottom lane. If they wanted to, they could take a third turret, but they think better of it. The Drake is the Mountain, like you mentioned, one of the more consequential Drake buffs. So
super valuable to help CJ close out this game. And this has been a pretty clean game from CJ so far, hasn't it?
It's interesting watching now the interaction between Talia and things like Drake, because of course the workaround goes away every 2 minutes. So between Drake buffs, you come back and you just explode the Drake as well. We're seeing a replay. Yep. The ult at the start doesn't really accomplish much. Bounce and the body slam means that Gragas could get out, and so could the Gnar. But watch the damage onto Blanc, who tries to dive over the E and gets exploded. No other way to put it.
Yeah, he was trying to go in for the Azir sec, I guess you could say, but he did not make it.
No Negatron Cloak, magic resist debuff from the Baron, and a bit of burst from Talia means goodbye, Birdman.
A lot of bit of burst.
This isn't what I expected when this series started at all.
No, I did not expect this either. But again, the question remains, when Talia is banned in Game 2, what does CJ have?
Hopefully a Hecarim, I guess, if you're CJ.
Possibly, because I mean, you know that. This is definitely the only game we're going to get to see Talia tonight.
Talia will occupy a ban slot that a champion like Shen or other potential consequential picks for CJ could certainly...
Shut up, Nami.
Get back there. You worked it. Nicely done.
I can't let her get away with that.
CJ knows the blue buffs spawning. They also were considering a dive onto Sivir and Nami. Nami has been the target of most of the rage of CJ ENTUS so far.
True. Well, easy champion to isolate and kill off. Who got the blue buff? I think Wing got it.
Yeah, Wing
Seems
got it.
that way.
Yeah, and we need to, in this game, really pay attention to the flash on specifically Pilot and Shay, the two champions without repositions to get over the Talia ultimate. For now, they are both up. In fact, all summoners outside of teleport up for Janera. The gold leads continue to grow, but once again, like that ESC Ever game, it hasn't gone massively, and still, an overcommittal from CJ into, say, Azir getting free damage, or Pilot finishing the Infinity Edge and getting the Ricochet crits. There's certainly a world where Jin Air Green Wings can win team fights, so game's not in the banks, but already a better early game than we're expected to by CJ.
Yeah, wow, Pilot in a lot of trouble here. Sivir used to try to get away. Here comes Sky coming over that Weaver's wall, and Talia just blows up another champion.
Did you see that damage? He was exhausted when the damage went off as well.
Dude, Pilot got rocked.
Jin Air just doesn't know the ranges of this ability. They keep getting knocked back by the W into Talia's E and dying outright. Shai's going to split push an inner turret as well. Homework for Jin Air Green Wings. Research this Talia character.
No kidding. Oh. Uh-oh. Ping's going down. They don't exactly know where CJ is. Wing gonna walk right into it. There's the damage. Can he get away? Oh, great W from Sky. And explosive cast has to be used. That seismic shove nearly costing Winged his life.
Well, this is going to be a lot of Baron damage. They actually smite it instantly because, of course, they have Callista as well. With all that attack speed, there's nothing Jin Air can do. They're not even showing. Only Trace will get anywhere near it. 1,700 health. There it is, confirmed.
Yeah, very much so. Trace goes in with a big Gnar ultimate. There's a tidal wave coming through. Lots of knockups on the CJ side. Fate's called, though. Throws Blank back in. Already a kill coming in for Haru. Meanwhile, Sky chasing.
Sky's in
Shy
base. He's
chasing
been
Wing.
considering teleporting back in, but for
right.
now won't do it.
Shy, Sky, whatever. One of them's chasing somebody.
Really nice. Assertive Baron take, which again makes a lot of sense. Talia clearly does a lot of Baron damage. Kalista, the famous Baron securing champion. We didn't even touch on it, but Kramer back on Kalista, one of his staples in CJ's rise in the spring season.
Yeah.
All outer turrets in top and bot lane down.
A lot of surprising picks. I mean, this is Kramer's first Kalista game of this season, even though, like you mentioned, he was pretty successful on it in the spring.
And look, Kalista definitely hasn't been super convincing this season. A couple of AD carries, Samyun, for example, tried picking it up and had mixed results and then some, so it's not the oppressive lane force, which is good. The meta kind of shaped around first Kalista, then Lucian more recently, but yeah. Kalista has always had that singular strength. I mean, she honestly had too many strengths originally, but one of her main strengths has been securing Drake and securing the Baron, so used for that in this game. So the build, just to recap, was Abyssal Scepter first, Merlin second. Rylai's makes the catch potential of this Talia super high, especially in a long lane. You hit the first Rylai's, and we know the damage is very high on the threaded volley, and then you just walk forward as they're trying to kite you onto non-worked ground, and continue to slow, continue to do damage. And hell, you can always throw in that ult for more gap close if you need it.
Very true. Shy pushing with the Baron up in the top lane. Meanwhile, the rest of CJ moving down towards bottom. We are sub 30 minutes, and CJ is firmly in control of this game with a 9,000 gold lead. Baron, 3 dragons to 0. And that's 2 Infernals and a mountain too, so it's not like 3 Cloud Drakes or something.
Really excited to see CJ show this, but a bit reminiscent of Samsung when they were struggling. They always had singular strats, but when you were forced to win a best of 3, that's when they kind of fell apart.
That's going to be the tricky part. Is how do you win game 2?
You have another crazy mid laner. Maybe Malzahar. That'd be a fun one.
Already seen it.
In the mid lane, though, it's different.
Yasuo.
Do you really want to see the Yasuo again?
You bet. I love watching Yasuo.
I do too, but they just kind of get dumpstered. We don't see winning Yasuos very often.
Yasuo, Trundle, Braum, Rek'Sai. There you go.
You like physical damage.
Knock him down.
Bring back the reworked Corki as AD carry.
Yeah.
He can do some magic damage. CJ have so much map control. All outer turrets down, all inner turrets down, only inhibitor turrets left. Baron's been taken, Drake's spawned, but looks like they don't want to kite back for a second Mountain Drake. They'll just use the first one they have to smash down turrets.
Yeah, they've got the pressure on. Why stop? Oh, maybe if you kill Haru, that's a good reason to stop, or Haru gets killed rather. Madlife forced to maybe flash from the ball. No, he has no flash. He will just die. I want to see the start of that one, because CJ falling apart here at the moment. Kramer trying to get damage onto Winged. Talia manages to get the equalizing kill, semi-equalizing anyway, against Blanc. But that's 2 for 1 in favor of Jinair.
It looked like a big flank coming through. We didn't catch the start of the fight, but from there, the squishier members. Madlife didn't have flash, didn't have anyone to W2, and Kalista, you could see, was walking into range for the ultimate. So clearly CJ just weren't expecting any aggression, and that makes a lot of sense. The enemy team didn't even have time to put down wards. Let's track the mini-map to see what happened. They were overextended. Winged walks up. Haru was already low. He must have taken some turret shots, I guess, but just got exploded. The moment the Kalista kites to the right, not in a position to use Fate's Call on Madlife, so isn't able to walk up. But Sky takes damage, and whoa, Blanc still has no idea how to play against Talia at all.
That was a really nice play from Sky, actually. Using the flash at the end to get off the work ground and fire a bigger Q.
Sure, but Blanc flashed onto the E and took a load of damage. Well, didn't flash. He used his he Q-E'd over and died.
Another Mountain Drake for CJ. So they still have all the dragons.
I just wonder why they play Blanc and then pick Azir. Because Kuzan is a really good Azir player.
That's a good point. You know, again, one wonders what's going on behind the scenes there.
In almost all camps, you wonder. SKT struggles. You're like, what's going on there?
Well, it's really obvious in SKT is that their junglers have issues. That's pretty much it for SK Telecom. Everything else is going okay.
There was a Reddit thread that was from Trick, one of his interviews, where he said, I think I'm a better jungler than both Blank and Bengi. And the first post with like 600 upvotes was, all right.
Yeah, I can see it.
Maybe they'll come good later, but it's been some lean weeks for the SKT junglers.
Yeah, and I mean, Bengi's had such an incredibly successful career. You really, at the end of the day, you really can't say anything bad about that guy. Blank, on the other hand, it's,
he won MSI.
Got a bit of work to. He won MSI.
He won IEM as well.
He's got a bit of work to do. But hey, you know, Tom won a season of champions, so.
Yeah. Peekaboo didn't get to play that game.
It's true. I remember he was very sad. I talked to him after that.
It's like everybody except me.
Yep. Oh well. He had a good run at Worlds.
Fair point. And then he's got a nice vacation this year.
Guess so.
CJ still very much in firm control. It's not like ever because they snowballed that last couple of matches. 10,000 gold, so we're starting to get to those massive gold leads. And 10,000 gold plus 16% for those building attack damage and AP means that the implied gold lead is even bigger.
Yeah.
No investment in the Void staff yet for Talia. He's going for flat AP with ostensibly a Death Cap next. Does have Abyssal Scepter for a bit of Magic Hand.
I mean, he's got so much burst going already with this champion, you know, why not just kind of keep it rolling, you know?
The one thing extra AP gives is wave clear, is people aren't going to walk up as... Here we go.
Ultimate onto Che, yeah. Che flashed as soon as he was hit by that Q. That prompted Madlife to try to go after him with the ultimate, but now Shy taking it to Trace, even in Mega Gnar, and with that Gnar out of commission for a moment, that helps CJ set up this Baron a little bit better.
Still...
Well, now Shy has to try to stop the TP, or maybe stop him getting back to base. Oh, hi. Shy, you crazy. You're a crazy troll.
Haven't seen that scene in a while. Proxy farming under the enemy inhibitor.
Now he's channeling the 2012 Mach Noon there.
Makes sense for him to channel that, I guess.
That is true.
As another OG.
He was there. He saw it.
See, very much has the run of the laning matchup. It's very worrying that a double laning item, Gnar, is getting proxied by a Trundle. When you go Frozen Out, Black Cleaver, you're supposed to win the lane, though.
Yeah, and what is that I see in Shy's inventory? Why, is that an Ohm Wrecker?
2 days, 2 Ohm Wreckers.
Wow.
See, now he can just ult the, Ohm Wrecker the turret.
Yeah, you can just go wild with that, man.
Wrecker really does build nicely. It gives you also the movement speed, as you can see on the screen as you move past the turrets. Usually the active isn't the most consequential, but in a game like this where you've got Talia who really wants to dive hard, you could pull off some interesting engages with the Ohm Wrecker. Also, it's a style item.
Recalling for the moment, it is, and Shy is styling a bit on his opponent. He's about 2,000 gold up right now.
It's a weird and wonderful season of LCK.
It is. It is.
Just if you sat people down at the start of the season and explained half the things that would happen this season, no one would believe you.
It's true.
It's the whose line is it anyway season of champions where...
What doesn't matter though this season?
That's a good question.
The Cloud
Theoretically,
Drakes. That's the answer.
All the results are made up and the Cloud Drakes don't matter.
That's right. Where the wins are made up and the Cloud Drakes don't matter. You can see it.
Trace's Rage is probably more real life than Gnar related in this game.
Yeah, not bringing out the Aurelia. You know, we talked about this, that he's been really spamming it in solo queue. But not bringing it out in game number 1 yet.
I mean, the Trundle matchup's not ideal for the Aurelia, so
no.
And that part's understandable. It's a bit of a skill matchup, but I'd be surprised not to see him pick Aurelia once. CJ going to turn on to Baron to lead it instantly.
I mean, Shy saw the Narvar go away, so they thought it was probably safe. Talia Wall blocks Winged off from the rest of his team. There's the tidal wave coming through. Baron already taken by CJ.
That's actually a really nice Talia ultimate.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think it at first glance, but what happened there was that no one could assist Winged, and then he had second thoughts about looking for the steal with nobody backing him up, so guaranteed the Baron. Trace does guarantee the red buff.
The thing is Shy saw the Mega Gnar form go away from Trace, and as soon as they knew that was down, they just started the Baron. They're like, all right, well, Gnar can't TP in and ruin our day, so might as well go for it. Elder Drake Elder Dragon coming up next.
And what an Elder Drake that is, or Elder Dragon as you say that is, when it amplifies 2 Infernals and 2 Mountain Drakes.
It's pretty big.
They have so many options. If you get this buff, you do 25 bonus damage to turrets, obviously 25 bonus damage to Baron, but that's less of a immediate concern. You can also disable those turrets with the Ohmwrecker.
That's true. I like how Ohmwrecker is suddenly standard here.
I like how Ohmwrecker with a slightly different pronunciation is Homewrecker.
And Ohm hasn't played in Korea for a long time.
Fair point. I think he's still coaching Vici.
Secret coach.
Oh yes, I remember the secret coaching days.
All right, well, CJ getting ready to go after this Elder Dragon. And why not, you know?
Pressure in mid lane, Trundle split pushing in top lane. Nara will go to react. It means that Nara won't necessarily be in position with the Rage Bar, although as you look, he does have a pretty decent amount of Rage form.
You know, if anything, do you think they're playing this a bit too timidly? Starting the Dragon now?
Not yet, but we're teetering on that point, Noah.
We really are, yeah. Okay, Elder Dragon going to be taken by CJ. And now, that is an extremely powerful team. Here comes Shy to cut people off. The pillar could be big. Talia Wall cuts off Shy, though. That's not how it's supposed to work. Oh.
You give him one, Noah.
I guess. It's
One mulligan.
It's a new pick, but that was not the best Weaver's Wall we've seen yet.
A minute and a half, remember, is the epicenter of this Elder Drake buff, so it's only about another minute or so of power. If they don't use it, then much really gained for a lot ventured, a lot of time spent taking that Elder Drake down. But it's the thing about it's elegant about Elder Drake is that at a minute and a half, it makes very clear what's going on. The enemy team's glowing red. They want to fight right now. And it's on Jin Air to try and create enough pressure. They don't have to fight in the next minute.
Yeah. All right, CJ putting pressure on all 3 lanes at the moment. Jin Air trying to defend, but how do you defend against the Elder Drake and Baron and all the other things that CJ has going for them right now?
Talia ults back up, so can react from bot lane if she so chooses.
True. Whoa, it's a lot of damage on the Blank. Blank comes back in.
Oh boy.
Had to flash. There's a flash from Sky going after the Azir. He's going to take him out. He's been winning that 1v1 all game long, and that's going to be the bottom inhibitor turret taken down. Sky, what an MVP on this Talia, except for that one wall. And here comes CJ to win the 5v4.
Ohmwrecker.
Sky comes in. The wall just cuts off Jin Air from their inhibitor. Ohmwrecker, yep.
It was used.
Turns off the turret for a moment.
It wasn't consequential, but it was used.
Sky recalling. He can TP back in right away. I don't know. Here we go. And he's back. And it looks like CJ's ready to try to end this game. Blanc coming up in about 20 seconds. Trace's Mega Gnar is about to run out.
No minion wave, so they'd have to brute force, and for now they don't seem like they want to. Still 15 seconds for Blanc, but...
Well, I just said they wanted to end the game. I didn't say they were going to end the game.
That's true.
They just wanted to end the game.
I love how Haru has just quietly gone full winged with his build, with the Duskblade of Drakthar deletion build.
Well, it's just more burst, you know, from CJ.
It's been a really good performance from Sky, but honestly a pretty embarrassing performance from Blanc. It's not nice to say that about a player who's new to the competitive scene, but has just shown no understanding of the champion is against. You know, it's frequently dashed into the Talia E and just taken unnecessary burst. Clearly has no idea how powerful he is relative to Talia. So
it's like he doesn't know what Talia's E does. Because he keeps jumping onto it. I'm like, dude, that's going to kill you.
And like the first time is understandable, but at some point you have to just stay away from that person who keeps killing you.
Yeah.
But CJ, they need to continue the pressure. 16,000 gold, still consequential at 40 minutes, not so consequential at 60 minutes.
Yeah.
So, still, foot on the pedal, they want to end this game. Sivir wave clear, Zeo wave clear. They're going for the tutorial victory, but they have a Trundle with Guardian Angel. They also have a champion like Talia who can make things happen.
True.
The tools are there for CJ, but for now, haven't found their way to finishing the game.
I don't know if I'd call it the tutorial victory. I don't see a Garen or an Ashe around.
And if there was an Ashe, she has to have a Thorn Mail, of course.
That's true, yeah. Gotta buy that defensive item to stay safe.
The most armor you can buy in one item. Very good. Perfect logic.
Here comes CJ. Yeah, they could just wait until the next Elder Drain, too. Oh, no, they're not going to. Blanc on the run already as CJ comes in. There goes the Azir turret.
There's the Mega Gnar, so they can wait this one out. 15 seconds for that Mega Gnar to go away.
That's right. Trace has his flash, but CJ's not really giving him an opportunity to engage.
Also, Sky is going top to push in the wave, which is fine, but remember, he doesn't have teleport, and it would take time to travel with the Weaver's Wall, so element of risk.
That's right.
I think, honestly, just have Trundle walk behind this inhibitor turret and force Jin Air to relent.
Yeah, you really could.
They're doing basically that. They get the turret low, but still not dead. They're waiting on another minion wave.
Unraveled Earth. Okay, there we go. Wall coming through, just going to help them take out the inhibitor turret.
You can cancel that. No, you can't actually. Sorry.
I don't think so. Yeah, there we go.
My bad. Can't cancel it. But Kramer pushing up in bot. This is a super minion wave. They're going to start auto-attacking. Jin Air caught between two bad options.
Yep. And the only result is going to be a win for CJ, it looks like, in game number 1. But they're going to back away, going for the Baron yet again. All 3 inhibitors down. But I suppose if you take a break, you really guarantee yourself a chance to close this one out. You get all the minion waves, all the super minion waves pushing, rather, and then when you come back into the Baron, easy win.
So usually I'd be like, this is not what you want to be doing. You should be ending the game and criticizing them for being a little bit, like, not trigger happy enough, but some of the builds also really force this playstyle. With this build from Graves, he has no tankiness whatsoever. So if he tries to walk up for turrets and is bounced by the Gragas Assault, he will die instantly. So he's not a frontliner. Trundle for sure is, and Braum is as well. But just given the fact that all the damage that walks up can be picked, there's no answer for the explosive cast from Graves, Talia, or the Callista, makes sense to some degree to back away, go for the free buff, go back. Hex Drink is now built. That's just the slightest amount of tankiness on Haru, and this should be the winning push. Otherwise, it'll be a bit worrying for CJ ENTUS. You do not need the Elder Drake to finish this game.
Probably not. I mean, one of the incredible things about this game is that most of this gold lead is Sky. He's about 5,000 gold ahead of Blanc. Doesn't really get much more one-sided in a single lane than that.
If it is about to respawn in mid and bot lane. Come on, CJ, you can do it. Think through this.
You need to think. Whoa, going into Sky. Sky flashes away. Explosive cast, not going to catch him. Meanwhile, Braum gets a big block off. Wow, Mad Life thrown in. There we go. Sky doing a lot of damage with that E. He's ready. Emperor's Divide does basically nothing. Well, it does set up a kill onto Kramer, I suppose. CJ having to back away to be a bit careful. Trace going a bit deep. Sky very low.
Oh!
Mega Gnar, big throw against the wall, gets the kill onto Sky, and Jin Air turning this one around somehow, some way. That is 1 for 3, but the super minions still hammering away at that last Nexus turret. And it was a sloppy fight from CJ. It was a team fight win from Jin Air, but I don't think it's going to change the overall result in this game.
Well, that answered your question when you asked, do you, after I said think this one through. You still have to be careful. Graves can't frontline. Sky gets caught, dies very quickly. Has gone for an offensive build with no Zhonyas. So the big issue here is that you need Trundle specifically and Braum in the front line. Although Mad Life was there, quickly has to back away. Still a support, so tankiness on a budget. Wrecker on the turret. Trundle fighting away from his carries. Kramer dies while Trundle is trying to finish the game, hitting turrets. So definitely not the best synergy between the calls. This is a really nice Gnar ultimate. The only reason more people don't die is that the exhaust stops the extra damage on Register of the Stun. Still in a great position, CJ, but already you're just starting to be, if you're a CJ fan, you're like, okay, this has been great, but we still haven't blown up the Nexus, and MVP fans know how close you can come without being able to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that Jin Air can find a way to win this game, but it is still a little bit disheartening that CJ played so well for like the first 20, maybe even 30 minutes, and now it's just kind of stalled out of it.
Wave clear is the one thing Jin Air's comp can still do. You might not be able to do explosive damage to champions. Still will be good from the Azir, but with all the AP and attack speed, they still do have the ability to delete minion waves, and then if you don't think through those turret takes or really call out targets effectively, whether those targets are champions or turrets. Things like that last engagement can happen.
Sure enough. Here comes CJ for what they hope is going to be their final push.
Turret's really low.
Sky doing some damage already. There goes the Nexus turret in just a moment. Sky thrown out by the explosive cast. Nice brawl to save the mid laner, and there we go. Kills coming in on each side though. Jin Air in the end though can't quite face CJ. Haru doing a bit too much damage on that Graves. There goes Wing finally, and that will be the end of the game. A triple kill for Haru in an interesting game one. We'll put it that way.
Interesting, but on the whole, a very positive one for CJ ENTUS. This bottom place team has been there for almost the entirety of the season. Brought out new things. The Talia pick for the first time in the LCK was wildly successful, even with some hiccups, with a singular wall and some of the team fighting right around the enemy Nexus. When the plays needed to be made, he made them, and that's the thing that you have to credit Sky on. Blanc, I think you have to ban this Talia away. We look at the damage. Massive amount of damage, and that's probably the slowest damage Azir for a 40-plus minute game that we've ever seen. The amount to which Sky crushed Blanc this game cannot be overstated, and Talia is the one guaranteed ban we will see coming into Game 2.
Well, yeah, I mean, Sky shut down Blanc so hard on that. Talia, he got like, what, 2 or 3 solo kills against that Azir, and did a ton of other damage besides that. So, yeah, in the end, I think absolutely you ban the Talia away. You know, maybe you burst pick it if you think no, but I don't think Blanc can handle that yet. Blanc can, but you know, you definitely ban it. And so again, what we've been saying all game long, what does CJ have now that they're not going to have that surprise pick with the Talia?
Again, Hecarim wasn't accounted for, and they showed they can play the Hecarim jungle comp. That was with a Shen, but I think the Hecarim in general looked really good for Haru. The Graves did. He played around his build mostly. It made him struggle to be able to finish the game frontlining a turret, but otherwise got the nice triple kill at the end. Haru in general, his performance has gone up ever since Public kind of forced him to reach that next level by having a competitive game. And in general, there's no answer to your question. We don't know how deep CJ's strategies are because in general they've struggled so much. They won't get Talia again in Game 2. So as you say, first acid test, show us something, A+. They showed us something that worked very well. They showed us something new. Now it's on the second string. Do they have the second string to actually start that ascent up the places? Because it's a long way up from last.
Yeah, it's a bit disturbing, too, that they were so far ahead and still had, you know, seemingly a pretty large amount of trouble closing out the game.
It's pretty CJ, though.
It's very CJ, yeah. So, I mean, if this is still serious. Like, I think we both know this is going to go to Game 3.
I didn't make any evening plans, Stella.
Me neither. Yep.
I circled this game, and I was like, yep, going to get to bed eventually, I guess.
It's true. It's okay. We're in esports. We can sleep in as long as we want. True enough. Well, don't you go to sleep yet, because the next game is coming between CJ and Jin Air. We'll be back for game number 2 right after this. Or maybe a little bit more of this. About this much. Yeah, this is good.
I thought that I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover and move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth drawn to a flame.
몸을 막힌 지하철 향하는 곳은 어딜까 사방이 막힌 이곳 땅속에 박혀버린 삶 고장난 시계처럼 버려진 미래 두 어깨를 짓누르는 주변의 기대 시간에 밀려 쏟아지는 사람들처럼 서둘러 토해내버린 내 꿈과 신념 현실에 추가 달린 내 발에 무참히 짓눌렸어 껍데기뿐인 육신은 한없이 뒹굴었어 답답했지 또 착잡했지 항상 그렇듯 난 상상만 했지 이제 내 목을 조이는 족쇄를 벗어버릴래 꿈틀거리는 가슴에 날개를 달 수 있게 일렁대는 파도를 더 이상 참지 못해 그 어떤 방파제로도 이 맘을 막지 못해 수많은 탄식과 손가락질 있겠지 내 뒤엔 상관없어 소리쳐줄게 카르페 디엠
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴에 사랑을 담지 못해 누구를 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네 아무것도 없이 마구 날뛰었어 겁도 없이 실패에 부딪혀 난 몇 번이고 쓰러졌지 아직 난 힘이 없어 이미 다 지난 과거에 얽매여서 살고 있어 이제 마지막 내가 다짐한 빛바랜 행볼 구걸해 내 주변에 사람들은 비웃음으로 구경해 누가 뭐래도 나를 움직이는 건 바로 나 충고는 필요 없어 너희 난 똑바로 가 혼자도 상관없지 외롭다는 건 없지 하루에도 몇 번씩 난 슬픔에 가면을 벗지 아직 쓰지 않는 노트 한 켠에 빈 공간에 떨리는 손으로 두려움을 차례로 적었지 할 수 있는 것이나 또는 할 수 없는 것이나 모든 것이 나는 것이나 꿈이란 건 있는 것일까 나는 역시나 미래에 대한 두려움 따위는 버린다 내 나이는 25 아직까지는 어린 나이
내 청춘은 어디로 날아갔나요 그대 내 청춘은 어디로 사라졌나요 그대 이제는 나는 나이가 너무 많아졌지만 나는 이렇게 또다시 꿈을 꾸게 되었죠
열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴에 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네 열정을 잃은 나이에 나이는 23 진심을 담은 눈빛은 그 빛을 잃었네 텅 빈 가슴엔 사랑을 담지 못해 눈물을 대신해 한 잔술로 날 적시네
근데 라인전은 복잡해. 그럼 왜 왔어? 나한테 그래. 나는 맨날 샤이 만나면 그렇게 나가라고. 저도 샤이 만나면 형처럼 얘기해요. 얘가 뭔데 뭔지야. 샤이 나오면
CJ는 내가 필요하다. 샤이가 등장했습니다.
이제
불카 들어갔고.
네가 그런데 샤이 이거 네
잡았어요.
하루가 세고 샤이 앞장서는 샤이 샤이의 우직한 방망이질이 시작됩니다. 진짜 더블 킬입니다. 샤이 방망이질.
그래서 인터뷰에 대해서 안타까움을 표시하셨었는데 어떻게 좀 만족스러우신가요?
좀 칙칙한 것 같아요.
내가 왜 여기서 이러고 있는지.
아니 프레이 선수의 잘생긴 얼굴을 보고 있노라니 잠깐 제가 넋이 나가서 짜최 몇이냐?
3개 정도.
이 롤은 2년 전에 질렸고요. 그냥
김동준 해설이 등장했거든요. 실물로 보시니까 혹시 어떤가요?
잘생기고 몸이 좋으시기 때문에 많이 닮으신 것 같아요.
정말 잘생긴 두 분이랑 이렇게 인터뷰하게 돼서 기분이 너무 좋습니다.
아니 프레이 선수가 LOL 판에서 사실 3대 미남 정도 들어가잖아요. 네. 아 진짜 영광입니다.
감독님이 진짜 명장 감독님이 진짜 명장 발동하셔가지고 진짜 영병술 완벽하게 하신 것 같습니다.
프레이 형이랑 이제 2년 정도 됐거든요. 근데
네.
아직까지는 잘 모르겠고요.
똑똑한 사람 알아본다고.
예.
못 알아보네요.
원딜을 바꾸고 싶다.
상현이 형이 연습 좀 더 해야겠어요. 한번 나왔다고 좀 이게 올라왔던 것 같은데 항상 개 못하는 것 같아요.
저희랑 렉사이가 탱커인데 갑자기 보셨어요?
그래서
앞에 두 명 피하는 거 보셨어요? 제가 볼 때는 세 명이 다 피했어야 됐을 것 같아요. 유지가 좀 잘하긴 하지만 제가 좀 잘해서 저런 킬은 아예 의미가 없습니다. 그거도 상관이 없어요. 좀 이상한 말을 해서 이득은 아닌데. 이득은 아닌데 최선이었어요.
뭐 싸우시는 거예요?
제가 많이 부진한 모습 많이 보여드려서 실망 많이 하셨을 텐데 이제는
당연히 이기겠지만 이길 생각으로 해야겠지만 뭔 소리죠? 저희랑 아프리카예요?
아니요. 지금 다음 경기가 예정되어 있어서
아프리카 TV요?
아예 제가
아프리카요?
지금 말을 잘 못해서 죄송합니다.
네.
정확히 오더를 내린 선수는 없었던 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
네.
누군지 알 것 같아요.
아니요. 기억이 안 나서
혼나는 경우가 있나요?
노코멘트 하겠습니다.
분위기가 살짝 시무룩한 것 같아요. 임수 선수는 여기 못 왔어요 지금.
숙소에는 있으니까.
정신을 좀 헤매는 사람들이 있으면 좀 정신 차리자.
저희 좀 달라졌죠 요즘?
네, 아주 잘하시는 것 같아요.
감사합니다.
Sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. Sky gets the MVP for that Talia game. And the first time we see it here in Korea, looks pretty good.
And again, one of the first times for Sky to really show his chops as a mid laner. When he did spend his time in the spring season, it was Lulu, it was defensive wave clear.
Nice.
When he played the Twisted Fate, it was very defensive as well. But now we see him with a champion that can make plays, and these are the sort of plays that Talia is able to make. That was actually beautifully done. Good target selection. They've just blown the flash from Che.
Get Oasis on the phone, because that was a Wonder Wall.
I like it. The Wonder Walls were real in this game, and the Baron Wall also stopped them and dissuaded a Baron that looked like it should be free for Jin Air Green Wings. And once again, our expectations are played against us, Doa. We thought Jin Air can try some things as only CJ. Well, only CJ demolished Jin Air in Game 1.
Yep.
Some of these trades, unfortunately, for Blanc don't make good repeat viewing. Kept being too aggressive, only had to use his flash in that particular game, but of course, Sky had flash too. So that worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, Sky basically just destroyed Blanc in the mid lane. That was one of the most one-sided wins I think we've seen in an individual lane this season so far. And so absolutely, without a doubt, this Talia is going to be banned away from CJ here in game number 2. So that kind of leads us to the question that we talked about during game number 1 is, what does CJ have? Now, you mentioned the Hecarim. Think that's going to be pretty likely, or?
I mean, the only other guarantee I'd say next to Talia being banned is Kuzan is almost certainly going to be playing this game. We don't have 100% confirmation yet, but I think you need to put Kuzan in. He has the most MVP points of any player on the side of Jin Air, and certainly can play Azir if that's the team plan. So
sure,
that's another thing. Team comp-wise, I just want to see more of the same. Kalista was a good choice for AD carry. Kalista or Ashe, I think, have been their best AD carries. They can play Sivir to a decent degree. But just, again, stay away from the Jinx comps and the Twitch comps that they've tried this season but have continued to not work.
Yeah.
If the Hecarim's available, which it was in Game 1 and not selected, I can see them going to that as well. Shy, he's stuck with the Trundle and looked great on the Trundle. Do we need to see Trundle bans coming through towards CJ? If you're adding Talia there, finding space for Shen and Trundle is a pretty heavy burden, so...
Well, we're looking at the lobby right now, and Kuzan is in. So it looks like, yeah, Jin Air switching over to their best mid laner, I would say.
Definitely. Necessary change, just like Core JJ playing. While Blanc started the season, did fine. When Kuzan came in, he hit the next level that I don't think Blanc is capable of just yet.
Yeah, it seems that way. And so, yeah, I mean, again, you know, this is a series that we were really expecting to go to 3 games, and now, you know, that Kuzan's in, now that surprise Talia pick is going to be presumably taken away, you know, CJ is going to kind of be left with what they had before, and what they had before didn't seem like it was enough to really beat almost anybody.
It's a fair assessment. I can't fault it, but we didn't know they had this in them. We didn't know they had an impressive game with a new pick in them, but
I never know.
The Hecarim jungle was a new pick for Champions League for a long time, and that was a successful one. Then we see the Talia pick, and that's a new one.
Yep. That's right.
Once again, confirming it is Kuzan playing in Game 2.
So, it looks like Gangplank Vlad banned out by CJ so far. That Shen taken away by Jin Air, as well as the Twisted Fate.
So with Kuzan in the lineup, is there a world where they don't ban Talia? I have to think it will be the final ban on red side, but usually you want to ban those pesky champions out first, so you don't have headaches later when it comes to champions slipping through to first pick. But for now, Jin Air have been steadfast in not banning the Talia.
You don't suppose that one of two things may be happening here, that Jin Air either has a counter pick for the Talia, well, I mean, they would have to if they're not going to ban it out, because they can't first pick it, so...
Well, the new variable also is the new mid laner in Kuzan, so maybe he knows something about Talia matchups that we don't.
That's yeah, I mean, if they have to have the counter pick, right?
You have to think so. But we'll wait and see as the draft goes. Talia amazingly not banned. Hecarim also the must banning, and CJ not banned, so...
Take the Talia. I say go for it. I mean, it worked so well for you in game number 1. I mean, you have a game 3 if this goes poorly. I say test Jin Air, see if they really do have an answer to this or if it's a bluff.
I don't think you first pick it. I think you have license to leave it up. I can't see Jin Air first rotation yet as a takeaway, so I don't think it's necessary just yet to pick it. There's a lot of available. No Vladimir at first pick. They banned that out themselves. Shen was also likely first pick champion. I mean, you could take the Trundle. So far, you've looked excellent on that. You gave the Gnar matchup over, and that didn't make much.
The Ashe. There you
Ashe.
go.
Okay, so one of those utility AD carries we talked about. Sivir's still available. The Kalista They made a lot of good work with that pick in game 1, but they're going to prioritize Ashe over Sivir and any of those other picks. Today, traditionally, it's been Sivir first picks so far.
Yeah, that's right. But the Ashe available, it was banned away against CJ in game number 1. And we have seen Kramer do, I believe, pretty well on that.
I have to think with last pick and the threat of Talia, you leave last pick for mid lane for Kuzan. He could definitely play something like LeBlanc into the Talia and try to just assassinate the champion.
Very true.
I expect this to be pretty standard, so yeah, Winged will be locking in the Elise this time. Graves is available if Haru wants to take it again, and given that Haru has struggled a lot of this season, it'll make a lot of sense to stick with what's working, which was the Graves, at least in game 1.
It really did work, but you wonder again how much of that, and you got to go back to the Talia again. I mean, there was just so much pressure in the mid lane that Haru could kind of go wherever he wanted. He spent a lot of time in bot lane.
There was another variable there too. Remember, level 1, they blew the flash of the Nami, who then had her second flash blown almost immediately after she had it. 2 flashes before level 4, so they had lane control on bot. They were winning 2v2. Mid lane was killing the opponent 1v1. So you're right, Graves had basically free reign to do whatever he wanted. Mad Life's most impressive champion this season has been the Bard, which we haven't seen any Bard bans or Bard picks today, so always exciting to see Bard. And also Bard and Ashe have a lot of synergy in terms of locking down or changing fights.
Yeah, very true. 3, 2, 1. Looks like it will be the Graves and Bard locked in for CJ.
Where they're going with it, again, they have no incentive to show the Talia if they're going to take it till the next rotation. Heavily expecting this to be a safe top lane pick, could even be a takeaway on the Trundle on the side of Jin Air and that AD carry. The AD carry part is going to be the Sivir, which Pilot has been defaulting to this season. We talked about Trace spamming Aurelion solo queue. 7 games in his immediate match history, 7 victories in a row. He's going to try the Aurelia as a blind pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Trundle once again from Shy.
Well, Shy doesn't seem to care what matchup it is. He's been playing really well on that Trundle in both games we've seen this season. Still a small sample size, but a good start to that sample size anyway. And will we see Talia?
I think it's
I want to see it again. I want to see it again.
I think it's risky, Doa.
I think you go for it. I know they're probably not going to, but I say go for it. I mean, what else do you have? Normal stuff isn't working. Use the abnormal stuff until it doesn't work. They've got a game 3 in case this doesn't work in game 2, so I say go for the Talia.
Well, they're considering listening to you. This would be a blind pick for the mid lane. No mid laner selected yet on Jin Air Green Wings. Kuzan also a very different mid lane, a lot more stage experience. Had some very impressive carry games. Will be a risk, but they played it so well in game 1. They're going to go with it again in game 2.
All right, so yes, we will see that Talia again.
I think you LeBlanc this.
LeBlanc seems safe.
That's the first champion that's... Of course, I don't really know the Talia matchups that well, but that would certainly be one that strikes me as a strong one.
I mean, theoretically, you could put your Talia W on the distortion snapback spot, but...
The what-ifs there are just a bit too situational. You could go for something ultra safe, which would be the Victor. You would assume Azir will be safe, but there's no option for the Victor to dash into the enemy damage unless he flashes into it, so...
With Victor being less mobile than Azir, though, one has to worry a little bit, but, you know, the burst from that champion is really high. You can go toe-to-toe, probably exceed what Talia can do, so, yeah, probably not a bad pick.
And again, it's not like Kuzan is going to have a wealth of information about Talia, so why not go for a champion that could always be blind picked, that was always going to be safe, get one item and be able to clear the backline and wave clear. So they're not going to allow the Talia to have a skill matchup in mid. It's very much going to be Victor playing safe. A lot of wave clear on the side of Jin Air, and when you see double line wave clear, the Victor and the Sivir with a champion pick like Aurelia, it's all about the Aurelia. That's a worrying thing. Trace is 0-2 on this champion, but he's clearly got his eye in solo queue. It's now about translating that solo queue performance to the professional level, because this is very much a game, a setup for Aurelia to carry in what is a skill matchup against that Trundle.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like it's a big moment for Jin Air. Can they finally get the top carry rolling? Can they grab the meta and shake it until it does what they want it to do? I don't know. I don't know if that's really a great analogy, but
shake it till it slows down.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture. That's right. All right. All right. All right. All right.
Boom. You're just beatboxing over there, Noah. I love
It's
it.
not really beatboxing, but okay. We'll take it. Either way, CJ with a chance to get a 2-0 over Jin Air, which is not something we expected coming into this one. But the Talia pick for Sky has been very good. Shy looking great on that Trundle. Jin Air, though, swapping back to Kuzan in the mid lane. We'll see if that's enough, along with Trace's Aurelia, to turn the tide and force a Game 3. We don't have to wait too much longer. As the game is loaded, it is time. Jin Air looking to tie things up. Let's see if they can do it. And welcome to Summoner's Rift, where the Cloud Drakes would show up eventually. You know they will. CJ versus Jin Air, game number 2. And what does CJ have in mind this time? Probably a lot more of the same. A lot more of what they did in game number 1, but Kuzan is no Blanc.
You're right. But the comp, as you say, does a lot of similar things. They still have so much terrain and just pick options. It's crazy to think of a pick comp without champions like Elise and LeBlanc, who have the chains and the cocoon for obvious pick CC, but the permanent terrain of something like the Talia ultimate and the Trundle into CC from Ashe, and of course the Bard ultimate means that there's so many game-changing ultimates and skills available for CJ that, given how practiced they looked in game 1, they can ape that and continue to perform to the same level. They could certainly repeat the performance that saw them upset Jin Air, and a 2-0 would be insane as Pilot actually flashes over going for this Gromp contest.
Wow, this is...
That's not a Lucian dash at all.
Interesting. No, that is a Sivir flashing.
You do not expect this in any form.
Shy and Haru do not know this is coming. Now they do. Pilot coming in. There's the exhaust on Haru forcing the flash out of that grave. So Summoner for Summoner so far. And they will not go for the Gromp themselves. So... just kind of making things difficult for Haru and Shy early on.
So let's try and make sense of that, because people will look at this and be like, lol, he blew his flash. But
was that worth it?
What you need to remember is we're going into a lane swap. You do not theoretically need to flash in the next 5 minutes, because what happens at this point is very well traveled. You hold the wave, you build it up. In the next 5 minutes, summoner spells are almost irrelevant, so there isn't necessarily that cost. You don't usually see swap backs at any point. You lose too much if Ashe and Bard leave the bot lane. So while it seems like a massive investment, it's actually not that big an investment. It's still insane, though. There's no way you can play around that as the enemy team. As a Lucian, we saw already today, Lucian and Braum skipping over the wall. That's something you can do. But to actually invest the flash is a next level we haven't seen before.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean, how do you really punish that?
There are edge ways, but someone's going to be a big loser in that, because there's going to be a trade back as the minion waves are being built up. With how jungle pathing and how the bot lane have been built up, there's just too many things that need to happen to swap back. So it's just not worth the investment. There'd be too many losers across the board to take around a situational advantage, which is the enemy's flash, right? He still has heal.
Right.
He's still not a free kill in the top lane. So at the end of the day, it's probably not going to be in any way relevant unless we see a swap back, and even if we do, it's going to be very defensive play, and they're not going to put themselves overextended in a long lane.
Right. It will be that fairly normal lane swap at the end of the day. Well, Kuzan taking a ton of damage already from Sky, and one wonders if Sky is just that good on this champion that these other mid laners don't really have a lot of experience against.
I think we need to apply Occam's Razor and be surprised at how good Sky is in the champion, but we already saw Blanc clearly have no idea how the champion worked. And it's safe to say that Jin Air has very little exposure, because it's the one thing you'll notice is that they're not respecting the ranges. Kuzan was surprised that he was bounced back by the W. So that's,
I was surprised.
That's a lack of knowledge about the range that these abilities can be cast at.
And, you know, that's a bit surprising to me, because Jin Air allowed this to happen. They didn't ban the Talia. They said, we can handle it. No worries. We've got Kuzan. Kuzan's going to play Victor. It's going to be fine. And already we see that recall force, that teleport used early. And we see Sky with a pretty decent CS advantage immediately.
I mean, the most famous example of a new champion warping a series was a series that involved CJ, which of course was Dade and Zed in the famous Summer 2013 final where Dade went Zed 3 times and MVP Ozone upset CJ Blaze 3-0. And obviously the stakes are a lot lower here, but they came in with a plan. They're like, these are the bans we need against CJ ENTUS, and they believe in that to the degree that with a new independent variable added, which was that carry Talia performance in Game 1, they're sticking to their guns. So they need to step it up if they're going to contain this Talia, because although it's not the same crazy oppressive laning phase, they're going to have to learn quickly on how to deal with this particular champ.
Yeah. Wow, and Sky is just being so aggressive on this Talia.
Pretty even damage trade that time, and when level 6 hits, Victor gets 1,000,000 damage and Talia gets a gap closer, so at level 6 we'll have to see Sky be a bit more respectful of Kuzan.
Yep. We should be a little bit worried.
Kuzan actually goes against the favored summoner spells. We've seen a lot of Ghost Flash on the Victor, but actually takes the teleport this game. I mean, one of the primary reasons to do that is to get to lane if you misjudge a trade. So there is an element of respect there in going teleport.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sky's really overextended.
I don't think Sky is respecting the power of this gank from Elise. There's a Cocoon, and Sky is going to have a really hard time getting out of this one. Flashes to the edge of the gravity field, and that's not going to help as First Blood goes over to Kuzan. So I think when Sky comes back to lane, he's going to find a pretty different situation.
Bit sheepish, he's going to feel after flashing onto the gravity field. Could have tried to flash over the wall instead. Could have also cast the ult at some point away in a different direction, but did neither of those things and was punished. Doesn't have teleport, so passive doesn't find you all the way from base to the minion wave. It's going to be Haru holding the lane in mid lane.
Yep. We'll get there a little bit quicker anyway with the passive.
Those giggles though.
Hee hee. So fun.
I mean, rock surfing looks pretty fun.
It does, but it really messes up the grass. The groundskeeper in Summoner's Rift hates Talia.
Who would get the groundskeeper skin though? There was like
probably Maokai.
Groundskeeper Maokai.
Yep, see it.
Young ruffian Talia.
Green thumb Maokai.
This was a mirror turret trade. We didn't talk much about CJ looking for an extra objective though, trying to punish the Aurelia with very low wave clear.
Yeah, doing on the Mad Life though. Gonna take a chunk out of that Bard.
3-man investment as Talia is still able to farm in mid lane. Not much Shy can do in the mirror situation in bot though.
And we may see a bit of a gank coming in from Sky. Yeah, backing away. And this also just serves to take the pressure off of Shy a little bit too. And we saw that be kind of a big part of their Game 1 where a lot of things that they were able to do by having that big mid lane pressure was let Shy just kind of farm and stay safe.
But that kind of undersells what Shy was able to do, because you remember he was ignored. You know, we mentioned the pressure in mid and bot, but he was ignored. There was no jungle pressure paid to a Trundle versus Nara matchup, and he went even and in fact decided to win the lane in an unfavorable matchup. So he deserves credit for getting no resources in an unfavorable matchup and going even.
Suppose he does.
So that turret take the inner turret. It's going to be an answering inner turret. So lots of long lanes. So Shy walks up and with the arrow coming in.
Yeah, Che could be in a bit of trouble. There we go. Weaver's Wall comes through. Che, can he get over? He has the flash, but Sky gets the kill anyway. It's 1-for-1. Nice Cosmic Binding onto Pilot and Winged. And they're nearly catching him here. Maybe they
not
can.
done.
Yeah, Shy, not quite getting close enough. Was wondering if Shy could maybe get there with the pillar, but didn't have the cooldown up, it looks like. So they'll be happy to trade.
Nice aim on the threaded volley, which of course continues in the same vector. Managed to hit it all onto the low health Che and take him
works
down.
Like the culling. Uh-oh, Haru completely caught as he goes into the enemy jungle. Easy kill, but Jin Air may pay for it. Jungler for jungler. Wing flashes over the volley from Kramer, but Kramer gets the kill anyway. Sky and Mad Life still chasing, but they're going to get pushed back out. Yep. Sky with not a lot of mana, you're right.
It would have had crazy chase. I mean, the chase you can see from Sky on this Talia is already very clear. It was a really nice ult to get the first kill. And then if you're fighting in the enemy jungle, there's so many walls for him to surf around and chase down with the threaded volley. Once you get the Rylai's, that's going to be a gap closer in itself. So more nice Talia play. Sky making us a believer of this pick in its debut in Champions.
It looks really strong, and you gotta wonder if we're gonna see this a bit more going forward.
Easy answer is yes, and with, again, the mooted train changes regarding just adding a bit more burst, which didn't look very necessary in game 1. The mechanics changed in how WNE activated, which means the burst is more reliable. I think the champion will be a staple pick ban in the meta.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we've kind of thought that Talia looked pretty strong from the beginning, but the Korean players just had not really picked it up yet until today. And man, I mean, what a debut. I don't think it's been a little while, I think, since we've seen a new champion look so dominating in their first game in Korea here.
And of all people to do it, it's Sky. This guy who,
right.
you know, had a lot of ironic words, you know, tough words for him in his debut season. We were all on that BDD watch, wondering when he could play because Sky was struggling to that degree. And then he comes in and, on a new champion, makes a massive debut performance. And another reason why Talia is so interesting, Doa, is that think of the AD carry pool we see right now. It's specifically Sivir, Jhin, and Ashe. None of those champions have escapes. Flash is down. You see that Weaver's wall behind you. You're screwed.
Yeah.
Sivir especially. So often, you forget that she doesn't have a dash because she fights pretty well with the spell shield. You're not going to spell shield much when you can't run away with any speed because it makes the on the hunt just not relevant because the terrain cannot be passed by just mere movement.
Yeah, very true. CJ does go for that Cloud Drake, and they will pick it up. Didn't see what the next one was going to be. It's going to free Jhin Air to go for the Rift Herald, though.
Getting the Rift Herald onto Aurelia would help the matchup. Aurelia's not there, so it's going to be probably just the Elise picking it up.
Yep. Like to give that over to Winged. Yep, they will. Sky, though, getting some more damage on the mid lane turret.
Has ult to surf away, just like last time. Flash also, so able to get about 50% damage on the outer turret.
Not bad. Shy again getting a big CS lead up in this top lane and now in the bottom lane, just in the 1v1 playing so well on that Trundle.
His team has also been proactive. If you think about the turret trade we saw of inner turrets, CJ took the first one. CJ decided what was happening. Jhin Air reacted, and the moment you're reacting in a lane swap, someone's losing CS, and that someone ended up being this Aurelia. Whenever Aurelia falls behind, the expensive build of the Trinity Force gets more and more delayed, which allows Trundle to go a very greedy build. Consider the build he has right now. He has Merc Treads, which, okay, slightly less CC duration, but that's no longer the first max from Aurelia, and Magic Resist, which doesn't help you against Aurelia very much outside of just some incidental damage, and then Tiamat. So no health. Health usually the statistic against the true damage from the Aurelia, so he can go a pretty greedy build and feel good about it.
Yeah. Good start for CJ, small little gold lead. But you know, if CJ can get a lead like they did in game number 1, I think the big thing that we're going to need to look for is to see if they can close things out a bit more methodically. Game 1 got a little bit scary for them at the end.
In the late game, Trace gets big, especially Jhin Air have the advantage. But if Trace is just fighting an even war with Shy, they don't have as many options in the late game as potentially CJ, who can change fights. We mentioned it already. Just the 3 ults of those bottom 3 members, Talia, Ashe, and Bard, can do so many creative things that are hard to itemize against, that warp a team fight. I love the options that Talia brings. These champions that don't have combat ults really provide CC or just alternate win conditions that warp the way a game of League of Legends is played.
Yeah, it's cool. Very cool. CJ moving Kramer and Haru up towards that top lane just to get a little bit more farm onto that Ashe. Somebody is saying something somewhere.
And it's Graves laughing.
Graves, yeah. Just having a good time.
Giggles from Sky, although here comes the damage trades once again.
Yep.
Looks like he's sticking with the build. So Abyssal Scepter in the first pickup.
Sky's done a good job, too, of just poking down that turret. It's not often when you see a Victor pushed in so hard and like lose so much on his turret.
I mean, 1+1, Victor and Azir are the 2 champions that we've seen the Talia against, and they're prominently played for the ability to push in and then get turret damage.
Yeah.
The auto attacks of the Azir are famous. The Victor also, we remember so many Victors getting those outer mid lane turrets first because of that ability to pressure. Talia has always had massive wave clear. Once again, just the amount of damage that you can do with threaded volley on a minion wave when you're not on worked ground is for all to see. Here we go.
Oh, well, Wing taking a little bit of damage.
Emergency ult from Pilot. Safety first.
Yep, that's right. It also, I mean, it was nice from Sky, too, to give Mad Life time to escape from that without having to burn any summoner spells.
Look how extended Shy is. He's doubled the CS, 100 to 51 on the Aurelia.
That is crazy.
You just look at the CS values. 50 CS advantage in top, 13 CS advantage in the jungle, 10 CS or so in mid lane, even in the AD carry role. Even if you factor in Braum, we're talking about 40 to 50 CS that's gone lost from Jinner, they just haven't got access to because CJ has been dictating where they go on the map. And because Jinner reacts second, minions are dying to the turrets. And the gold lead is almost purely, in fact, almost exclusively in those minions that have just gone wanting for Jinner.
Yeah. Here comes Winged. Oh, Mad Life tries to predict Winged to walk forward. He does not.
NA Cosmic Binding.
UK Cosmic Binding. that's the trend now, I think. Oh boy. Wing trying to flash out of this one, but the CC comes in anyway. Double teleport for Jin Air. And CJ, I think, is going to be pretty happy getting that. They're going to back off. And there's the wall just to keep them safe unless Haru decides to go back in and die again. But he decides to change his mind and not die. But again, that's a great use of the Weaver's Wall from Sky. I mean, seeing CJ was under a little bit of pressure, they got the 2 teleports out from Jin Air. Leave it at that. Trade that for a Talia ultimate. Looks good.
I mean, having a single teleport advantage is one thing. They got a double teleport advantage now. So they were already running the map, as we could tell from the CS values. And now, with double teleport, Jin Air need to really employ the buddy system because the moment they're in 3 lanes, there's so many different angles that this team, with the Bard ultimate still up, with the Ashe ultimate coming back soon, can attack you from.
Yep. Definitely. Dragon up in 30. We didn't see which one that's going to be quite yet.
We'll return to our Cloud Drake first assumption.
Probably Cloud Drake. I love that assumption because either you're like, all right, we thought so, or you're happy because it's not. It's Cloud Drake. We thought so.
Yeah, it would be Cloud Drake, wouldn't it, though?
As expected. Yep. Mad Life and Haru deciding, you know what? It's Cloud Drake, who cares?
Weaver's Wall not up yet, so that's one big cooldown that's not available.
And will CJ actually fight for this? I feel like it's just not worth it. Kramer's got the arrow, yeah.
Way out of position, though.
It's true, but he can be there with his ultimate anyway. All right, Silver Ultimate user going to try to go in on a Mad Life. Mad Life trying to take a magical journey, and he gets out just in time, but they're going to chase. So I guess Mad Life's going to give up his life in exchange for the dragon. Was it worth it?
Second Cloud Drake, something.
Well, they can knock down the mid lane turret too, possibly.
Yeah, they're certainly in position to. No word ground, so Sky instant pushes the wave. We see Elise leading the way, so it starts to get more and more risky for CJ, but they're going to try it.
This is a 4v5, and that's a ton of damage coming up from Kuzan. He's going to nearly get killed by Kramer, but he will live. And Jin Air looking for a big fight, and they get 2 big kills onto that Victor. Yeah, I think CJ pushed it a bit too far there.
Where'd the safety first of game 1 go, Doa? They were so safe in closing out the game, but
don't know.
You just have to know at this point you're too far. They had wards, double ward in the river, so they knew they were coming at the exact speed they were, but they both didn't focus down the turret and didn't get a kill, so they give over 2, and their blushes are spared by the timer. It's only 17 minutes when that fight happens, so no Baron to punish them, but in a different game, they lose Baron from being that brazen in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they thought that wasn't going to result in a 4v5 after knowing exactly where Jin Air was, knowing that they didn't really use too much to kill off Mad Life. Maybe they thought they could kill the mid lane turret quicker and move out, but I don't know.
The thinking caps were just slightly off the head at the time.
Maybe a long way off the head.
Yeah. Double Cloud Drake.
Oh, yes. So, CJ is moving around the map just a bit faster. Maybe that's what they thought. Maybe they thought, well, we've got 2 Cloud Drakes. We can do this and get out.
Yeah, Ashe is at 370 move speed, so she's feeling pretty good. Sure. One thing you can say is that, you know, when Sivir is popped, having that extra 30 movement speed, obviously the moment that the first auto attack comes in is negated, but if they can kite back from something difficult like an initiation from Jin Air, it might be relevant.
I suppose.
Do have to reach a bit with Cloud Drake.
Yeah, you do. CJ still keeping the pressure on, though, especially in that bot lane.
Behind in gold, though, worth noting.
Yeah, that is true. Definitely a different game. And a 3-0-2 victor is certainly something to be a little bit afraid of. I mean, Kuzan obviously handling this Talia a bit better than Blanc was.
Victor's a lot more non-committal than Azir. Not that Azir is a super committal champion unless he chooses to be, but it was Blanc choosing those wrong engages, consistently going in with E and being punished.
Yep.
Victor only has one way, and that's usually kiting backwards unless he's way ahead. Nice steal from Haru.
Yeah, Haru's able to take that blue buff.
Meanwhile,
That's
a Trundle.
Meanwhile, a Trundle. Meanwhile, a Sky. Meanwhile, a turret falls.
A
Sound
new
like
way
we're
to
going
cast.
Full haiku there. Meanwhile, a cast. All right, well, one turret goes down. Steal the blue buff, so the gold lead does go back into CJ's favor just a tiny bit. Really doesn't matter a whole lot.
Most of the lead, especially in CS, is between Shy and Trace. Trace continues to be very much on the back foot. Still going to be going offensive with the second item.
Yeah, Mad Life comes in, though, engaging onto Trace. There's the exhaust use right away. Trace trying to blade dance his way out of there. That didn't work. There's a kill. I think he may have. That was blade surge his way out of there. Yeah.
When he flashed over, it looked like he was stunned by something. I'll watch the replay to confirm, but sometimes terrain can do interesting things.
It's true.
Both red buffs on the map being taken by CJ.
Yeah, Haru grabbing the enemy red buff. Mid lane turret's still very healthy here.
This is one of the reasons I think... Oh.
Wow, Haru got caught. Sivir ultimate use to try to secure that one, and they will. Meanwhile, Mad Life trying to recall. No, Bard's not going to make it out of this. Kuzan with an easy pickup. CJ just looking a little bit lazy in their positioning here in Game 2.
Kuzan on a rampage.
Wow,
They're going back
what
in.
the world are you doing? That is a 3v5. Shy goes in, dies immediately. Sky can't do a whole lot. Has to flash away. Pilot very, very low. But he will live, and I have no idea what Shy thought he was going to accomplish. Going in essentially 1v5. Nice flash cocoon onto Kramer. Will they be able to get it? Looks like they will. Sky picks up a kill onto Wing, though.
Double kill.
Double kill, yeah, onto Trace, too, I suppose. All right, well, that Talia is still doing work. 4-1 and 2.
That was the last bit there was very strange, actually.
All right, this is a sloppy game. Let's just admit it.
You got to call a sloppy game a sloppy game. This move by Shy is just terrible. Like, there's no ward. He just dies instantly for no reason. They didn't even have access to more members, so Teleport came in to give Jin Air 5. And then Jin Air, they see Kramer and they want to take down the Immobile Ash. You can understand that, but look at the potential punishment in your Instagram. They've started Baron.
Well, watch what Sky does here.
He just kites backwards. He's not on worked ground anymore, so he's able to channel the Q.
Yeah.
Get the damage. They started Baron a while ago.
Tempered Fate will help CJ secure that
It's
Baron.
risky.
Presumably, Pilot tries to take it. He doesn't. Meanwhile, the kill onto Victor is huge. Jin Air on the run immediately. Pilot going to go down. There's both carries. And that worked out pretty well for CJ.
Nice Talia ultimate. Actually split Aurelia away. Would have had to blade surge to a minion just to get to the other side, but would have been not able to get there anyway. Nice move from CJ, and that comes from Jin Air over pursuing under the turret on Kramer.
Well, this has just been kind of a game of overextensions from both teams here, and CJ just the latest to come out ahead.
6-1 and 2 out of nowhere on this Talia.
Yeah, I mean, 4 kills in just like the last minute, basically.
Exactly. In your head, you're like, man, Victor's been running away with this game, but Talia, with that many donations, has just as much gold.
Yeah, Shy coming back in with the TP, Haru taking a bit of turret damage. Overall, though, the zoning, too, that this Talia can give you allows CJ to get a lot of damage on that tier 2.
The thing that people should take away from this series, and what other teams will take away, is the fact that Talia has shoved in and taken the turret of an Azir and a Victor.
Yeah.
Wave clear is so important in this game to be able to just stand tall, to have options in the mid lane. If you have a wave clear advantage, you can chip away. But we're going to look at the fight, the Baron once again. Nice borrowed ultimate earlier. They choose to rush it down. The smite is true. There's no sign of Elise, of course, still in base. But remember at 17 minutes when I talked about what happens when you overextend as a jungler? Well, they overextended as 2 members, and this is the answering Baron that you get 22 minutes into the game.
That is now 3 Cloud Drakes for CJ, so, all right, I'll admit, they're moving pretty quick now.
Yeah, coming back to the wave clear, the fact that this champion can out-wave clear two of the wave clear gods of the past year lets you know that Talia is going to be a staple pick.
Yeah, I think so. I think the age of Talia has officially begun here in Korea. And we never would have expected that it'd be Sky to usher it in with so much success. Kuzan getting a bit caught. Wow, Kramer has to flash away. Speaking of getting caught, good tempered fate from Mad Life, and then the protective wall coming in from Sky. Can they use it to take a tier 2? Doesn't look like it. I mean, another overextension. This time from the CJ side.
Yay!
I don't know, a game of throws. Could be an apt description of this one.
Ohmwrecker.
Yeah, Ohmwrecker does work on the turret. It's back again. Shy loves that Ohmwrecker.
Shy was like, I saw that Ohmwrecker yesterday. I can do it too.
Beautiful. It's like, I'm gonna build that item. Oh yeah, turrets ain't got nothing on me.
Well, this game has been a lot sillier than game 1.
Yep.
The Talia picks
Action
that didn't work.
packed for a Jin Air series too.
Well, now we know the tonic for a Jin Air series. A bit of Talia.
Guess so.
A bit of Talia makes the Jin Air go around.
In the most delightful way.
Indeed. A spoonful of Talia.
That's right. I don't know. It sounds kind of grim. But
that's true.
Yeah. A lane full of Talia.
Makes the Jin Air go around.
Makes the Jin Air go down.
It's true.
In a most delightful way.
Summons the sad plan.
Yeah. Well, another story to this series has been Shy quietly being awesome on this Trundle pick too. Shy is back.
CJ's early game has been rescued to a great degree. Remember, I touched on the CS, the fact that they had that 60 extra CS that Jin Air hadn't been going to. That was because they were dictating where Jin Air went. Jin Air was just shadowing, by far in second place, the much superior early pathing from CJ ENTUS, something that has never been a staple of CJ. Their early game has always been pretty damn weak, so it's really nice to see them thinking out this early game, and who knows how much of that is Shy or Sky or the coaches really having a new insight on the game, but
true.
It really is great to see, because CJ is such a wonderful, massive, proud organization in Korean esports, and seeing them down the bottom was pretty disheartening for any of the legacy League of Legends fans.
Well, it's been a while since we would have really thought of CJ as a team that was, you know, playoff bound. Shay comes over the wall in a little bit of trouble, able to block a lot of that damage with the shield. But yeah, I mean, if this is truly them turning around their season, who knows? All right, looks like they're going to use the Weaver's Wall just to take that inhibitor turret. Thought maybe they could catch somebody. Maybe they're just not going to get anything out of it. All right, well, it's not exactly the shortest cooldown in the world either.
Wing tried to Proto Belt over the wall to get the engage on Ashe, but found out the Proto Belt doesn't actually pop you over walls.
Nope.
That was a bit awkward.
Runs you into them. Oh well, you gotta find out somehow, right?
Exactly. Learn by doing.
Yep. There you go. So we're back to where we were in game number 1, where the question is now, can CJ close this out methodically? Can they close it out in a prompt fashion? Ashe Arrow does connect with Shay. I don't think that's something they can really pick. Maybe they can with the W from Talia. Haru taking a lot of damage here. Mad Life on the run now as Pilot gets aggressive. They went for a pick. They ended up taking a bit of damage on their jungler for it. Doesn't stop Shy from looking pretty good in that bot lane.
I mean, at this point, Trinity Force and no completed second item, no way for Trace to pressure the Trundle. It's not been the poor performance from Trace this game, honestly. Not much of this game has been related to the Trace versus Shy matchup. It was a lot about early pathing and following of junglers, much less than the lane mechanics. So very hard to evaluate whether Trace's performance as a single data point has improved as much as perhaps it needed to, but it hasn't been a cause of concern for Jin Air fans like it was in previous games on Aurelia.
You know, hilariously, the 3 Cloud Drake buff does help compensate for some of CJ's overextensions. They can get out of bad situations easier that way.
I mean, the rotations they can make with 3 Cloud Drakes and something like the Magical Journey, like you move blazingly fast with all that movement speed between lanes. So
yeah,
that's only really relevant though when specifically inner turrets are being targeted. All those inner turrets are down. It can be relevant if you've got minion waves set up to push onto, say, mid lane turret and top lane turret. But you're right. At the end of the day, 3 Cloud Drakes does help you against something like a Sivir, at least when it comes to acquiring the first target. Now it's on CJ to think their way through ending the game, which is, again, you give an A+ to CJ for innovation, but the closing the game was more in the B- range.
Here we go, big engage, but Mad Life takes a magical journey to get out of it. And Tempered Fate, Braum gets some hang time. Kramer in a lot of trouble though, gets caught with that cocoon. There's a kill for Pilot, exhaust onto him now. Haru chasing Winged out of that fight. Sky has to back away out of that Chaos Storm. A bit more damage might do it, and there's the kill for Kuzan. Haru looking for something Mad Life might be able to find it with a magical journey into a cosmic binding onto Kuzan there. Mad Life taking a lot of damage, giving Kuzan the double kill. Meanwhile, Haru dies as well, so okay. This is kind of what we saw in game number 1. CJ not looking too good in the late game.
And look, Winged is alive. They can definitely take Baron off the back of this outer mid lane turret. Big mistake from Kramer, overextending. He dies with his flash up. Need the buddy system when you have an AD carry like this Ashe, but walked up to try and initiate, and then 4 members flash on top of an Ashe. What are you to do? Even with something like the Weaver's Wall, you cannot cast it defensively fast enough to split away a team with Sivir ultimates. It's not something the ult is able to do, so you can see in the picture-in-picture, just like the last time we saw a team fight replay.
Shy getting in there.
It's going to be the Baron buff. Will it be a bonus kill as well?
Oh, Shy just decided to die there.
Yep.
In the, weren't seeing it because we were watching that replay, but Shy is down for another 40 seconds. Jinair with the Baron buff. And this one may not be quite as over as it looked a few minutes ago. And the thing is CJ got away with things like that in game number 1 because they had such an enormous lead, but it's not anywhere near as big as it was in game 1 here in game 2. So could be in trouble. Ocean Drake now for CJ. Again, they don't have the Infernal Drakes. They don't have the Mountain Drake this time. So they don't really have that same dragon power that they did in game 1 either.
You can make more mistakes in the mid game when your late game is amplified by 16 and eventually more than that. We're going to see the replay of Shy. He just tries to contest. The first part is fine, but when he walks up to auto attack, that's a little bit strange because he's not realistically going to be able to do anything, and they have an Elise with Smite available.
Meanwhile, we've got some action in the other game as we watch Shy dying. Mad Life taking a lot of damage as we come back into this, but they do catch Winged. Are they going to pick up a kill? They will. Mad Life lives through that somehow. Had to burn the temple.
Ash Arrow.
Ash Arrow with the engage. Haru there, but I don't know if CJ can chase this. Sky jumps off of the Weaver's Wall, perhaps on the wrong side, but he and Shy will try to zone this Jinair team. Sky looking for a big damage opportunity, but this Jinair team may just be a little bit too dangerous to engage. CJ, though, thinking about going for it. It is a 5v4. Mad Life low, a lot of ultimates down, though. Chase still has his. That Braum ultimate could be big.
This is
the
Jinair
side.
They're on the CJ side of the map. There's so much terrain here and other ways to jump over walls. If CJ want to fight, they will get it.
Yep, that's right. First Prompt needs to be dealt with. They do. Sky coming in, zoning with that E. Going through with the magical journey. They're going to try to loop around and flank. Mad Life looking to hit a good cosmic binding. They dodge it. Long fight here. Che a little bit low. May have to pop that Braum ult defensively. Whoa! Meanwhile, they just blow up Kuzan. Che finally drops the Braum ultimate, but is too late. Shy slowing down Pilot and Trace in the back lines. Ash Arrow, great connection onto Pilot. There's a double kill now for Sky, and they are going to turn it right back around, taking the Baron buff off of everybody except for Trace.
And Jinair signed their own death certificates when they fought on the enemy side of the jungle against Magical Journey, against Trundle Pillar, against the ultimate from Talia. They're just going to brute force down this turret, at least spawned, and now he's going to go pick up some camps and maybe try to proxy. Just going to recall, complete waste of time by Winged. There goes the inhibitor turret. CJ, they ride the seesaw all the way to the inhibitor.
They do, man. It is, it's been quite the seesaw. It's a good way to describe it. Let's watch that again.
There's just no way for Jinair to get back. The moment they cheat towards CJ's side again, think of all the cooldowns that CJ have to both gap close and create terrain, slow down the enemy. It was going to be a 5v4. Elise was, of course, the person who died. And when you're trying to run away from a Talia who can walk next to the wall, have increased movement speed, and then worked ground isn't a consideration when that's an area of the map you haven't been on. With the Rylai's, acquiring targets left, right, and center. Many die for Jinair. The seesaw favors CJ, at least for now.
Yep. Trace has that GA. So got that going for him.
I don't see 10 kill mid laners very often, but 10 of the 13 kills on the Talia.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it shows you the strength of this pick. And even Kuzan, traditionally one of the most successful mid laners in the league, certainly a good one for Jinair. Really struggling, despite being 6, which is weird to say considering he's 6-2 and 7 on this victor.
I mean, Kuzan can't be doing any more. He's had 13 out of 14 kill participation. Yeah. He's just kind of watching every other member of his team be caught out.
Or him be caught out. I mean, he just got destroyed in that last fight. Insta-gift.
I think in general he's been good, but you're right. The last team fight has now swung it back to CJ. They've already got one inhibitor, looking for a second one.
Yeah, own record cooldown almost up. They can use it on that turret again if they decide to go in.
Unironic things you didn't think you'd be saying this series.
I know, yeah. That home record cooldown, man. Good stuff. CJ has to be careful. This is kind of the place where you'd expect them to lose another fight. See if they do. It's just one of those days, right? All right, going in.
So, big issue here is that obviously they're trying to brute force down a turret defended by Victor and Sivir.
Yeah.
That's not happy times.
Best to go back and get ready for this next dragon. It is going to be up in about 1:45.
I believe it is the Elder Drake.
Should be, I think, at this point. Should be.
So, while the movement speed they get likely won't be relevant, it's a lot of it at this point with the extra 50%. I think it's 62.5 move speed, which is an insane amount.
As weird as it is, I mean, that extra movement speed does compensate for kind of the weaknesses that CJ has shown in the late game. So, in a bizarre twist of fate, the 3 Cloud Drakes is actually pretty beneficial for what CJ's been doing, or the lack of what they've been doing, I guess.
Just the most consequential Cloud Drake we've ever seen, Noah.
It helps bad teams be not so bad, I guess. There you go.
Look, CJ's on the road from being a bad team to a middle-of-the-pack team, okay?
Sure.
They're trying their damnedest.
I mean, they've had a good series. They've taken every dragon in these 2 games so far. They've only given up 1 Baron, I believe.
Continue to push up. Continue to really think through. They have that broken top lane turret, so the top lane inhibitor, sorry. So the next Drake should be walk in the park. You know, we'll try to walk up for now and get some vision, but I think it's going to be really tricky to pull off.
Yep. CJ right now, some good vision all over the map, just keeping all lanes pushed. Right now, Jinair really has no idea where anybody on CJ is.
Kuzan still has deletion damage on everyone barring the most tanky of targets with the 4 items he's put together, so has to be respected. Still a force.
Yep. I mean, and Sky doesn't have that Zonias either. He went for a very similar build to what we saw in game number 1, and that does leave him a bit vulnerable. He's a glass cannon. Oh, Che, though, completely caught. Throws up the shield, able to hop back over to Pilot.
Went glass cannon in game 1. Remember, this is Sky going glass cannon on a champion that needs to get pretty close range to do a lot of damage. So atypical. But with the fact that he's only played, I believe it's 10 to 15 competitive games, he gets a chance to redefine himself. Decent in the series last time out, and very strong in this series.
CJ really wants to catch somebody as they're coming in to go for Baron, or as they're coming in to check to see if CJ is going for Baron. That is.
There's no way for Jinair to get vision around the Baron. We can see a pink ward has been sitting on top of that Baron for now.
Yep.
Sky has teleport, so can be liberal in his backs.
Very true.
Just buys a straight-up Void Star. That's a lot of power.
Yeah, no kidding.
Now at 6 items. Only person in the game at 6 items, which makes a lot of sense when he has 10 out of 13 kills on his team.
Yep, 100% kill participation on this Talia. 10, 2, and 3.
Jinair left this pick open, Doa.
Yeah, Adlai. This is a cop finding on the Che.
They brought this on themselves.
It certainly did. Yeah, they thought they could handle this Talia, and apparently so far they can't. Battle of the GA top laners. Oh boy. Although Trace certainly looking a little bit better in those 1v1s.
Not realistically with kill pressure, though. That's kind of the issue, is that Tono could have altered and got some health back anyway. Che looks for a ward.
Yeah, that's the thing. But finds a Bard. All right, Tempered Fate onto Wing. Shy coming in from the side. Talia walls everybody off. Wing cannot get away. There's a pick CJ's been looking for. With the jungler down, it is Baron time. Sky has been very, very good with those Weaver's walls. I mean, that was perfect. Just cutting off Wing, getting that pick, setting up the Baron.
And he's been assertive. That's the thing. Is he's trying to make plays. This guy, known for defensive laning, has been playmaking, going against type and doing it well. The Baron explodes in damage.
Here we go. Baron getting very, very low. Shay throws the Braum ultimate in, but CJ does get the Baron. Jin Air on the retreat now. Kuzan maybe looking for a chance to turn around. Mad Life and Sky come in, but they walk right into the Chaos Storm. Got to be careful there. Kuzan picks up 1 kill. CJ backing off. They've already lost Mad Life. And, I mean, coming in with that magical journey was so obvious. Setting it up for Kuzan. Haru coming over the wall, though. Shy getting aggressive. 2 kills coming in.
Sky
Haru picks up the double. Sky looking for something, too, but it's going to be the triple kill for Haru off of the damage from that Talia. Trace, the last one standing, as Wing just came back up.
Seems unnecessary, but Sky's going to look for the last exit kill on Trace. They had low health bars on everyone else, so maybe they thought they couldn't get a mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah.
Trace is still walking around. Sky in Hot Pursuit has that passive, so no getting away for Trace.
There's a GA pop. Sky setting things up.
Is this time wasted, though, for CJ?
There we go. That's right, but that's going to be a long time they have to go without Trace when CJ's pushing their base with the Baron. So in the end, I think that was, the chase was worth it.
And it delays the death timer, so now all 5 won't be up at the same time. Shy
exactly.
can disregard the damage from Winged, disregard the turret as well for no real gain, let's be real.
Homewrecker OP. Meanwhile, Elder Drake taken by CJ, and there is nothing that Jin Air can do about this. Oh.
Well, double MVP Sky is what we're going to see if CJ do win this series. Still 100% kill participation.
12, 2, and 6. I can't remember the last time we saw a mid laner get this many kills in the game.
To say he's gone off would be a gross understatement by LCK standards.
Yeah.
And he's gone off in the most aggressive way. Where's the Zonias? Where's the GA? Apparently
Seriously.
doesn't need any of them. I like. So basically, this was ridiculous from Mad Life. He walks up to a 5-item victor, and
not a good idea.
almost both of them get instantly destroyed. So Buddy System fails on the magical journey, but Sky's smart. He's like, I've got Baron recall and teleport, and they had a lane ward, which will be on your screen very shortly. And just as he teleports in, Haru's gone this DPS build. They get everyone low. Would have been exit kills for Sky, but instead just instant kills Pilot as he comes through. Well thought out from CJ, apart from the engage.
I mean, I don't know why Mad Life decided to be a T-ball and choose Kuzan as the batter, but, you know, some of the decision-making for CJ late game, of course, today has been pretty questionable. They managed to get the lead, a big enough lead anyway, to win this one. They're 10k ahead now. There goes the top inhibitor. Sky's still pressuring in the mid lane.
1 auto attack away, but doesn't want to walk up for it.
I'm going to say 2 auto attacks.
When you have that much AP, it's 1.
1. Oh,
for Sky in particular.
Oh, sure. I see.
Doesn't need a Lich Bane when he has 600 odd AP. Won't be able to walk up though, so for now the turret stays up. Shy will walk up though.
Yeah, there we go, 783 AP actually. Be precise.
Thank you.
I just had to check, it was a lot. Wow, Shay pops a Braum ultimate. Shy a bit low, he's got that GA though. Another inhibitor goes down in the mid lane, and CJ just gonna back off, play it safe.
I think they can afford to in this game. I think with the team comps as they were. In game 1, there was that danger of losing team fight, so I think they have more options. The Aurelia, the damage is only really relevant in the early to mid game. We've reached the late game point. I guess you could say some of the builds are pretty aggressive, so Aurelia could probably kill Sky in a little while, but the buddy system has to be better than we saw from them the last time. So Aurelia in the damage case is probably largely irrelevant. Victor is the only one who can still boss people around, just the Lich Bane completion short of full items.
Sky is getting very close to Flame Horizoning Kuzan. There goes the bottom turret. Wings, a lot of members force a flash over that Weaver's wall. There goes the inhibitor. And CJ is zoning very, very well. All 3 inhibitors down now. Oop, the Ash Arrow goes a bit wide, and CJ probably not going to be able to push it too hard now.
Whenever they decide to bring up all 3 minion waves, the war of attrition means they've almost certainly won this game. We've seen stranger things, but not that much stranger than how far ahead CJ ENTUS are. Finally break the 10,000 gold lead as well.
I can think of maybe 2 games that were won by a team that lost all 3 inhibitors.
One involved CJ ENTUS, that was on the winning side.
CJ Blaze, and then KT won that game against MVP. Those are the only 2 I can think of off the top of my head.
There's maybe be one other, but I don't actually know the date, so I'll defer to you. It is a very, very rare occurrence for those sort of comebacks to happen.
Yep.
At least in the LCK. There has, of course, been games in other regions where that has happened as well.
Sure. When I talk about things like that, you know I'm only talking about LCK.
In case there's people in the Twitch chat with other timestamps, though.
Timestamps.
I mean, like 54 minutes 32, they said this, but obviously that was this game.
Oh, wow. I don't worry about that.
That's fair. Well, bring up those minion waves. Kramer is the one in the bot lane. McGrave's also there zoning, so no chance of Kramer being a Zerg down. And okay, CJ, you kind of misstepped trying this in the previous game. They're going to run at Kramer again.
Yeah. Pilot pops the On the Hunt. The Sivir ultimate used. Jinair not able to follow it up, though. Oh, Kramer getting a little bit crazy. Trace flashing away. Chaos Storm dropped, but it's going to be Trace who gets dropped instead. Talia with 1 kill, and this could be the end of the game. CJ going for it. Ash with the double kill, and that will be it. CJ ENTUS, off the back of the surprise Talia pick, will be able to take the 2 over Jinair. Man, I did not expect this. Not in a million years would I have told you that CJ was going to 2-0 Jinair based on 2 Talia picks.
And that's the thing, the second Talia pick should never have happened. They decided to leave it open. We said the only thing we were sure of was Kuzan coming in the lineup. That happened, and Talia being banned, but they thought they could handle it. Once again, most damage. Didn't quite have 100% kill participation, so single tier rolls down. 13, 2, and 8, though. 21 out of 22 kill participation. Hard carry performance by Sky. This season continues to surprise, and perhaps today, in the most crazier fashion, it just continues to surprise.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say besides Sky looked fantastic on that Talia pick. CJ, you know, looking a little bit less than fantastic here and there on their late game decision making, but they got so far ahead that in the end it just didn't really matter. And you know, you got to wonder what kind of teams have an answer for this Talia pick. We thought for sure it was going to be banned in game number 2. I don't know why you wouldn't ban it. Kuzan thought he could handle it with the Victor. Seemed reasonable, but now in retrospect, probably should have banned the Talia.
And that's the answer that you talk about. Maybe there's an edge champion. Of course there will be a champion that does well in lane, but the ban answer is the one. You don't have the time to go back and really think about the matchups. You had a mid laner in Blanc who clearly had no idea what was going on with Talia. Kuzan had more of an idea, hung back most of the time, but his team paid the price. The Talia roamed around. The walls were smart. This guy, known for defensive lane, this guy who was basically just a seat warmer for BDD.
Sure.
Finds the seat back again, gets his chance to play, and this time out really owns it, makes it his own, at least for the next few series, because this is a breakout career performance for Sky.
Yeah, and the win is nice for CJ, of course. They still have a lot of season left to try to improve on that, and again, with the Talia going to be inevitably banned, theoretically, probably, hopefully, against CJ, you know, what do they have left? But the big story here, I think, too, is that Jinair really could have kind of used this win too to stay, you know, relevant towards the top of the standings, and now, you know, that leaves them.
They were in 5th before the start of this series.
Yeah, now that's going to leave them at 5-5 on the season. It's quite the fall from where we saw in spring.
Yeah, precarious, I think, is Jinair's position. The meta was already going against them. They keep trying new things. Another Aurelia game, another loss. I won't blame Trace on it for this particular one, but you know, a lot of factors are going against Jinair. That means now we extend the history. Remember, I told you that coming into this series, Jinair, in 3 series had won 1 game. Now it's 4 series.
Yeah, and the thing is that's going to move Jinair to a -1 in game score overall, which puts him below MVP on the standings.
Insane. A lot of this series was insane, though.
Yeah. Well, what do you expect? Sky, 13, 2, and 8. On that Talia, pretty insane stuff.
Just dominated the series with Talia pick. The pick already was surprising, but you remember teams like Kongdu Monster debuting Jin last season, and they didn't make much of it. The bottom place team required communication. They required a lot of things to go that were completely counter to how they perform in previous series. We thought that it would be an inglorious debut for Talia, but it was the exact opposite. It was an amazing career-making performance for Sky.
Well, that was the really shocking thing, is that this pick comes out, and he looks so good on it, so practiced on it. And not only that, CJ looks practiced on it. They look really ready to kind of handle what Sky's going to throw at them in terms of setting up plays with the Weaver's Wall. Just really, really good stuff in general. Still kind of sloppy in the late game, obviously a lot to work on for CJ there, but Man, you really can't complain after a win like that.
You just think about the genesis of this game, which is, of course, them taking those inner turrets. They had 4 turrets down very early. When you watch the clip of them catching members who are overextended with all their terrain, a lot of that happened because CJ decided to get the turrets down. And when turrets are down, and Talia, with both their ultimate and something like Rala, can acquire targets for the team, the chase potential was insane. That move where Jin Air was on their side, the jungle was always going to be more exit kills for CJ. And every expectation I had was shattered by CJ ENTUS in this series.
I gotta say, I mean, going into it, based on past performances from both these teams, we were expecting kind of a slow, plodding series with not a lot going on, but that was rather fast-paced, action-packed, and CJ bringing the Talia pick. I love it. It's a really fun champion to watch, and yeah, it's probably going to be banned away, but hopefully we see other teams start to pick this up. I want to see Faker's Talia, man. I want to see what he can do once he gets some practice with that champion.
But let's leave the Talia. Let's leave Sky, who we've already touched on. Shy, the other person with a very similar name.
Very true.
Comes back in. 2 games of Trundle, so champion pool question marks there once again. But 2 games of Trundle, 2 excellent games. The first one was the counter pick situation. That was fine. The second game, played it very, very well. Doesn't seem to need extra resources. He's doing it all on his own. In game 1 especially, we saw that.
Oh,
but,
that's right.
It's phone time.
I think it's about time for us to end the broadcast. Usually they let us know. There we go. Now we got in here. Thank you. And so that ends the broadcast for today. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with more LCK Summer. See you then.
Maybe.
Maybe. We were told. There we go.